Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. Bro Show. People live for the pound. It's great to see you, Ryan. Man, it's been a while since I.
Yeah, it's been a long time since the Bro Show.
Been too long.
A lot has happened.
A lot has happened. And of course, we find ourselves on the precipice of potentially one of the most important days in modern history, with Donald Trump doubling down on his timeline. He gave a press conference at the White House yesterday. We watched all of it, so you don't have to. We pulled some of the highlight, lowlights, whatever you want to call them, including the deadline for striking. We also have breaking news as of this morning: the United States military conducting strikes all across Karg Island. And Ryan, you have been on top of the case of some major energy infrastructure hits that happened in Saudi Arabia overnight, which the Western press is completely ignoring, but highly significant. So you're going to dig down into all of that.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, if you like the economy and having income, not good.
All right, so that's that. And then we have Professor John Mearsheimer. He's going to stop by. He's going to tell us and obviously give us a reaction not only to the Donald Trump press conference, but the deadline about what it would mean to wipe out energy power plants, where America stands in the globe. Then Ryan and I have a very fun story for everybody. So yesterday, Donald Trump took to the podium and he announced that he was going to be prosecuting whoever it is that leaked the story of a downed U.S. airman. Ryan, you have now uncovered that it was actually an Israeli journalist. And it seems that the source was probably, at least initially according to the Israeli media, the Israeli Minister of Defense himself. And you know, Ryan, no one is above the law. I am a journalist. I protect First Amendment American rights, but I checked. Israel's law is very clear. Sources, they must be revealed. There is no protection for national security. So will our president demand extradition of the Israeli Minister of Defense and this journalist, or a prosecution in their homeland? I am simply
just get a long line of people not being extradited.
I am just a simple Israeli law respecter. That's all I am. I just want to see the law apply. I don't make they made the law. Let's apply it equally, shall we? Interceptors. We're going to talk. We didn't have time to get into this yesterday. A huge drain in the U.S. interceptor stockpile here in the United States. Some very troubling reporting. Already stuff being pulled out of the Indo-Pacific. And then our producer Griffin did a good deep dive and prepared all of us. There has been some fascinating developments with AI. Sam Altman declaring superintelligence. He wants a new social contract. There's a new New Yorker profile about him, some very troubling stuff inside of it that we'll break down. And then finally, Tucker Carlson having a show last night with his most vociferous attacks yet on Donald Trump, effectively calling him the Antichrist and saying that he didn't put his hand on the Bible whenever he swore the oath of office. Something, you and I are secular, we don't notice these things, but apparently Tucker did. And expounding not only that, but on the president's deranged praise to Allah Easter message. Before we get to that, thank you to everybody subscribing, breakingpoints.com. Please support the show. Ryan and I are doing the AMA today, a very coveted Sagar and Ryan AMA. That I think we've maybe only done one or two. So there you go. That's what is special. And then, of course, if you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, we deeply appreciate it. If you're listening to this as a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. But with that, let's get to the show. Some major breaking news, literally right as we're recording. Let's go ahead and put it up here on the screen from Donald Trump. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. And so that is, of course, an extremely disturbing message there from the president. And coming after Ryan, the praise be to Allah, open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards. I also am struck how I've almost never seen an American president declare a civilizational war effectively. Maybe since the Second World War, and even at that time, we tried to make it clear we're not at war with the German people or the Japanese people. We're at war with the Japanese Empire or with the Nazi regime. I mean, if you were thinking about the great people of Iran who are going to rise up, we're saying we're effectively in a war with you. Them. We already were. I mean, this is Genghis Khan. Who is it? Who's the Khan who took Baghdad in the air? Is it Hulagu Khan? I think off the top of my head.
I can't remember
who it is, but yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Hulagu Khan was the last person to have this type of rhetoric before trying to storm into the Persian Empire and into Baghdad. And all of those regions. So,
or maybe Hitler.
I mean, it is shocking. And obviously,
in the East.
You and I are responding to this live, but the implications of this are extremely dire, because we're talking here about a president with the ability to end the world, literally. This is a gateway, I think, to nuclear weapons use. It's not just about power plants. And this is the worst case scenario. I don't think that there's another way to describe it.
No, I think that's right. And it seems like Trump is banking on the Iranians backing down. And I have never wanted to be wrong about something more than I want to be wrong about this. But my understanding is that the Iranian government does not feel like Trump is in a pole position, does not feel like Trump has the cards, as Trump likes to say. My understanding is that they are not going to submit to greater and greater threats on social media. I mean, if I really thought the nukes were going to go off, then I don't know. But it doesn't matter what I would do, really, because my sense is that they are not going to back down to this. So if Trump's calculation is that he's going to be able to ratchet up his tea in the taco to such a degree that the other side is going to fold, he is miscalculating. And that is going to mean either something cataclysmic in a biblical scale, or a taco of the highest order.
Well, let's make sure that we lay the ground for that. Let's put A6 up there on the screen before we even get to Trump's press conference. This was from you guys over at DropSite. Iran has rejected the temporary ceasefire and says it's already laid out its terms for agreement. I do think this is very important to put together with that Truth Social post, because obviously Trump is both trying to sound extraordinarily incendiary, but also leave himself, I guess, like you said, some sort of major taco. It is Taco Tuesday, after all, where he says we have a complete and total regime change. We're different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail. Maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? I mean, it is difficult to see whether he is talking about an organic revolution after collapsing the country into a state of civil war, or some sort of temporary ceasefire that will be put into place. But what did Jeremy and you guys find out from the Iranians about what they want and for some sort of temporary ceasefire? And remember, all of us are on watch. 8 p.m. Tuesday is when the president says that his deadline expires.
Yeah, what Jeremy found is that they are not interested in a temporary ceasefire. That they seem to believe that the U.S., which keeps asking for this temporary pause of anywhere from 2 days to 3 days to 45 days, they need it, or that the United States needs it. Like the sense is that the U.S. is exhausted, that Israel is exhausted, that it is firing off its ammunition and its defense measures at a scale that really wasn't contemplated by our kind of productive capacity. And so they want a break. And the Iranians are saying, we're not giving you a break. What we want is a permanent end to the war. And if you look at you keep seeing circulated this like 10-point plan. This is what the Iranians have been putting forward for many weeks now. And if you look at it, it actually, in significant ways, preserves the American dollar. It preserves American hegemony in a way that it's not obvious the U.S. can even get it militarily. In other words, let's say they finish up with some type of a toll where they split like $2 million a ship or whatever, and they split it with Oman, but the strait is open. You still then have the capacity for oil to be sold in dollars, and for the U.S. to control kind of energy supplies and maritime shipping, which is the essence of the American empire. Like, that's it. And everything that we enjoy here in the United States rests upon that. The $40 trillion in debt is financed by the fact that the entire world uses the dollar. If the world stops using the dollar, then they stop buying treasuries. If they stop buying treasuries, the cost of our borrowing makes it impossible for us to have the economy and society that we have. It all crumbles down. And I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, wait, this is cool. Like, oil's going down, plastic is going down, like AI is going down, all the like worst things in the world are going down. Well, Gulf money also finances kind of clean energy and all, but also, yes, there's too much plastic in takeout. there's also plastic everywhere. Hospitals, fertilizer. Without fertilizer, you don't have food. So the entire, you get a massive just social collapse. And yes, okay, there will be less plastic in the ocean, but you'll also have
society,
famine,
civilization,
like literal pan famine, like across the world. There is a way to transition away from some of the poisons and toxins that are in our world now. This is not it. I mean, this is a way to transition to something different.
That's the thing. And I don't think people again, for most people who are normally living about their daily lives, I really don't think they know much about this war. I think it's very COVID-esque. I've compared it to February 2020. Right now, let's speed it up. What was the day before the lockdown? It was like March 15th,
mid-March,
2020.
Early March.
Hyper online freaks like me had my mask, had my goggles, I'd already been wearing masks.
Stocked up on coffee and toilet paper.
I had emergency rations. I had it all ready to go. The vast majority of people, I remember I lived across from a bar. People were out at the bar, and the lockdown was literally the next day. And I was like, oh my God, they have no idea what is coming.
I had this crazy experience. I was like, Alzan, we gotta get to Costco. We need all our crap.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's gonna be a madhouse. And she calls me from there. She's like, "There's nobody here. What do you like? I think you might be mentally ill." I was like, "Oh, well."
That's how I feel.
2 weeks early.
I feel like everyone is going to wake up tomorrow, and that is how history happens. Like it genuinely does turn on a dime, and then all of a sudden you are genuinely living in a new world. And just to show you all how close we are, I mean, this genuinely might be one of the most historic shows we ever do, considering we're in an old world, and tomorrow might be a new world. So here is Donald Trump. He laid out his full deadline yesterday from the White House podium. A1, let's take a listen.
Said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting, including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools,
I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to tell you that. We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive things, and bridges.
8 p.m. to midnight Eastern time is definitely the time, I think, to be aware. That's when all of these strikes will be happening. I do think it is very important to note here that the maximalist positions, as you said, have not been backed down. Iran remains steadfast, as you laid out, Jeremy, in their story. Look, we'll let you preserve the dollar, but we are charging tolls through the strait. We are making sure that you're not going to attack us in the future. There will be no temporary ceasefire. When the guns stop, they stop forever, and you will be paying us some sort of reparation. Now, we can fudge the way
they're willing to ditch the reparations if they can charge the toll.
I was going to say, so that we can fudge the math in terms of how that reparation gets paid. They either get to earn it or not, but this is on the brink of a literal, as the Trump said, a civilizational collapse in Iran, a country of some 94 million people. Trump was asked specifically about those tolls being charged, and ironically, while the rest of the world is like, we need to establish freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz, he's like, well, instead of the Iranians charging a toll, maybe I will charge a toll. Let's take a listen.
Are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them. Right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us.
So you can see what he's laying out there. And I do think, if we combine the civilization truth with what he said yesterday on the White House lawn when he was asked specifically about whether he would be committing a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants, he called them animals. It links very directly with what you were talking about with the civilization war, Ryan. Let's take a listen and I'll get Ryan's reaction.
Mr. President, how would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month, more than that. I think it could be as much as 60. They kill protesters, they're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple.
Trump was asked about the war crimes question multiple times yesterday, brushed him off both, basically said, we can do whatever we want. That is true. You certainly can. But then, you know, the rest of the war, don't be surprised. How many strikes have we covered of the Iranians hitting, you know, Israeli location or something like that? Civilians are buried under the rubble. And then when the Israelis complain, people are like, really? You people are the ones to complain? I mean, you and I are horrified no matter what at the people with bodies getting dug out of the rubble, whether it's a Gazan, whether it's an Israeli, whether it's an Iranian, hopefully not in the future, a U.S. citizen. But this is the world that we're going to live in now. And it's not that there was a law constraining it. It's that the U.S. didn't operate this way specifically because, A, we didn't want it to happen to us. We wanted to make sure also that, you know, any allies or the way that wars and all of that would be fought to minimize explicitly some sort of casualty, and also of the international picture. I don't think it's a surprise. Just yesterday, the UK announced they will not allow the use of any of their bases to be used for any strike on Iranian energy infrastructure. They're like, we will have no part in this whatsoever. This is not like Spain. We're talking about the United Kingdom.
Our special friend or whatever.
Of the United States.
Yeah, justifying killing civilians by saying they're animals is genocidal language. Notice now he's saying there were 45,000 people killed in the protest. He says maybe there were 60,000 people killed in the protest. This is just after he acknowledged that the U.S. sent in a lot of weapons to the protesters, trying to create the very thing that he is saying happened. The Iranians have put out the names of roughly 3,000 people, many of them, you know, police and security officials who died during those clashes. They say it's 3,000. And they say if you have names of people who died during those days, submit them to us and we will add them to the list. Where are the names of these 45,000 to 60,000 people that he just keeps manufacturing? In any event, that would not be a reason to kill 90 or 100 million people or to destroy an entire civilization. The protests were centered around universities. Trump is blowing up all of the universities. So how does he even remotely begin to square that? I mean, he doesn't even try. Like, I don't even know what we're talking about. So Trump also, you want to roll A4?
Oh yeah, this is great. So this is Trump was asked something I laid out earlier. It's like, hey, we're in a civilizational war. We're going to bomb you. We're going to destroy your entire country. We're going to bomb you back to the Stone Ages. And Iran is actually going to like it. And he actually even at one point, I believe he said that the Iranians are actually asking the U.S. to keep bombing them. Let's take a listen.
You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people.
This hoax is one which exists deeply in U.S. media. In fact, do you want to talk about the BBC thing? There's an unfolding scandal now of the BBC. Maybe we'll edit this in post, but it does matter.
Imagination. Monwoon_ says you're muted.
Check, check, check. You can probably hear me, but hold on. Check, 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 check. Whenever I don't do check, 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 I'm always muted. I know there's some haters who don't like when I do check, 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 check. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, no. The Angry Zionist, it's just, I don't know, that New York Times article kind of, kind of confirmed a lot of what I kind of assumed, right? Basically what I thought, which, um, you know, may or may not be true, but it sounds true, that sounds about right. But like, I don't understand how there's like, how is he around those people, those people, you know, um, so much that it outnumbers the amount of people. Like, he must get like fucking yelled at. Like, I bet you he gets yelled at about doing the war shit more than he does about being a pedo, right? Um, Dr. Claw voice? Is that's bad? Mm. Um, Let me just listen real quick. Um, I sound fine. I sound fine. Yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. All right, cool. Um, is like is the praise that he gets when he's in the same room as these like ultra hawkish Zionist sickos, like how do they somehow like I would think that he's the kind of guy who likes people fucking glazing him all the time. He likes and like if not even your own cabinet is really too into it, aside from Exit, like, and you have like every, just multitudes of people you interact with on a daily basis are just like disgusted by you. Like you lost Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, but you'd rather have Mark Levin and Laura Loomer because I'd rather have Alex Jones and Tucker. I feel like those guys are more influential, and like have just much better track record, right? Um, I don't know. I do worry that this is just going to be another subterfuge, um, and it's going to be like some fucking vicious attack in the middle of the night. I don't know, like I was saying, like I don't know how much of an escalation they can do that's not nuclear. Like we saw what happens when they try to like they can't even do like JSOC type shit, You think he's invested in peace? The problem is Israel. Yeah. I already saw that they're already trying to carve out Lebanon and all. Um, is he like you're right though, Tukes. Is he going to like is he going to insist on that? Um, is he going to like, you know, step in and be like, no, you have to stop fucking I doubt it, you know? Oh, but I was saying when I was muted, I think you guys didn't hear that part. I was talking about the Pakistani thing. Yeah, Alex Jones is calling for the 25th Amendment. The A big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so has everyone else. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. Be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. I feel confident that it will. Just like we are experiencing in the US, this could be the golden age of the Middle East. He didn't say thank you for your attention to this matter. Is that a good sign or a bad sign? And the way that he says we'll be hanging around is, I think, provocative, antagonistic, whatever you want to call it. Like that's one of the terms in the 10-point plan is you guys got to get the fucking military shit out of there. But like, this is drastic for him though, right? Like this is a huge L. And him trying to pretend otherwise, I think like, I guess for some portion of his base, they'll buy this, like that guy who's been in here the last couple nights. He's probably going to be fucking, whatever psychotic shit. But I think like anybody who's at all like able to fucking delineate fact from fiction is going to see it's like, no, they tried to do an invasion, they got fucked up, and then they like this whole thing with the Pakistani prime minister. Like, did you see Ryan Grimm tweeted about it? Like the tweet had been edited, right? So he had like, oops, he had he had been sent that tweet. So like somebody not from his team, right? Because if you were one of his workers, you wouldn't write the tweet, Pakistani prime minister's tweet. You would say whatever, Sharif's tweet. The fact that like the thing had been cut and pasted with Pakistani prime minister's tweet on it tells me that somebody from the U.S. or Israel sent that to him. So like they were trying to maneuver this into place, right? The Iranians were like, no, nothing has changed. This is the same 10-point plan we put out 2 weeks ago, and then Trump just went ahead and did this. I think but they're fun. There's some conniving motherfuckers involved over here, who some of them seem like they will do absolutely anything to perpetuate this madness, right? Well, that's the thing. I think that Iran wants us to fucking pull the fucking chain on our attack dog. They're expecting that, right? Otherwise, there's no deal. I think Trump will probably lie. It'll probably be like Gaza. He'll probably lie and pretend that he's going to guarantee peace or whatever. And then when they address him about it, he'll be like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you should ask Israel about that. Like, I don't know. I feel like Iran got a confidence boost from this, so maybe they won't stand for that. But like, this seems to imply that he's going to do the toll thing too. Yeah, I think people should allow Trump to pretend he had a dub. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I don't think Israel's going to let him do that, are they? I think they are going to do everything they can to make it clear that this is not a dub, that he lost, that he's a taco fucking pussy, and Iran is more dangerous, and they're emboldened and all that shit. And they're going to try and do, like I said, they're not going to let up in their failed invasion of Lebanon, and, not going to abide by any terms that are agreed to. Again, like Gaza, Yeah, just the fucking tacoest taco shit ever. Um, um, Stalling tech, and also, well, see, that's what I mean. How long are they going to stall for? Because it'll take them 5 years to build up enough fucking interceptors. Like they can't. like Iran can build up some, some missiles pretty quickly with all their capacity. Like these interceptors, what do they build like 75 of them a year or something? Um, yeah, the oil infrastructure has been damaged, but it'll probably be fuck. Trump probably thinks it'll be good for him though, right? Like he keeps telling people to buy your shit from the U.S. Like he's you know um mm, like 12 a year exactly. Um, yeah, that's what I mean. Like I mean, Israel could do something devastating like right now. Who knows? Like, and I don't. Whatever Trump and his people are saying, I don't think he knows. You know, a wet chimichanga. Hmm. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised though. I did think he was gonna nuke him. Just like here, look. Oh shit! This was quick. Or do they already have it ready? Because they knew he was gonna taco. Is that the Skull Crusher? Dude, if Lego was cool, they would make like, a fucking shot head set. You know? You still think he's going to nuke them? The market doesn't have to move to make money. That's not true at all. Did I miss something? What is he eating? Oh man. I don't know, like it was trying to create a scenario where the result would be so catastrophic that most people would be relieved at a deal. Taco Trump shit. I was worried too. I mean, again, because yeah, I went to the grocery store. I loaded up on my treats. Yeah. Um, I don't know. Like I think that they I think that he had a brutal brush with reality this weekend, right? And I think that like that was probably really devastating to his confidence, hence the Easter morning tweet. And if that was, what did he say? Like 150 planes or whatever? Like they threw so much effort at it and got just fucking obliterated. Like what I can tell right away. They don't really have another gear. And that's what I'm saying is like they can usually do those commando raids, you know, they can usually get in and get out and do some shit, do some devastation. If they can't do that, and he didn't get any Karg Island plans that were going to be like workable, he didn't really have anything. It was just going to be a fucking grind. Like he's not going to sit there and like, get like hundreds of dead soldiers every day, you know? Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really know. I think the same thing will happen in Cuba, though. Like, I don't know what happened in Venezuela that the discombobulator was able to function, but I think, like, that was a specific, like, I think in Venezuela they were kidnapping a guy from his house, basically, you know? So they seem like that, they could pull that off, but, like, same thing in Cuba, they're gonna have to, like, invade, dominate, and occupy. Like, you're not going to be able to do like there's not like an intermediate thing that they can do and claim victory from. I'm sure they'll find something, but like I don't really see. I don't know. Maybe he learned a lesson. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Exactly, too. Because that's what I think. And then like, there's not really anything else that they would be able to do. There's no kind of intermediate thing that they can point to and say we won. Right? It's the strait has to open. They basically can't open it by force, which, again, a lot of people could have told him this before. Um, Netanyahu's office says Israel supports Trump's 2-week suspension of strikes on Iran, but will not stop attacking Lebanon. Israel's prime minister office said Tuesday Israel will suspend strikes against Iran provided Iran immediately opens the straits and ceases all attacks on the U.S., Israel, and countries in the region. 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Yeah. See, this is going to be a problem. Like. Yeah, I saw that, Jackbird, right? Yeah. I'm trying to find that tweet. Um, where did I put it? I don't know. The thing about like the way that they, I think very clearly like maneuvering Pakistan to put out that tweet and make it seem like, oh, I didn't want to, but my good friends in Pakistan, they asked me, so I had to. Like that's a lot of effort for them, I think, and it shows that they were thinking and plotting it and like, how can we do this in such a way where I can pitch it as a victory, I told Pakistan that since we've already won so much, we can take a break. We don't need to win anymore because we've already devastated them so much. Yeah. Yeah. Again, yeah. Exactly, Coffin. Well, I want to find that New York Times article, or at least the summary from Dropsite, because I think I believe that. And you're right, though. The Democrats are going to fuck this up. He did not talk to, what's his name, Sharif, either. He did not even, they had no conversation, I bet. Okay, here's the one about the trap. It was actually the Pope. Here, this one. Is that? I'm sure that. Yeah, nobody would have told him that other than the people in this article. New reporting from the New York Times reveals how Trump decided to go to war with Iran. After a closed-door Israeli pitch and despite deep internal divisions inside his own team. At a secret February 11th Situation Room meeting, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu presented a four-part pitch for regime change, including a video montage of potential replacement leaders, such as Reza Pahlavi. J.D. Vance was absent, stuck in Azerbaijan. Appearing alongside Mossad chief David Barnea and military officials, Netanyahu argued Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in weeks. What the fuck, man? We're gonna make sure they're not able to build any missiles in a matter of weeks. The regime would be too weak to close the Strait of Hormuz. How? I don't know, it seems like Yemen was fucking devastated after years of a Saudi-led genocide, and they were able to close their strait pretty easily with minimal effort, and you didn't notice that? Why would you think that they would be less capable than Yemen, you know? They were in a much, much stronger position with a much more developed missile program and everything every category you could possibly look at. They were significantly superior to Yemen, and Yemen was able to do it no problem. Street protests fomented with Mossad help could trigger an uprising. Yeah, just every single one of these proved to fail epically. Just every single thing they said. The Kurdish fighters, they took your guns and didn't do anything for them, which, again, another L that he revealed himself. I gave them to the Kurds, and I think the Kurds kept them. Street protests were actually the opposite. They were for the government, you know? Trump's response sounds good to me. The next day, U.S. intelligence pushed back sharply. CIA Director John Ratcliffe, it's actually Ratliff, but Ratliff is an Israeli shill from way back, right? Him saying this is farcical, that says a lot to me, you know, that even Ratliff is saying it's farcical. I would have expected him to go along with the Israelis. Called the regime change scenario farcical, Secretary of State Marco Rubio adding, in other words, it's bullshit. General Dan Kane told the president, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. That's why that guy's a fucking general, because he's, you know, diplomatic. Trump dismissed regime change as their problem, but remained focused on targeting Iran's leadership and military. Whose problem? The Israelis? By February 26, in a final Situation Room briefing, opposition inside the room was clear but fractured. Vice President J.D. Vance warned the war could spiral and drain U.S. resources, but ultimately said I think this is a bad idea, but I'll support you. Rubio said regime change was unrealistic, but destroying Iran's missile program was achievable. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was the biggest proponent of war and backed immediate action. Military leadership outlined risks, including depleted munitions and the threat to Hormuz, but they all stopped short of opposing the plan. Key officials responsible for managing the fallout, like Treasury Secretary DNI Gabbard, were notably absent. Trump went around the table asking advisors their view, then made the call. I think we need to do it. The strikes began 2 days later. Yeah, I think this is real. I think this is accurate, or roughly, basically, I mean, like Ryan was just saying, like, this is the best deal that we're gonna get,
Just to show you the manufacturing consent, the way that this type of BS probably makes its way up to the president. But effectively, there was a quote in the BBC. And also, we can verify here at Breaking Points, this is the second time such a thing has happened. Our friend Trita Parsi was actually on BBC and had multiple clips played to him of Iranians who were saying that they liked the bombing. And he called them out live on the air. He was like, guys, maybe that is a view, but to say that that's the only view in Iran is preposterous. And it does now appear that the BBC put a quote in one of their stories where they quoted some guy living in Tehran saying, quote, about them hitting energy infrastructure using an atomic bomb or leveling Iran, my honest reaction is that I am okay with all of these. The quote, after it was called out, was silently disappeared and then was replaced by something completely anodyne. And it is now appears they either fabricated it or they silently removed it. They have issued no correction. Like, what's the new quote?
It's also too is like they know Trump's psychology. They know that if they cuck him, he can't admit it, right? Like they can keep fucking him over, and if he admits that his greatest allies that he does all this shit for are, have no respect for him and don't care and are gonna double cross him or whatever. He doesn't want to admit that, right? And that's even worse. So until he's willing to like really hang them out to dry, he's gonna keep eating whatever shit they want, The
quote is, if attacking targets in the country brings down
should
the
put
Islamic
Sagar on the
Republic,
next Artemis mission.
I'm fine with that because if the Islamic Republic survives this war, it will stay forever.
Yeah.
That's the new quote.
Okay.
So
that is not even remotely the same thing. And so that was either a paraphrase, a mistake. Is there an edit, by the way? Any sort of correction?
No,
because
nothing.
so far, all they've done is silently edit it. Now,
Ian,
we're not, look,
that's
it's a minor,
embarrassing.
not minor. It's
That's
a bit,
not minor, dude. That's a pretty huge discrepancy. They went from the guy said he was okay with them using nukes on his country, destroying the power plant and nuking them, to, if they win, they're going to be stronger. What?
big story, obviously. It's a scandal, I think, for the BBC. But the point is that this is how it works. Is they find these fringe actors. Remember that Afro woman who was on television who was like, please, Mr. President, keep bombing my country. And then was so upset whenever he did. And she was like, no, not like that.
Like
that's
something
not
a reptile
what I meant.
would
I just
say.
saw this morning a advisor to, or some analyst for Iran International, some, monarchist is out there.
Iran International, recently Handala revealed in one of their hacks last week, just completely controlled by the CIA. Like,
they're being like, Trump should nuke Iran. I mean, this is a sickness. Were there Japanese, like, can you imagine in 1945 that there were like some Japanese American, he's like, please, President Truman, nuke my country. Like, you have to do it for the good of the Japanese.
Also, I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly in one of those leaks, it was the Erica Kirk thing. Maybe we can look at that if we have time. But I don't know. Like, it's dubious sourcing, but I mean, I totally would buy it, right?
Japanese people. This is a perverse, like 21st century creation.
An even better example, a Pakistani friend of mine was just saying the other day, he's like, I think Asim Munir is a brutal dictator who kills innocent people in the streets.
I mean, Israel's fine on oil though, right? Because they get their oil from the stolen Iraqi oil, right? That's the book, Israel, the winner of the 2003 oil war, right? They go through alternative channels. They don't have to buy oil on the market usually. I mean, some of it, but I think that the whole thing with the occupation in Syria and all, that's to facilitate stealing the Iraqi oil going through the Kurdish region into Israel.
Dragging Pakistan, back into the past. There aren't enough adjectives for me to describe how I feel about that man and the military establishment.
What's his name? I've heard him on a bunch of podcasts.
Never in his wildest dreams, he said, would he imagine urging other countries to bomb Pakistan. That I think sickness is right.
Literally, it's like perverse.
Like how your mind even gets to that place is.
It's a mental illness, but the point about this mental illness is that this artificial narrative has been elevated by extremely fringe elements of the Iranian diaspora, which bubbles up to Fox News and to BBC, and then this BS gets put in front of the president, and he's like, you know what? That's it. They want me to bomb them, right? This is how somebody psychologically can either say that the regime are animals, but I care about the great people of Iran. Well, if you only talk to these 2% or whatever of, Iranians who live in like Los Angeles, and they're the ones who are telling you and encouraging you to keep bombing, this is the condition. And of course, in our media, the scandal of the BBC quote is effectively nothing. It's not like any of the media journalists or misinformation. Where are they? Where are you, right? This stuff matters.
I don't think it's
really being
sickness. That's not how I would describe
potentially
it.
One of the worst bombing campaigns since the Second World War on an entire civilian population for nothing. At least Japan attacked us in World War II. Okay.
Yeah, and this brings us actually to the next element of our of this conversation, because
admitting they removed
true
it,
that the Iranians were begging these to be bombed, and because the bombs represent liberation, the way that the saga around the downed airmen played out would have been.
Ryan's getting to it. Added a note admitting they removed it and that the quote was fabricated, but they still kept the source in the piece. What's that? Gonche Habibazad. It's a pretty cool name. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm assuming however you pronounce it, it's a cool name. Is their senior reporter on Iran and needs to be fired immediately for having fabricated a quote to justify and launder the nuking of Iran right as Trump is threatening it. Rafi Berg, who was the editor of their Middle East coverage and approved this fabrication, also needs to be fired. Minimal journalistic standards and ethics demand this. Yeah. What? Originally included a longer quote from Radin in which he spoke about the attacks on Iranian energy infrastructure and referred to the levels of destruction which he suggested would be personally acceptable to him to bring down the Islamic Republic. Radin's comments were made directly to the BBC and were initially included in full to illustrate the strength of feelings of some of those who are opposed to the country's leadership. However, after further review, this part of the quote was removed from the article due to concerns over the way in which the speaker expressed his views and to the extent to which they reflected wider Iranian viewpoints. WAPO and the New York Times over the last couple of years, or a lot of people did. I think they still think the BBC is like, you know, is, you can trust them. What's the best Cure album? I don't think I've ever like listened to a Cure album start to finish. Scrolls his own feed as people bring him a summary that best. Yeah, but I mean, remember how he was before. He enjoys fighting with people and shit online. He probably has several alts, or at least one, you know? And he's definitely on his phone a lot, because he's probably, like, constantly, like, moving, like, sitting in boring meetings and going from place to place, you know? The last thing he heard from somebody he thinks is smart. I mean, I don't know if it's that specific. Like, I think, yeah, on some topics, but I think other topics he's believed things for 50 years, and no matter how much you try to disprove it, he continues to believe it. You know, like he got mad about things in the 80s and he's still mad about them. You know? Oh yeah, disintegration. That's right. Sorry, I never had a bad enough breakup to listen to a Cure album. Or should we listen to this live album? That looks pretty good. Oh, speaking of, fucking, dude, Kid Starver thought the most important thing for him to do today was to ban Kanye. Unbelievable, man. Like, how can you even begin to justify that kind of restriction? Like, what is your standard where, like, the dude who had, you know, a handful of fucking racist tweets, or, you know, like, that is somehow on the same level the type of scumbag, like, regime change apologist, terrorist, etc. You have coming in and out of your country, like, every, you know, like, anybody who's ever killed a fucking, you know, like a Russian is somehow, like, rolled out the red carpet for them. He was gonna headline, like, 3 nights at this festival, and they had to cancel the festival. Like, that's a lot of money, you know? They probably really... And I think it was in London, too, right? I think a lot of the other festivals are, like, out, you know, in the country, so they don't necessarily make as much profit from it in the city. I think this fucking thing was supposed to be in, you know, like, what was it called? Like Finsbury Park or somewhere like that. Yeah, they had to cancel it. Easy. Yeah. I don't know, that show the other night was transcendent. That LA show. I fucking stand by that. I thought that was a great performance. You know, you got something wrong with you if you, like, aren't that opposed to that, you know? Yeah, Prince Andrew, exactly. Fucking, yeah. What? Yeah, you're right, Steve. That's a good point. They, despite what some people will tell you, they desperately want to keep that out of the paper. That Barksdale Air Force Base was shut down for like a day and a half or whatever. While they were using it, like, they were actively coming in and loading planes to get over there, and they had to stop doing all that because the fucking drones were just hovering over the fucking runway. Which, that seems like that's a serious problem, and that should be like headline. you know, maybe not today, but like, you know, for several days afterwards, like, we can't use this runway because there's a fucking thing hovering over it, you know? Like, what is this thing? Can you narrow it down, you know? And that's only the tip of the iceberg, right? There's a lot of other bases and airports, right? Like, shut down. And like, people will be like, oh, this fucking psyop. Okay. If they were trying to do a psyop, right? Wouldn't they want to talk about it in the paper and not downplay it and cover it up as much as possible? That's what people don't get, is like, none of the psyop scenarios really fit, right? Their actions and their incentives are misaligned. Yeah, I think Nick Pope is their guy. I think Nick Pope is like British Lou Elizondo. I think he was the guy who's there to like fucking, you know, let the steam out of the valve, right? Like, he's the guy to give people the idea that they're on top of it. Oh, we're handling this. We got Nick Pope. He's doing it. Because if you listen carefully, he never says anything good. Like, everything he says is just like, oh, I don't know. It could be some shit, man. Like, he never says anything. So, like, his whole thing was like, oh, I'm gonna get this photo from the 80s or whatever. And this entire, like, he's constantly building it up, and then finally somebody else found it and put it out a few years ago. And it was like, yeah, there's just like, you know, big triangle thing in the sky, but, probably, I think it was, you know, probably like a US, like, surveillance thing. Like a dirigible. It's what I'm saying. If there was a psyop, they'd want to blame somebody. They wouldn't want to put the idea out there that there's an unknown adversary who's able to fucking operate at, you know, who has air superiority over the continental US, right? Like, they seemingly can go wherever they want, whenever they want, for as long as they want. And like, they do leave, like, if you see them, like, if a jet goes out there, like, they'll zip off, right? But they can't catch, like, it's like, when you see it happen, the jet will, like, you'll see it fly out there and the thing just goes. So, you know, I don't know if that counts. I think you still got owned there, you know? Yeah, Trump, like, again, that's like the last remaining, like, one of the fucking last few soft power things that he wasn't able to, like, cut the budget quickly enough. You know, like, they had been funding that for like 20 years, so he couldn't cancel it, but he certainly would have if he could have, you know? Flock camera? What's a flock camera? Block? I mean, I don't think, I don't know. I don't think, something like that would be, like, if it was something like that, they would have been able, like, they have plenty of anti-drone technology, like, they have, you know, geofenced, and they have all kinds of electronic warfare stuff they do, like, they have a regular human drone is not an issue, right? Like, if it was that, it wouldn't be a problem, right? Yeah, that's what I mean, like, it's not that these fucking Air Force guys know what a fucking drone looks like, and they know what something else looks like, you know? I don't think that they would go through the it's pretty drastic to, like, have to shut down your base, right? I think they would try to avoid doing that. They would try to avoid having to admit to them that they're, you know. Yeah, exactly. Every bit of the evil Earth Empire wanders out into space is one step closer to the true revolution when they get sick of it. Yeah, it's facts. I could be seeing. I mean, I think that no doubt those are everywhere too, but I don't think those are like. I don't think those are like these particular ones that are getting them to shut down their bases. And this isn't, again, it's also, it's at the Air Force Base now. Who knows where else it is? Like, we only hear the stories that they can't hide. I think since Trump has taken over, there's been like less coverage of that in the paper. Here's that grim tweet. Edit history shows that Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif originally copied and pasted everything he was sent, including draft Pakistani Prime Minister's message on X. Now, obviously, Sharif's own staff don't call him Pakistani's Prime Minister. They would just call him Prime Minister. The US and Israel, of course, would call him Pakistani's PM. Would be funny if the fate of the world wasn't hanging in the balance. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Completely different. Instead, you have U.S. officials who have said everyone with a gun in Iran who was in range of us, and many people who weren't even in range were shooting at us.
Yes, that was a direct quote from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is that everybody in Iran with a gun was shooting at us. Does that sound like a population that wants to be liberated? Oh, absolutely not. I've done a lot of reading. I recommend
we need to watch that British SNL
on the Second World War bombing campaign from the U.S. perspective, the 8th Air Force, Masters of the Air. They made it into a TV series, and they talk explicitly about how when these airmen would get shot down,
it might sound scary to have missiles rain down on us, but look on the bright side. Stephen Bartlett might get his face blown off.
And who's to say we won't come out on top? As a nation, we've beaten them all. The French, the Germans, foot and mouth.
And sure, the bad guys might win and we end up speaking Ukrainian.
But don't worry, we're in this together.
Yeah.
We've got you.
We've got each other. It might sound scary to have missiles rain down.
That was a good take. Cool.
They would often be, terrorized and, like, in some cases, killed, U.S. airmen, by the German populace.
Right,
because I forget the German word. They would call them, like, it's like
Terrorflieger
or something like that. Terror flyers, because of the bombing campaign. Right. And that was in a much more targeted bombing campaign by the United States. But they've been whipped up by the Nazi regime and also, of course, by the bombing itself to be like, you're the people who are bombing our cities into oblivion, and they would attack them. Like, they would kill them.
Dresden.
Right. Well, that was a little bit later on. But my point is that even in the midst of all
had to correct
the vigorous attempts of the U.S. to try to bomb, railways or something.
People don't like being bombed.
Right. Yeah. People do not like to be bombed, and so it's the same scenario. Right.
People don't like to be bombed.
Read the
Maybe he saw this thread of all these members of Congress calling for the 25th Amendment. Maybe that's why he backed down. He saw, Maxine Waters was going hard in the paint. Might as well finish it. God, there's still another 6 minutes.
Testimony of any of these flyers shot down who became POW in North Vietnam.
So think about it.
Very often the villagers would take them captive and turn them over and go on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. It'd be horrible for all of these people.
Because you can't sleep at night because of the fear and the sound of the bombing. They probably killed some people that you know.
Right.
So, and they're so distant from you. They're way up there in the sky when you finally get them. Like, oh my God, this is the person that is.
Are we justifying? No, what we're saying is that this absurd idea that, they're wishing to be bombed. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. Trump also, look, just last thing here before we move on to these recent strikes by Karg Island, I do think it is just very important to lay out, we talked yesterday about what that rescue operation looked like. We don't know the full details. Remember, it's not like the U.S. military hasn't lied to us about Jessica Lynch or about Pat Tillman. So, like, for anybody saying that they always tell the truth, be around the block a little bit.
Or the Osama bin Laden raid.
corn on third base.
Yeah, exactly. Even to
think
this
you hit a
day,
home
people are
run.
still litigating what happened on the Bin Laden raid. So what is important to say, at the very least, is you can look at it two ways. It's an extraordinary operation. We got our guy. Nobody was killed. Great. Also, several $100 million of aircraft. It took
$700 million
by the testimony
in
of the president
aircraft.
to be able to get these people out. It didn't go exactly to plan. There were significant amounts of fire, enemy fire, helicopters, A-10s, and all of that shot down. And this is on the brink of a potential ground operation that could be happening in Iran either tonight or sometime in the future. So let's take a listen, A9, please, of what the president said.
We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout.
His name is John
and he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher, and really very hard to find.
Dude.
The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas. So we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's amazing.
155 aircraft, he said several hundred Americans.
Yeah, that's how you do
involved
search and
in this
rescue.
operation. So look, I mean, I tend to think it was a little bit of both, that they were both, battle testing.
Right.
So this potential
Seeing
uranium
what they can pull off,
operation, seeing how many guys can we get down there? Can we get a forward refueling point? How many people, how long can we be on the ground, right? We have to go do it anyways. Let's try and do a little testing. And so you can see, while as well as it went, from the
they got
tactical
fucking
point of view,
rocked,
it
so
also
they
showed
pretended that
many
it never
perils of what
happened.
prolonged deployment deep inside of Iran could bring for all of us. And again, right before we move on to Karg, and let's just say, like, the civilization tweet, I don't know about you, Ryan. I've always been afraid Israel would use a nuclear weapon. When you read a whole civilization will die tonight, I'm not really sure you can rule it out. I'm being honest. Like, this is, even as far as upset as I am about this, I really did not fear a use of a tactical nuke until right now.
Yeah, and we'll talk about Tucker later.
Tactical nuke.
He's suggesting that Mark Levin
That's not what that is either.
And Mark Levin has been getting his way, every step of the way.
Strategic.
And I mean, I think it's just important to say, like, there's no such thing as a tactical nuclear weapon.
No.
It doesn't exist. A nuclear weapon is a nuclear weapon, whether it's an artillery shell or not. Once you cross that threshold, you've crossed it, and then it's over.
Something that's like a handful of megatons is not the same as something that's like 100 megatons.
With ICBMs, they're going to be like, well, you did it. All right, so now that's just the reality of war. China, okay, tactical nuke. We're going to nuke Taiwan if you don't, peacefully reunify. I'm not saying they would do that. They're probably foolish to do so, but maybe they would be within their rights now. There's no rights. Everything is
called wind.
Yes.
It's like it does like what they did.
Strait of Hormuz, as people
like when they killed Nasrallah and they had to do 80 flights, 80 sorties, bombing the same place over and over again. Like it does that in one shot instead of 80. It doesn't it's not.
Love to say it's not very wide.
City.
You're gonna put a nuke right there.
It's terrifying.
What if the wind is blowing west?
It really is. And just to see it, it's not just about crass. It's like, this is real. This 93
what the fuck? Why do you like Trump still, man? Are you paying attention?
Who even knows?
What's wrong with you?
What this will mean?
And who are offering a fine deal?
Do you
the deal's
United
fine.
States? I know. That's the craziest part. Is gosh.
Are you a supplier for the Artemis mission or some are you you own like a government contractor?
Take the deal. The deal before would have been better. It would have been better than the Iran deal. The deal now is better than whatever the hell
Trump
this
University?
is. What is if you collapse a civilization of 93 million? The refuge in Syria. How many people live in Syria pre-Assad?
20 or 30?
Yeah,
20,
nothing,
yeah.
right? A third, something like that. And it caused the worst refugee crisis in modern history. Just destabilized all of Europe, changed the country of Turkey forever, demographically. Syria alone, I mean, God, think about what's happened to them. Yeah, ISIS, I mean, all of the fall, even Iraq was nothing compared to this. This really.
And if you have a famine in Africa,
oh man, yeah. Libya, the gateway. All right, well, it looks like we'll, at the very least, we'll be here covering it with all of you. Okay, let's move on to Karg Island. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like.
What's this Michael Moore thing? Oh, yeah, it's not there. Another trap.
Today is April 8th, 2026. There has been this announced possible 2-week ceasefire between the United States, its Israeli proxies, and Iran.
Though.
The BBC. Trump announced a
It's not even a
ceasefire with Iran.
ceasefire. It's not even a ceasefire, though, right? It's like Trump said, okay, we're going to pretend that this, there's no ceasefire, there's no deal at all, right? Like, it was the 10-point plan that they had put out several weeks ago, when they were like, we're not even going to fucking take Witkoff's calls. or that's not true. He said they took the calls and then politely informed him they weren't going to talk to him. You know, like they said, this is the 10 points. Until you agree to this, we're not even going to sit down with you. And then they told him, you know, well, what was he going to say? He was winding up for a fucking fastball, man. Genocide thing and all in your head, though. I don't think Trump or the UK enjoyed genocides or killing babies. Seems unlikely. Be against everything just for the sake of it, or your channel will be the better for it, and so will you. What? Is that the same? Wasn't that the same thing that other guy said last night? The guy posted the same comment from 2 different accounts. Yeah. I guess Brian will go over it. Like, they were still attacking. Like, they were still bombing Israel tonight, from what I saw.
The Strait of Hormuz
What an awful
reopened.
take.
I agree.
Like, that's like saying, like, that guy appears to be saying, like, oh, like, look, oh, Coffin, he saw you here in fucking peace. He's like, look, who knows if they're doing a genocide, but you should just pretend that they're not because it'll be better for your channel. Really? That's your take?
We suspend the bombing and attacks of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. President Trump says this will be a double-sided ceasefire. Trump continues saying he will agree to the 2-week ceasefire subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. And there's reports coming in that Iran is going to stop its missile attacks across the region, and it will open the Strait of Hormuz. This comes from the New York Times. Iran's 10-point proposal demands an end to attacks and sanctions as President Trump's deadline for new attacks loomed. Iran conveyed its conditions through Pakistani intermediaries. Let's read a little bit of this. 2 senior Iranian officials said the proposal included a guarantee that Iran would not be attacked again. What guarantee could the U.S. ever make to Iran that could be believed? None. I'm telling you right now, none. And an end of Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon and the lifting of all sanctions. I'm pretty sure Israel is in the middle of striking Hezbollah amid some ceasefire that was already struck.
Like, they don't ever admit, like, most of the attacks, they try to just pretend didn't happen, right? Like, or they say they intercepted them all. So that's not, you know, them continuing to do that and then not attacking them, or, you know, attacking them, you know, different ways. They can just pretend that there's a ceasefire. Again, it's like they don't, like, I saw someone saying it too, like, they're lucky that the media hasn't mentioned this ceasefire or this 10-point proposal, right? And it sounds like he might be trying to sell this as, like, oh, the regime changed, like, we killed the leader and they have a new leader, so the regime changed. Like, it seems like he's putting it out there, like, that he can sell that. Dude, nobody fucking cares, man. It's all in you. Like, if it's up to me, I would just fucking, like, whatever they said, I would just say, okay.
Between Israel and Lebanon and Hezbollah. And Israel has just constantly continued to bomb Lebanon and target Hezbollah. And the same goes for the Palestinians in Gaza. I'm pretty sure there was some sort of ceasefire announced that they just never observed. And so this will be the first time in human history where they all observe and honor these ceasefires and agreements. Who believes that? In return, Iran would lift it.
I don't know, a lot of Europeans definitely seem to think the fucking Soviets supported them, right? The Soviets definitely did not want it to be a genocidal ethno-state. So I think in 1947, there was enough goodwill and people, like, you know, had good aspirations, at least initially, that they could make that work, you know? But certainly, like, in the, you know, post 67, they were certainly, complicit as fuck, you know? Like, the CIA was like, Angleton's ran a lot of his ops out of Mossad. Like, they were deeply intertwined. Like, all the awful shit that they did in the 60s onward is, much of it collaborative with them. No, that's what I'm just saying, that like people, good, well-meaning people thought it was going to be, better.
It's de facto blockade of the key shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would also impose
we
a fee of
usually
roughly
do.
$2 million.
We usually try to do news in the beginning and then move on to crank shit later on. But
per ship that it would split with Oman, which sits across the strait. Iran would use its share of the proceeds to reconstruct infrastructure destroyed by American and Israeli attacks rather than demand direct compensation according to the plan. I've seen versions of the Iran 10-point.
There's a bunch of stuff about the drones in the Discord too. If you want to check that out in the UFO channel. If you just search. I don't know. I try not to call them mystery drones because I think that's trying to redefining something. We have no evidence that these are drones, right? These are like fucking UFOs. It's explicitly what they are, right? Like, they can't describe it any other way. Previously, when these types of flaps happened, it was, UFO flap. But if you look in the UFO thread, there's a bunch of good stuff.
Point proposal that included the U.S. and Israel paying compensation to Iran. So they've already backed off of that point, if that ever was a real point. And they've already walked it back to tolling ships going through the Strait of Hormuz to rebuild everything instead of getting compensation.
I think that's a good idea, though.
Destroyed everything.
Again, I think that's... It sounds to me like Trump's going to jump on that. Trump's going to pretend that that's somehow a win for him or whatever. Like, he'll get them to if he can get them to cut in, like Dershowitz did, right? Like the settlement with the Epstein accuser, right? Where it was a $1 million settlement and he had it set up so that he got to keep 10 grand of it or something, so he could say that he got a settlement from it. It's like that. Yeah. It was $1 million and it was chopped up, so she got 999,000 of it and he got, something or it might have been 30,000. I don't want to be sued, but that's Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan told me.
So that's already them rolling demands back. And why are they doing that? Because it's just unrealistic. The U.S. will never pay compensation to Iran or anyone else for their wars of aggression, their crimes against humanity, their global murder regime change spree that they've been on all throughout this 21st century and further back.
Allegedly.
You have to look at this from the Iranian point of view.
If it's a $2 million toll and they set it up so he gets $100,000 out of it or something, right? So he can be like, oh, I'm fucking, look, they're splitting the tolls with me. They love me so much. They're giving me a cut of the toll money to thank me for bombing them.
They are incapable of destroying America's source of power. Its ability to threaten Iran militarily. Iran does not have the ability to eliminate that capability. Yes, they can strike at U.S. bases across the region, but the U.S. is able to project military power into the region well beyond the range of Iranian ballistic missiles. That's just the fact. The military bases that are closer to Iran make these missions
subscribe to
easier.
Send Knife Dementors to haunt
the
his
ability
dreams.
to do more intense, more frequent sorties possible, but the U.S. can move all of its military out of the region and still militarily threaten Iran. They can still do that. So what is Iran's strategy? It cannot win the war by just outright defeating either the U.S. or even Israel. It's proxies in the region, Israel or even the Arab states in the Persian Gulf. They don't really have the ability to do that. What they have the ability to do is survive, survive US-led aggression against them, and to raise the cost as high as possible while that aggression is being carried out against them.
I feel like Brian's really dismissive of the Iranian effort.
And its refusal
He's unduly critical
to strike any sort of ceasefire with the US regarding Ukraine. The reason why Russia will not do this, because it's exactly like Minsk 1 and Minsk 2. The US will use the time and space the ceasefire gives them to rebuild the Ukrainian military, and this time especially move in European troops, so that when Russia obviously realizes, oh, they've lied to us again, and we need to restart our military operation, now you have to fight through European troops
exactly.
as well
That's what I'm
as their
saying.
Ukrainian proxies.
He's gonna sell this like he won. That's what I'm saying. Like it's just like his threats are, I think, like exposing his threats like that, like, oh man. Like this I think that like the in very quick order it's going to be like this is just going to be hella embarrassing. Like the Democrats will even talk about how embarrassing this is for him. I think like they don't like to admit stuff like that, but I feel like they would, you know, instead of calling him a pussy, which is what they're doing now, right? Like, oh, Trump's he's afraid to have a nuclear Armageddon. He must not love Israel enough. It's basically the Democrats' angle, right? But I think, you know, within a matter of like a week or two, right? Hey, thanks, Coffin. Looking up the new guy. Nice. Well, we're gonna stop and watch this. Look at that demon. Yeah. Dude.
Sitting on your throne, now we turning every base into a bed of stone. It's a slaughterhouse, a trap you couldn't see. Welcome to the graveyard of your vanity. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target. And now you are hiding.
Dude.
Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a fucker while you shaking in your sweet LOSC.
Dude, that's a pause face. Yeah. How the UN allowed Iran to block the strait.
That's why Russia will not agree to the ceasefire. And this is forcing the US and Europe to consider, do we just send in the troops anyway and force Russia to make that decision anyway? That's where that is right now. For Iran, at any point,
It's
they
copied
can just
from the
restart
Treaty of
launching
Versailles.
missiles. And they could start targeting ships moving through the strait unless they give them approval to move through the strait. They can restart their military operations in retaliation to US aggression at any time. There's really nothing the US could do quickly enough that would stop Iran from doing that. Now, if the US and Europe began moving military ships and forces and equipment into the region during this 2-week ceasefire, then Iran should obviously restart its defensive military operations, because that means at the end of the 2 weeks, once they get everything into place, they're going to start up again. As a matter of fact, the US is still moving military assets into the region. So anyway, I have done a post on this development. I'm just going to read it real quickly. It's the same thing over and over again. It's the same thing that I warned about last year. At the end of the conflict last year, that part of this larger war the US has been waging against Iran since the 1970s, I warned that is just a pause. They need to rearm, reorganize, recalibrate their strategy toward Iran. What they were trying to do wasn't working, and they needed to reorganize, rearm, and restart hostilities at a later point in time. And that is exactly what they did. From the end of the hostilities in 2025 to the start of this most recent war of aggression against Iran, that is what the US did. They just began moving their resources around, rearming their forces in the region, and preparing for this much larger war of aggression against Iran. And that is what they're going to use any ceasefire here for as well. Guaranteed. I guarantee it. I remember many people last year saying President Trump had to fight that smaller war to avoid a much larger war. But that was a fantasy that they created to try to rationalize why they were completely wrong about President Trump and his foreign policy upon coming into
Zelensky.
office.
Yeah, he's
Everyone said he was
on
going
the
to end the
Netflix
wars,
show.
and he was fighting the deep state, and they refused to listen to warnings and evidence and even statements from President Trump himself during the campaign, suggesting that he was going to just pick up exactly where President Biden left off. That all of these wars would not only continue, but they would escalate dangerously out of control, and that is exactly what happened.
The fascist
same people
dictator
that got that wrong before the 2024 election,
comedian.
they have since then been trying to rationalize why this war that they said was
That's
not
what
going
I
to happen
said.
under Trump
Yeah.
has now happened. And then happened again.
That's what
They need to
exactly
come
what
up
I
with an
said,
excuse.
Jukes.
The other
Yeah.
very dangerous excuse that they are coming up with, because
That's what's going to
this
happen.
gives the United States plausible deniability. They're trying to blame this all
Oman
on
can give
Israel.
them
Now,
part
Israel
of their
is
cut,
a U.S. proxy,
right?
and it is being used
Yeah,
by the
he'll
U.S. as
bully
an
Oman
extension of
into
U.S.
getting
military
some of
power in the
theirs.
region. And everything Israel does, whether it's a war of aggression against Iran, genocide against the Palestinians, a war of aggression against Lebanon, assassinations, terrorism, everything that they do, they are guilty of, and they need to be held
It's
accountable
the
for
bulwark
it. But every
protecting
single
Paris
thing
from
that
the
they do is
communist
enabled by
invasion.
complete and constant U.S. support, political support, monetary support, military support. And without this substantial and constant support, they would be incapable of doing any of this. They are an extension of the United States. They are a forward operating base, just like U.S. troops carrying out war crimes on all the battlefields they're sent to by Washington. They're all guilty of it, but you have to remember, they're not doing it on their own. Washington sent them. It's pointed out so that everyone involved, especially the people driving it, are held accountable, not just an extension of U.S. power, held accountable and used as a scapegoat, sparing the actual source of all of this death and destruction. Do I really have to tell people there is zero possibility the U.S. will ever agree to peace with Iran or honor any agreement it makes, especially after the U.S. has launched 2 wars of aggression against Iran 2 years in a row during negotiations and killing the very people the U.S. was supposedly negotiating with? As a matter of fact, the U.S. used negotiations for two purposes. One, to draw out Iranian leadership, specifically to kill them, a decapitation campaign. And number 2, to use diplomacy not as a means of avoiding war, but to justify war. We tried to make peace with the Iranians.
But it was a spectacular failure, right? They're trying to get out of it right away because it was a spectacular failure, right? Like, that's kind of, you have to take that into your evaluation, right? Like, it's like, I guarantee you they're going to do it again, and then cite the fact that they've done it before as evidence for why they're going to do it again doesn't really work, right? I mean, sure, but like I said, unless we see them significantly increase their interceptor capabilities or, figure something different, like radically redesign their military, like, I don't see how they're going to, like, what are they going to do differently? Same thing with Cuba. It's like, how are you going to do better than you did at the Bay of Pigs? What's they can't do that, and I don't think that's profitable either, right? Like, I don't think that Halbert shit is as profitable as people make it out to be. I think what's more profitable is all like the little fucking Wunderwaffen type shit that they do with Silicon Valley. And they add fucking, LEDs and night vision goggles to everything.
They were unreasonable. They forced us to go to war.
Yeah, but I mean, Trump's not going to try again before he's done, probably. They might try again, in 10 years or a couple of years or whatever. But yeah, that's what I mean. I don't, Yeah. Again, it would be just such a monumental effort to do anything. Like, this was like, they thought this shit over the weekend seems like that's about the best they can do, right? Like, didn't he say it was like the most planes ever used or something? Like, that's their old college try. And they're very lucky that they have this flimsy search and rescue story, but I don't think, I think most of the world knows the truth. And the longer time goes on, more and more people will see the truth. So they would do that twice as many planes, and then like, you're not like, I just don't see them being able to like create a beachhead that way. Cuba would be much easier than Iran, but it would still be very difficult. You would still have to lose like fucking thousands of soldiers. Like you would need to send like I don't know, several 100,000 troops probably, and like you would lose probably I don't know 10, 20,000 at least. Like that would be brutal. I think Iran like you know astronomical toll in blood and treasure. Um, which I said I don't think it's doable. Did Artemis have a malfunction? Oh no. I mean, I don't think it was timed that way though, because I feel like it's a bad look. I feel like they're not able to get any of the fucking boosts. Like fucking Rob was saying this morning, right? He was like, "Fuck that shit." I'm not even gonna go into Rob's awful fucking UFO take as usual, because he fucking his CIA handler Ken Klippenstein. But the thing about Artemis, right? Like that he doesn't fucking care. It's like fuck America. Like I think if they weren't doing all these war crimes, they would be better able to exploit this fucking soft power thing, right? But still, yeah, no, it's also they definitely. I mean, I don't know. Do they even have to do that? Think about it too. Like, you would want to distract people from this monumental failure in your invasion effort. Like, you tried to do an invasion and you got owned, and that happened in like right, right out in the open, and they didn't need to like, they just lied about it and told their media mouthpieces to lie about it. So then it didn't matter, like the they don't need to do a distraction if the media is going to collaborate to lie for you,
Openly, what they have repeatedly said. We tried to negotiate with them, but they were unreasonable. I'm going to go back to the 2009 Which Path to Persia paper. This is the table of contents. The link to this will be in the video description below. These are all the options the U.S. has used in an attempt to topple and politically capture Iran. Dissuading Iran, the diplomatic options. And again, if you read through the diplomatic options, they're not talking about using diplomacy to avoid war. They're talking about using diplomacy to justify war.
Did you ever get sick of making the same video?
The U.S. tried diplomacy. The Iranians were unreasonable, and they forced either the U.S. or Israel, it says that in the paper,
like Cuba,
to launch a war of aggression against Iran. It is a justification, a pretext for war, not an attempt to avoid war, which is what diplomacy in reality is supposed to be. They also talk about military options, invasion, airstrikes, and chapter number 5, leave it to BB, allowing or encouraging an Israeli military strike. And in that chapter, chapter 5, it literally says the U.S. would encourage and perhaps even assist the Israelis in conducting the strikes themselves in the expectation that both international criticism and Iranian retaliation would be deflected away from the United States, not to Israel. And they've done that twice now. In 2025, they had Israel carry out the initial strikes on Iran. And then they said, well, our ally Israel's under attack, so we have to come to their aid. Maybe they provoked this, but we have no choice now. The Iranians are attacking our ally. We have to join in.
Yeah, there's no way to justify Cuba being dangerous in any way.
And even this year, during this war of aggression against Iran, the U.S. constantly used Israel as an excuse. Oh, the gas field was hit. We didn't do that. Israel did that. We told them not to do it, and they did it anyway. And in reality, there is no military operation Israel can conduct, no significant military operation Israel can conduct without complete and constant support from the U.S. And I don't mean the U.S. is just sending them money and weapons and political support. I mean, during the actual operation, the U.S. has to support Israel in terms of intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, in terms of aerial refueling. If any of their planes are shot down, they depend on the U.S. to search and rescue those.
They're bombing the fucking one part of the country, and the U.S. bombing the other part of the country, what I understand. They've already said they're not sending any soldiers. I mean, very clearly you can see that they have their own phone, whatchamacallit. They're their own, don't take away their agency, like they are malign actors on their own. Like, I don't think, it's definitely, I do not think that like the Israeli bombing campaign is being directed from Washington. If anything, I would say it's more likely the other way around, given the New York Times article we just looked at. And he like tells his own intelligence people to fucking pound sand, and then he goes with whatever Bibi's assistant gave him.
Pilots and the suppression of Iranian air defenses. All of this depends entirely on the U.S. Israel cannot conduct these large-scale military operations on their own. All of it depended on the U.S. The U.S. enabled all of it. You have to understand that to see through the narrative that they're trying to use.
Does he have to sell
justify
it, though?
this and perpetuate this continuity of agenda? So let me continue here. The U.S. launching wars in the middle of negotiations twice and killing the people the U.S. was negotiating with. That is per the Switch Path to Persia paper.
Yeah, exactly.
That is per long-standing U.S. policy regarding attacking and toppling Iran. Especially considering the U.S. is waging war on Iran as part of a wider war on multipolarism and especially on China. A wider war the U.S. is still escalating with against Russia and preparing for against China.
Keeps doing this
I just want to show
angle,
you,
too.
just over the last week or two, Russian oil output cuts are unavoidable as drone attacks shrink exports. Sources say they're talking about these so-called Ukrainian drone strikes deep inside Russian territory, hitting Russian energy production, storage, and export facilities. There's also these seizures of ships of the so-called Shadow Fleet. This is Sweden releasing one of the seized oil tankers they took earlier. And this is part of a widening and escalating global blockade.
I certainly don't think that like they are like their aim. Trump is not like he's not doing this to fuck China. That's the least of his interest. How much the U.S. would care about Cuba if we bombed? I don't think anybody would like it, but I don't think it matters. I don't think anybody likes when they bomb any country. Usually, I guess like 9/11 was, that was an effective psyop. But like, otherwise, I think they don't. They certainly didn't do the hard sell trying to convince us that Iran was bad. Like they didn't. They try here and there, but it's awkward too that like they don't have anything mean to say about them. Like they don't have anything. Let alone Cuba. It probably didn't foresee it. Yeah, they're racist as fuck. They really underestimate their enemies. I mean, that's true. They do have a military base there. I wonder. I don't know. I think they have millions of armed citizens who would stomp them. If they tried bringing Meghan McCain out, I mean, I'm sure she's trying. She was the one who said that Lindsey Graham was giving the pro-war people a bad name. He's too pro-war. She wants a small tent for the pro-war effort.
Nukes at the US. They took Stalin's nuke bunker and turned it into a restaurant where you can cosplay as a communist. They serve all the favorite meals of leaders of the USSR. So you can try Stalin's favorite turkey and yours, which is a tall beer with 2 shots of vodka in it. Then they invite volunteers to press the red button and simulate a nuke missile launch, which I found a bit disturbing. They also have the world's only communist DJ booth and a bunch of souvenirs for Stalin's lovers.
Oh my god.
In Russia, there is a restaurant where you can launch nukes.
Dog. We need to go here. Oh my god, so bad, right? Oh, dude. You can also recognize Israel. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, my man, the Pope. you know, that's really what happened. Trump tried to do a holy war and got rocked.
In English,
he got hit from both
I would
sides.
simply say, once again, what I said in the Urbi et Orbi message on Sunday, asking all people of goodwill to search always for peace and not violence, to reject war, especially a war which many people have said is an
Only I can
war,
declare a holy war.
which is continuing to escalate, and which is not resolving anything. In fact, we have a worldwide economic crisis, energy crisis, situation in the Middle East of great instability, which is only provoking more hatred throughout the world. So come back to the table. Let's talk. Let's look for solutions in a peaceful way.
They
and
should
let's
let the
remember,
Pope
especially the innocent,
mediate.
children, the elderly, the sick.
They should let the
many
Pope write
people
the
who
treaty.
have already become or will become victims of this.
What if the Pope and the
continued
Ayatollah?
warfare? To remind all that attacks on civilian infrastructure is against international law, but that it is also a sign of the hatred.
He looks in over his
the
head.
destruction.
He needs to talk to a
human
base
beings
Pope.
capable of, and we all want to work for peace. People want peace. I would invite the citizens of all the countries involved to contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Angola. No clue about the literacy rates after Fidel. No, but I think more people are aware of the fact that it's an ideological crusade. You know? My father only wanted to kill Iran. Yeah. I mean, he just seems like a liberal Chicago guy who's like, you know, trying to not get in trouble. Like he doesn't want people yelling at him. He's just trying to be like, oh, you know, this is against the law. Stop doing it. I don't know. Maybe he'll figure it out. It looks like, kind of seems like, I don't know. I wasn't really following him, but it seems like he's pretty well established. Like he was like an Obama guy and stuff, right? You know, like that kind of just like liberal. Iranians are literally vibing in the nuclear power plant city of Bushehr, which Donald Trump has threatened to blow up. These people fear absolutely nothing. Oh, man. Can you imagine if Trump had bombed these people? Oh my god. Yeah. We didn't watch the clip, but that guy... I mean, they're not vibing that hard. They could be vibing harder.
I would actually argue, and this is a bold statement.
Who is this guy?
A democratic republic is the greatest government experiment in the history of humanity. I would say
I've enjoyed it.
You've enjoyed it. Yeah. So we enjoy it. I love America. You love America.
I do.
I mean, I have
capitalism should not be anywhere near Christianity.
You think?
Christianity is more, and I don't like the word socialist with the weight it carries, but Christianity is socialism at its core.
Non-authoritarian.
It's the marker to build social capital. You look at that early Church of Acts and it transformed Rome. within a couple hundred years, the greatest superpower of its time, to where Constantine was like, I'm a Christian hanging out with these dudes. They had no money. They had no buildings. But somehow the love of their neighbor transformed the greatest superpower of its time. That's dangerous. I would actually argue, and this is a bold statement, a democratic...
Early Christians were based. Authoritarian Jesus would. I mean, he was kind of authoritarian though. No. Like, oh, I said no capitalism in the lobby. You know, he was like, fuck that shit. You know, that was pretty based. And then he just like told them what to do. You know, at the Last Supper or whatever. He's like, oh, you're gonna handle this shit. Or was that when he came back? At one point, he like gives them all assignments. It wasn't a democracy, you know. people talk about it being egalitarian, but I do feel like he definitely ruled his clique with a heavy hand, you know. Pakistan's 2-week ceasefire proposal mirrors earlier U.S. efforts Tehran has already rejected. Iran has already delivered its terms for negotiating an end to the war. Dude, I love these freaks getting mad at drop site. It's already delivered its terms for negotiating an end to the war, the official said, adding a balanced proposal endorsed by all mediators has already been conveyed to the American side. Washington now has at its disposal all of the elements required to reach a decision. The response comes after Pakistan's prime minister urged a 2-week ceasefire and called on Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, saying, diplomacy is progressing steadily, strongly, and powerfully. Dude, Trump wrote that. And he earnestly requesting President Trump to extend the deadline. The U.S. president set to attack Iran's civilian infrastructure. Crazy bastards. Reopen the strait, you crazy bastards. Right here.
Bye-bye, Israel!
Oh.
Bye-bye!
Yeah, how come that clip doesn't have like a bajillion plays?
We've got a lot to talk about today, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe, and let me know what you think in the comments below. Yeah, to start with, we've got this amazing orange-red fireball kind of UFO from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, the Trump guy
which is
didn't
really
last a whole long
interesting
time
because the witnesses describe it. They're not speaking English, but they're describing it as mini balls of light. And as it goes along and it zooms in, you can kind of see all these different points of light. George W. Bush, 1,000 points of light. Well, we've got, I don't know, maybe 50 here. And they're all red, and they seem to be part of the structure. The way it's described here makes it sound like they're individual lights. But I think they're all part of this one overall thing, whatever it is, that also seems to have a field around it and maybe shape changing. I don't know what's going on with this thing, but it's a really interesting object that apparently is not making any noise at all, which is interesting. And let me fast forward a little bit. Let's see if we can see any of those lights. It's hard to see. And I think right around here, you can see the lights, the individual lights on this thing that I think the witness is describing. But it's hard to tell, and it's kind of shape shifting as it goes along. Definitely seems very anomalous. I don't think this is a drone
giving you a loyalty
or
test,
plane.
Rudy.
Definitely not a plane if it wasn't making any noise. It's way too long to be AI, and I don't think this is CGI. So I think we're looking at a real UFO sighting. Very interesting. From Brazil, which of course is a hotspot. All South America seems to be a hotspot of paranormal or UFO activity. Now, let me know what you think this object is. Exactly in the comments below. Meanwhile, Anna Polina.
I wish I could set it up so that it gave the next minute. I guess I could probably. I just have to upload a different video.
The pressure is rising. We locked on the target. And now you are hiding. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter. You the only one to blame.
I should just upload like a whole bunch of them. You pick. Thanks, dude.
Luna is talking once more about the religious or other dimensional aspect of the phenomenon.
This lady one bit.
And she also once more talks about specific locations around the world where there are hotspots.
And so, like, I think that this gets into like a very religious perspective, but if you interchange, the term alien, I don't call them alien. I say UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. That's what they commonly are termed as. We actually have a really high number of reporting here in Pinellas County.
Really?
Yeah, a very high number of people in the county have actually reported to see these things. And there's different hotspots around the world, but specifically in Alaska, definitely off the coast of Florida, around the Bermuda Triangle. So, it's like not something, when I first started this stuff, they were like, oh, you're going to ruin your political career. And I've actually gotten more questions on this from people, very wealthy people, very powerful people, to your average Joe that pays attention to this because they realize they're like, there might be something there.
Now, I think that's really encouraging. She gets a lot of questions about this. At first, she was told this was going to damage her career, but instead, maybe it's helped her career. I find that so awesome.
Burchett and Burleson, that's for sure.
Where we are with UFO disclosure, that it might actually benefit a politician to talk about this. I think that's huge. Of all the things I've heard lately, that actually might be the most significant development of them all. And hey, if you can get the UFO disclosure events faster, maybe it'll even help your career even more. So it could generate a race between politicians for who can actually, affect UFO disclosure. I'm sure it'll come in increments and so on. But yeah, that's awesome. I love it. She talks about the religious aspects, and of course, many other people have talked about that. Are the beings possibly interpreted differently by different cultures and seen through a religious lens?
She had like a tabloid
I
name.
think so,
It's
but
like
I do think there is
something.
an other dimensional consciousness element to this. I mean, I know there is. I've interacted with it, and it's weird. The phenomenon is weird, and I love it. I wish I understood it better. But hey, if you do, let me know in the comments below. She does also talk about the locations, which she has talked about before. And she again confirms that the Bermuda Triangle is legit. I think that's amazing. I grew up thinking the Bermuda Triangle was a fun myth, but there was no there. But the idea that a sitting congresswoman who has had
it's really
access
weird.
to classified material says, yeah, there's some there. That is super interesting. And is that where Eric Burleson said he was shown evidence of a giant structure or structures below the sea that reminded him of the movie The Abyss? Is that what we're talking about? It sits under the Bermuda Triangle? That'd be insane. And Alaska,
that's like the 4chan
that's
story.
interesting. Obviously, a lot of sea coverage, a lot of sea frontage in Alaska.
That's where the
so
Luge
it could
farm
be
is.
stuff coming going from the water. But where my mind goes is the fabled, black pyramid. So let me know what you think is going on with Alaska. If you're a pyramid believer, I'm not a pyramid believer necessarily in Alaska, but I do think it's very interesting, and something might very well be going on there. So let me know what you think about all of Anna's comments in the comments below. Meanwhile, the fireballs keep on coming. The meteors, whatever they are, whatever's coming down, they keep on coming. Now, this one might be something different. This one is coming straight down as opposed to going across like a meteor would do. So something seems to have fallen out of the sky there. I don't know what it was. Some are speculating this was a UFO shoot down or something like that. I have no clue. But something seems to have gone down. Yeah, let me know what you guys think about that. I'm not seeing a location in this post from Jordan Crowder, but he often has good material and good post and a good take on things. And I like his account a lot. Meanwhile, a lot of people have been wondering, has the location of General McCaslin been remote viewed? Missing General Neil McCaslin. And apparently John Stewart was working with an investigator that actually acted on some remote viewing coordinates and went out there to that location and didn't find anything. And Ross Coulthart is talking about other remote viewings that have also been done.
There's been quite a few people who've reached out to me and suggested that remote viewers should be used to try to search for the general. And I've had 2 people contact me telling me a specific location, both of which differ. They differ from each other. So one of the people that engaged with me just a few days ago, I said to them, look, let's just give the information to the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office. At least they can do something with it and go and investigate.
Those guys aren't investigating
And they told
shit.
me they've done that, but they didn't get much of a response from the sheriff. I hope that somebody from the sheriff's office does go and have a look at the site that was given to them, because it did show buildings, possible military buildings, in an area that was a long way distant from Albuquerque, where the good general disappeared.
Military buildings, intriguing, and that would make sense if he wasn't trying to put a final solution onto some health problems of his. If he did actually,
I think her family is Ukrainian,
willingly and for a reason, it would make sense
she moved
for him
here
to go
from
somewhere where
Ukraine.
there would be military buildings. On the other hand, it might make sense for him to go somewhere
Ukrainian.
far away from military buildings, as far away as he could get. I place a lot of stock in remote viewing. Remote viewing is legit. But one remote viewer seeing one thing, or 2 remote viewers seeing 2 things, isn't necessarily as solid as it could be. As Ross talks about, two remote viewers were seeing 2 different things.
I don't know.
What you need,
I think
ideally, is a team of remote viewers all seeing something similar. And ideally, what you need, I don't know why this isn't being done, at least at a public level. I'm sure maybe behind the scenes stuff like this is being.
Dude, what if he has some sort of deflector thing? Some sort of psychic shield. You can't remote view him.
Done, but these billionaires like Bob Bigelow who are interested in this stuff. I don't know why stuff like this isn't organized.
Technological
what you need is
version of it.
Multiple teams, 5 or more teams of really good remote viewers, all vetted, qualified remote viewers. Multiple teams under blind conditions, separated from each other, all viewing the same target. And if you can get multiple teams, if you can get 70, 80% of those teams all seeing the same thing, then that might be really actionable information. And if you have one team and they're all seeing the same thing, it's pretty good. I like that a lot. But I don't know why greater efforts aren't done to make remote viewing more actionable, and because the stuff is legit. But what can you do with it? Can you verify it? Well, it can be verified. You can go to these locations, and if you find those things, then that's verified. If a bunch of remote viewers are all seeing the same things under double-blind conditions, then yeah, there's probably something there. So I don't know why stuff like that isn't being done in a public way, but it's not. People consider this a woo or fringe topic, which I think is a real shame because we could be learning a lot about the world we live in, both what's going on right now and also what's in the past. Hell, we could be learning about alien planets and what happened in the past there. Here, Joe McGonigal, one of the best remote viewers of all time, is talking about what he saw on Mars 1 million years ago.
These pyramids were built as a hibernation, for a hibernation reason, that something was wrong with the air they were breathing and that they were in trouble. And they were hibernating and waiting for rescue. And I said that these people were really strange because they were just like us, only they're 10 to 12 feet tall. Proportioned exactly the same, looked just like a human.
Was this in the past or was this present?
I got the sense it was a long time ago.
Okay, how did this leave you feeling after this experience?
So he handed me the envelope, I opened it up, and on the envelope it said Mars 1 million BC. And that's when I was like, whoa. First reaction I had, it really pissed me off. I don't do targets that I can't get righteous feedback for.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's valid, but it's still fascinating information. But that's what I'm talking about. He wants righteous feedback. So why not have his system, paid for by somebody like Bob Bigelow that's interested in this sort of thing, where there are multiple teams of very qualified remote viewers all viewing the same target? What if you had 5 teams of remote viewers where 70, 80% of them, tasked with, seeing Mars 1 million years ago? We're all seeing this stuff and getting different angles on it and able to explain more what's going on. Wouldn't that be fascinating? What if you could do that for Atlantis or any time and period? In any time period. Well, what if you wanted to know more about Caesar or something? Or if you wanted to know what's going to happen in 50 years or 1,000 years, right? That would be super fascinating if you could do that. And I think you could. It just takes money. And, these people are...
Who is this guy?
Trained professionals, and they need to be compensated for their time. So why is stuff like that not being done? I don't know.
There's a lot of new metal guys that have UFO podcasts.
Giants on Mars 1 million years ago, what happened to them? And do their pyramids have any relationship to ours? Meanwhile, I've heard of multiple UFO sightings in my hometown of Austin, which is really interesting, seen by multiple people, and there's multiple videos of this. This is one of them. What is going on here? A really interesting UFO. It's got this kind of horizontal light. Of course, that could just be a lens issue, but it also could be a saucer. But yeah, I mean, because you have the same sort of effect here, the vertical.
That's
anyway.
a weird one.
But yeah, interesting object. I don't know if this is anomalous or not, but it certainly looks intriguing. And apparently there are multiple of these things in Austin that have been seen over a few day period about a week ago. So fascinating. What's going on there? Is this some sort of disclosure initiative, or are the beings actually doing something in that location? Meanwhile, Tim Alvarino is once again talking about the Kandahar giant, which I think is newly relevant now because supposedly it went to Wright-Patterson Airfield and may have been studied by the missing General Neil McCaslin.
And when that second team found them, they found them either at the mouth of a cave or in a cave. I can't remember where, but it was in the vicinity of a cave.
The giant came back and got revenge.
And they were all dead. And this gigantic humanoid was eating on one of them.
Yeah, dude.
And they were able to kill it. They were able to take it down. So it killed the whole first team. That's what he heard. Now again, that's what those guys had heard. So maybe that was just a rumor. But either way, the giant was airlifted from the Kandahar region and deposited at Bagram to be picked up by the pilot. And so he loaded the giant onto the aircraft, and then they transferred it to Qatar, a base in Qatar, and that's where his interaction with this being ends.
So he was part of the transport of the body.
Yes, and he told me he heard through the grapevine. He said, I don't know if this is true, but I heard through the grapevine
Like the
that
odds of it being true.
the giant ended up at Wright-Patterson.
Maybe 25%.
So I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard.
And he was sure that the
Maybe
being was
50%?
dead while he
It
was
was
trying to.
dead.
Okay.
Yeah, it was definitely
50.
dead.
I don't know.
Yeah, apparently it was very
I don't
dead.
know,
But yeah, it
dude.
could have ended
I'm
up
not- I'm not-
at Right Pat.
I'm less than 50-50
Studied by
on that.
Neil McCaslin, who I believe was there at the time. That is wild. I mean, first of all, that it could be studied by the missing general. I doubt that
It's probably just
is
some
why
big
he
dumb
vanished.
kid.
But similar projects and his association with all of that could potentially be a factor in what happened.
What was that show?
I do think it's weird that he didn't take his phone. He didn't want to be found. I think that if he was going to, put an end to it all because of some health issues, that he would have wanted his family to be able to find him afterward and have some
Eating
closure if he was going to do it in a remote location. So I think he would have taken his phone. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's where my mind goes. Some will say, maybe he didn't want to be talked out of it, so he didn't want anybody to be able to track him down. I think he probably could have ended it before that happened. So I don't think that, to me, that didn't make any sense. But obviously, maybe we'll find out in the due course of time. But it seems to me like he went somewhere and he didn't want to be found. And it wasn't necessarily to put an end to things, if you will. But yeah. Moving on, he may have studied the Kandahar giant as well as numerous UFOs and other anomalous things. Could have been indeed a UFO gatekeeper, which is an interesting idea. And
that's what I think. He was killed by anti-debunker
Neil McCaslin
activists.
is the idea that there was at least one giant alive in the early 2000s in
This was a war for
Egypt
disclosure.
region, the Middle Eastern region. Does that mean it was part of a population of giants? Was it the last giant alive on Earth? Probably not. That probably means, there are still giants alive here on Earth if that story's true. And the pilot, one of the people that transported the body that Tim is talking about, is only one of 3 different witnesses that have come forward. The other 2, I believe, are soldiers that have discussed this incident and were either part of the team or knew somebody on the team. So it seems to be a legit incident unless that is deliberate disinformation seeded by the UFO control group, which I guess is always possible. But I tend to put some weight to this story and think that, we've got giants running around
kind of
the
a weird
world
story to
today,
make up, like-
in addition to little beings that I have made multiple videos on under our feet right this very moment. Speaking of little beings, just some happy otters floating along. Watch how they hold hands so they don't get separated from each other. It's pretty adorable. Come on. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty good.
Do otters mate for life?
Let me know what you think about these awesome otters and everything else covered today in the comments below. Like and subscribe. Hit the bell to be notified of future videos. You don't want to miss a thing. Join me on social media, Facebook and Twitter, links below. Love to see you guys there. You can buy.
Time joining us from Washington, D.C. is Trita Parsi. He is the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, and also our senior correspondent, Osama bin Javed, is here with me in studio. Osama, let's start with you.
Of this stream here, and I think you should buy some shares in my LLC, the Unelectable Airwaves Incorporated. It's tax deductible. And they take Amazon Prime. Man, I had a big fucking thing with the food stamp card at the grocery store today. I don't even want to fucking get into it, but it was really annoying. They definitely maximize the they want you to have those kind of awkward exchanges at the store so that you just take out your fucking bank card and pay cash. They have an app that you can't use to pay. You can check your balance on it or whatever, but it's you can't pay with it. And they send you out these fucking new cards all the time without saying anything about it. the giant was eating, he wouldn't just do it in the middle of the fight. That's where it was a cave. The giant was like, they had tried to get him out of the cave. I think the story is the first group went to the cave, or I don't know where they first encountered him, but there was definitely like at one point they were trying to like get him out of a cave, and he killed like fucking 6 or 7 soldiers or whatever, you know, a platoon is, and then they sent out like another platoon to go find him, and they had to bring in like helicopters and shit. Isn't like attack? They needed like an Apache helicopter or whatever, something like that. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I think Bigfoot's real. So if Bigfoot's real, why not this? Why not giant? Yeah, consider it knife dementor. Now back to my sales pitch. I was distracted by the giant bodies. Look. You can master the knife dementor call.
Do we have any sense at this stage as to how the Pakistanis were able to make this happen?
Well, I think we need to all take a moment to let this sink in.
I'm the executive VP.
From the brink of, and from the precipice of an all-out war of annihilation, the world has stepped back, as Donald Trump has announced it in his Truth Social post. You're hearing from the National Supreme Committee of the Iranians that on April 10th, a 2-week dialogue is beginning in Islamabad. I think that is the most significant outcome of all of this. This essentially underlines that they've agreed to this ceasefire. They've agreed to the terms that were presented to them. Now, the Americans are at
75% chance they kill the negotiators.
The Iranians are at a 10-point plan. What the Pakistanis had been insisting all through this was that find common ground that you agree upon. Forget the parts that you disagree with. Find a strand that you agree upon. Come to the table, talk the other things out. The alternative is that you are going to go to war, spend billions of dollars, kill millions of people, put this region into a war that it might not be able to come out of for years, if not decades, and then you will, in the end, come to the table. And it seems that at the last moment, that sense seemed to have prevailed. And this is why you're seeing the Pakistanis being thanked by Donald Trump, they're acknowledged by the Iranians. And I think Islamabad being playing that crucial role, not just in the talks, but as a venue for negotiations, it is significant.
So you have a 15-point plan, a 10-point plan that we're trying to kind of reconcile here. Do we know at all where the points of disagreement may still lie?
Well, I think there's 25 points of disagreement between these two plans. Because you see the maximalist positions that both sides have taken, they've dug their heels. The US president knows that this is an election year. He is going to be able to have to sell to the American public that he went for a war that was, in his words, necessary and to prevent harm to Americans, whereas the Iranians are saying this is a complete war of choice. I was in Geneva when these talks were happening. The Iranians were quite confident that they've agreed to most parts of what was being put on the table. Going into this, they know now that for the last 6 weeks they've been able to hold off and resist one of the largest armies in the world. They've been able to resist the Israeli attacks. They've went through a regime change operation, if the Americans want to call it that, whereas it took the Americans 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban, but in the last 6 weeks, they've essentially replaced Khamenei.
Yeah, okay, dude. Red eyes. Yo, Trump thinks that eagle looks base, though. This guy, Trump thinks he's cool. Trump thinks that guy's the winner. I don't feel comfortable calling this slop. Dude, those pigeons.
破铜烂铁，何足道哉？看我的防空金针，全给他们打下来，一只苍蝇都不准飞进来。盟主，您不能再打了。怎么？我刚才算了一下，他们的破木鸟造价92两银子，可咱射出去的一根防空金枝，造价数百两啊！这不是打仗，是拿银子喂狗啊！你闭嘴！堂堂白鹰盟，岂能被几只破木头吓住？继续射，射到他没有木头为止。
Look at those little kitties.
盟主，对面山头出现大量工事和人影，像是准备要强攻。
哼，想摸黑偷营，天堂有路你不走，地狱无门你闯进来。传令，夜空惊雷准备，对准那些碉堡，给本座炸平了。
Decoy.
就这么12枚惊雷，8400两，炸了一堆稻草人。白头鹰，你自诩名门正派，竟对无辜稚童下此毒手，此血海深仇，我波斯猫全族不死不休。
为了报仇雪恨，波斯猫族封堵了西域玄铁髓的唯一交易通道，断了白鹰盟的买卖。
波斯猫，你疯了！道崩粮断，你们这是与天下所有生灵为敌。商会的各位，助我剿匪，除此大患。白头鹰，你一刀再快又如何
？Chamber of Commerce.
一线天，我就能断你活路。谁敢帮他，我连着一起打。
The dog.
神仙打架，凡鸟遭殃啊！先交钱的是我，先入股的是我，为什么先断供的还是我
Is that the Chinese?
饿了半个月，商会那群软骨头也该熬不住了吧？骆驼他们是不是已经在门外跪着，捧着金子求本盟主出兵护航了
Was that a stork? Was China the stork?
一个人都没来。当家的。商会那边
Yeah, the pigs and the dog and all are the Gulf states. Yeah. Chamber of Commerce.
难道全饿死在外面了？
That's like,
会长，走这条路上新道虽然慢了几天，玄铁髓不走一线天，从北面草原绕过来，但再也不用看白鹰的脸色了，只是不用白鹰盟的金票。
It's like Iraq,
咱们用
maybe.
什么？江湖从来不是打打杀杀，江湖是人情世故，更是买
That's their
卖
new
生意。
highway.
商会内部早就通了气。
They got that new
以后
highway
买
in
卖
the other part of
直接
Iran,
物交换，
like in the
或
back,
再
away
走
from all
亲密
this.
天大地大，咱们找新的盟友，走新的道路。
Yo, that camel's like talking, but he still has to like
刀快变成邪火
fucking
天
be a camel.
殊不知青山不改，绿水长流。武之极致不在歌，而在止。
Dude, Trump would never do that. Yeah, I guess that's like, you know, post-war, like, yeah. Yeah, they what? Silk Road train in Iran, Chinese had built. You can't blow up a highway, and you can like fucking take out bridges or whatever, but stuff it's pretty easy to repair. Yeah, well, still, you know, you're gonna bomb like
Thank you very
fucking
much.
miles and miles of
You
train
folks are in
track.
here. Place is packed. There are lines that go back 6 blocks. There is such love in this country for everything we stand for. You saw that on Election Day. And you're going to see it more and more. So we're all part of this very historic movement, a movement the likes of which, actually, the world has never seen before.
Often the move is to say, you're making a comparison to Hitler. It's not a perfect comparison, and therefore, let's throw all of history out. Whereas what I would say is, of course, the comparison's not perfect. No comparison's ever perfect. History doesn't repeat. But history is this huge resource of patterns. It's this huge resource of structures. It's a way to try to get your bearings in a moment like the present one where we're not really sure what's going on.
They were one of the greatest liberal democracies in the world. They were the first country to have universal health care for all citizens. They not only invented the printing press, they read more books than any other country, and it was not unusual for each of their cities to have a dozen daily newspapers, a robust free press. And they made the best movies. The art, the culture, the science, they were considered the most intelligent people on earth. In November of 1932, they elected an immigrant, an Austrian, to be their leader. He had no political experience. He didn't talk like a regular politician. He just told it like it is. It was so refreshing.
Come on.
Women loved him. Children were always excited to see him. Oh, and
you can say Trump's like Hitler without saying that he's like Hitler in every way. Like,
just a couple of crackers for a victory banquet.
He told jokes, he told stories. He was a great dancer.
I doubt that
He
very
talked
much.
about putting Germany first. And when German football players disrespected the national anthem, they were punished. He talked about creating jobs for everyone. He built roads and infrastructure and camps. He knew how to use the new media, radio, newsreels, and in 1935, he started his own TV network 4 years before Americans were introduced to television.
Heil Hitler!
He even knew how to
That's true.
use
Hitler was actually
fake
in the
news.
army.
Im Lager Juden von verschiedenen Berufen haben die Gelegenheit, ihr Berufsleben wieder aufzunehmen.
Oh, how the crowds flocked to see him. But his Nazi party only won 32% of the seats in parliament, which the Germans called the Reichstag.
So
The
he
popular
burned it
vote
down.
was won by Germany's left liberal parties. Hitler wanted more.
Yeah, it's too bad they
A
suck
few
so
weeks
bad that
after
they
his
let Hitler
inauguration,
take power anyway.
there was a terrorist incident. Somebody set the German parliament building, the Reichstag, on fire. Many believed it was the Nazis who did it in order to create
Michael
a
left that part
national
out.
emergency. But Hitler blamed the communists. The Communist Party was banned, and their seats in parliament taken away. The liberals were vanquished, and the public supported Adolf Hitler, taking complete control.
Who's this now?
This Jewish weekly in Germany published a front-page editorial saying that everyone should calm down. Now that the Nazis are in power, we don't believe that Herr Hitler and his friends will do all the things that they promised. They won't suddenly take away the constitutional rights of German Jews. They won't lock us up in race ghettos or unleash the murderous mobs on us. They can't do these things because the Constitution won't let them. Back in the U.S., the New York Times agreed. They reassured the American people.
Yeah, it's true.
that
Back in
things
the
would
day, they
not
used to have the
be
good sense
that
to lie about doing fucking genocides and war crimes.
They even wrote flattering articles and said that Hitler's anti-Semitism was not so genuine or violent as it sounded, and he was merely using anti-Semitism as a bait to catch followers.
When you track how people first
Trump bombed
reacted
Iran.
to
He can
Hitler
say
and
Shylock as
Mussolini,
many times
they
as he
said,
wants.
Oh, he's just insane. Or the classic thing is that the elite party, in this case, the GOP, we're going to invite him into power, and then we're going to control him.
How am I doing? Am I doing okay? I'm president. Hey, I'm president. Can you believe it, right?
Over and over in history, what has happened is that these people get invited in, they get legitimized, and then they take over the show.
Susan Sontag. She said, we're just one 9/11 away from losing our democracy.
Yeah, I mean, I may be a bit more pessimistic. I think we're 9/11s away. We have to think, we have to reflect, we have to think these are the kinds of things which happen in history. Let's not trade the real freedom for fake safety. When there is a terrorist attack, the thing we have to mobilize for is not safety, but freedom.
There is one report, as of yet unconfirmed, that a plane has hit the World Trade Center, and you can see that there is smoke there coming out of at least two sides of the building.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts.
The USA Patriot Act, adopted by Congress and signed by Bush 6 weeks after the attacks, allows for searches of medical and financial records, computer and telephone conversations, and even for the books you take out of the library. Most of the people we spoke to say they're willing to give up some liberties to fight terrorism.
Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Last week, ICE agents fanned out in raids like this one in every state.
Ripping children away from their families under this new policy.
¿De dónde son ustedes? ¿Y tú?
Guatemala.
No llores. Vas a llegar con... Mira, ella te va a explicar y te va a ayudar. ¿Cierto?
Papá.
Taking babies away from their mother and locking up one or the other and separating them because they didn't do harm to anybody. They just didn't comply with the stupid regulations. That's a crime against humanity, in my judgment. The Statue of Liberty stands there, you know, send me you're tired, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Where? We don't see it in this country, and it pains me. And that's the world in which we live. And we've got to change it or perish.
Months from now, when we realize that the democracy we wish we'd had never came to be, and what we did have was eliminated due to some national emergency, will we ask ourselves, when was that moment we could have turned things around before it was too late? Was it when the teacher in your family had to get a second job? Was it when you first saw the friendly cop on your beat wearing this and driving around in that? Was it when, after months of being addicted to the pills you've been given to make the pain go away, that you realized it really wasn't the pain that needed to go away? Was it when you first heard that the president you dearly loved took more money from Goldman Sachs than any other contributor, and you wanted to tell someone, but instead, you just quietly threw up in your mouth? Was it when you convinced yourself that this misfortune would never come to your town? Was it when you realized that we do indeed love our guns more than we love our kids? And that if this is the America we're trying to save, maybe we need to ask ourselves, why? Why save this America? The America I want to save is the America we've never had. It didn't need to end up like this. And it still doesn't.
I don't know, it's Michael Moore posted it. Is this from the movie? Oh no, it was on my feed. Oh yeah, scene from Fahrenheit 11/9. That's kind of irrelevant. You know, the Nazis 100%. Yeah, the way that we did genocide against the fucking locals when we got here. is that's like huge inspiration for the Nazis. Henry Ford, didn't he have a framed picture of Henry Ford on his wall? Yeah, it's like arguably like I mean it's hard to say before that, but like during the war he was effectively like the way that he was like enslaving them, right? It was like sort of the 1940s version of like the fucking the neoliberal austerity kind of like they were maximizing their return on investment, like using exploiting your resources, and like getting rid of of the loose ends or whatever. um so it's like if Trump is to copy that model today, it doesn't mean there's I think it's more profitable to do what they've been doing, which is just to kind of like periodically round people up and then shift them around from like different facilities to facilities. The fucking prison industrial pipeline, expanded prison industrial pipeline sort of. And I feel like that's like if you're trying to maximize your return on investment, that's what you do today, like back then that's what you did, enslave, like work camps and then fucking genocide. Yeah. Yeah, no, the capitalists, they 100%, he was like Zelensky. Like they were fucking juicing him up, trying to make him their fucking anti-communist hero, and then he fucking came, got like too big for his britches, right? Like they had funding from Wall Street, like there was like congressional, task force and stuff that went into this. Like a lot of these guys should have been fucking hanged for treason. There's a famous like congressman who said that about fucking Prescott Bush, right? Like he should have been hanged for treason. Dulles too, right? Like there was a huge amount of collaboration between the fucking ruling class of Nazi Germany and the American, post-war regime. Like we kept these guys in positions of power all across Europe, in Japan, and imported them. And again, the idea that's been memorialized is that like, oh, we fucking needed these crack team of Nazi rocket scientists. Like, no, they were rocket scientists in Germany. There were other rocket scientists other places. They brought these guys in because they were Nazis and they wanted to have more Nazis in positions of power. Like they didn't trust the American rocket scientist in California. Like, the fucking weirdo hippies out there. They wanted their own fucking pet Nazis they could keep in Alabama. They were Nazis, Nazified, and they've only gotten worse since then. Basically, Yeah, that's what Trump doesn't seem to understand. Like that was the lesson they learned from World War II, was to not go full Nazi because it looks bad on TV. Right? You need to like fucking do it on the DL. That's arguably been like what politics has been about in the post-war era, is just different groups of ruling class fighting it out over how fast you want to genocide, inconvenient populations. I mean, it's like, how much do you want to exploit them before you kill them? What did Hassan say about Professor John? If he had not tried to invade anything, the West would have never cared. Yeah, like it was Poland, right? There's too much Polish money in London.
Try to have a democracy in China? So I've been in China for 25 years, and I can tell you
like George Bush
that
said, either you are with
there
us,
is
i.e.
almost no
subscribe to this
interest in
channel, or
democracy.
you're with the terrorists.
Yeah. Yeah, i.e. subscribe to this channel, or I'll just assume you're with the deep state terrorists. You know, Trump's goons.
In China, because for democracy to
you could have carried out genocide
exist
and ran a slave state in Germany and been fine, right? Exactly. I'm trying to picture that world. Like, how does that play out? Like, I don't know though. I think inevitably he would have came into conflict with the Soviets, though, right? Like, trying to think, like if he had done like the Anschluss or whatever, and had like Austria and like whatever other bits of shit he was trying to get, and then that was a fascist dictatorship, and then the rest of Eastern Europe, like would the Western the proto ruling class, like would they have been able to resist the communists? Because I don't think the Soviets. I don't know. Would the Soviets have had the same military buildup? That's a good alt history someone should do, right? Like, what if the Nazis had never fucking, invaded Poland? Yeah, I mean that could have happened, right? Exactly. The Americans just couldn't be seen getting into bed with that. That was too toxic even back then. But there's definitely scenarios where they could have worked out a deal, like if they had made it to Nixon kind of thing. Well, I don't know. That doesn't work because there was a great evil like in power in the US, like would they have like wanted to? I'm trying to think, like would say it was still, would Dulles and them have been able to see so much power, the Dulles brothers, would that faction have been able to gain so much influence if it wasn't for the war? Because a lot of those guys like use the war to sort of ensconce themselves in the right, alliances. Ideological labor battle in some alternate reality. I mean, would the U.S. have wanted to have an alliance with the Germans? FDR can't run for a third and fourth term. Or maybe he does anyway. Or maybe Wallace gets it. Dude, if Wallace had gotten in instead of Truman, that would have been huge. Wallace was genuinely based. Have Germany destroy the USSR, and then the US could come in and dominate afterwards. Instead, Germany did the non-aggression pact with the USSR and went to town on the Western interests, and that was too much for Churchill and the US. Yeah. Exactly.
In China, for democracy to happen in China, you would need to have people who respected human rights, individual liberty, who had empathy, who believed in rule of law. And the reality is that in China, the system is set up so that the ultimate objective is to become a bureaucrat. That's what all Chinese people aspire to.
Oh, aspirationally, meaning coming up, you want to be a bureaucrat one day.
Exactly. And the higher you climb the bureaucracy, the better, because traditionally China has an empire. And the way you survive an empire is to become a civil servant. And that's why Chinese work so hard in school, because they want to pass that civil service examination to become a bureaucrat. So then they can provide guarantees and protection to their
sounds
family.
Good. Yeah. I agree with that. I want to be a bureaucrat.
I'm taking you to Tehran, the heart of the war, where daily bombings.
This guy's like, oh, you should be an entrepreneur.
Officials and civilian infrastructure. During our stay, we visited the sites of multiple attacks, including this sports complex where I recorded a selfie video that ended up going viral.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how does that even shake out? The Soviets would have been so fucking magnificent if they hadn't had to waste all that fucking effort on the military. God, can you imagine? Dude, we would be living in the future. It would have been like For All Mankind. But, you know, better. Yeah, if they're able to build up and then even just like an extra decade of like civilian development before switching to military development, or maybe not at all. I mean, yeah, it's like they did not want to do that. You know, that was such a huge L that they had to put all that effort into it. But they were invaded from day one. They were constantly having to defend themselves from fucking invasions from all corners. Yeah. They could have linked up with China. Damn, bro. We need to go back in time and fucking, you know, manipulate Hitler. Yeah, term limits came in response to FDR's third and fourth terms. True. I mean, he was so incredibly popular because he was the first president ever to deliver for anybody. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, so what if you did, like, you know, Operation Polar Bear never happens. There's never any Western aggression towards the Soviet Union. How's that work? Like, God, this is a world I want to see.
Attended another war rally. In episode 1, I spent the first few minutes educating you about the Azerbaijani region, about the city of Tabriz, the Painted Mountains, and the demographics of this area. And I did that intentionally because if you are going to understand this war, you need to understand Iran as a country. Iran is massive, it's diverse, and because of its isolation, almost North Korea-like, there is an enormous amount of confusion and misunderstanding surrounding it. Judging by your comments, a lot of you appreciated this context. So in every episode of this journey, I'm going to take the time to teach you about these cities I visit so you can actually understand what you're looking at. However, if you want to skip those sections, I've added chapters in the video so you can jump ahead.
BBD said Luigi wrote him a letter from prison.
A late night bus to Tehran. By car,
Luigi
about
Mangione.
6 or 7 hours, but on a bus moving slower and stopping at rest areas, it stretched into a 10-hour journey. Our driver was Azeri, and he was very proud of it. He loved the fact that he was driving foreigners, especially from the West, so he made it a point to stop at a rest area known
Cliff,
for a
switch seats with
Azeri
Lars.
dish. It was a very simple meal: eggs and potatoes mashed together
God, that
with
would've been
vegetables
nice.
wrapped in a light bread. Nothing fancy, but it was good.
Yeralma, yumurta.
Potatoes and eggs mixed.
من فلفل دارم گوجه دارم خیار شده مهندسان چی سفارش در سفارش
Now, I'm a simple eater back home in the US, but when I travel, I make it a point to try everything because food isn't just
Simple
food,
eater.
it's geography, it's history. When you eat what people eat,
Yeah, right?
you are
Luigi's
tasting the
politics were pretty
environments that they
awful,
survived
actually.
in, the resources they had, the culture they've built. So you're not just eating.
I mean,
a
I'm
meal,
not
you are
entirely
experiencing
convinced he's not a
piece of their
patsy.
world. While
Yeah, I
we
could beat
waited
that.
for our food, I noticed a group of puppies huddled together trying to stay warm.
Trying to stay warm? You guys
Those
trying
poor
to stay
puppies.
warm?
Making a special meal for our freezing puppies outside. Okay.
Oh.
Yalla, come. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Come here.
It came.
Get in there, bro.
10 hours later, we arrived in Tehran. Tehran is the capital and largest city in Iran. It sits in the north-central part of the country, just south of the Caspian Sea, along the slopes of the Alborz Mountains, with the highest peak of Mount Damavand towering above it. Its location makes it one of the most important transportation hubs in the country, connecting Iran's north, south, east, and west through highways, railways, and air routes. And historically, Tehran sits along the old Silk Road. So it is a city shaped by trade, by movement, by strategy, and now by war. We arrived on the first day of Eid, which also happened to be the first day of Nowruz, so it was a double whammy. If you don't know, Nowruz is the celebration of the coming of spring, and it's celebrated by 300 million people worldwide, from Kurds to Azeris, Persians, Afghans, Pakistanis, Indians, and pretty much everyone influenced by Iranian or Persian culture throughout history. In Iran, Nowruz is celebrated for 16 days. So Eid and Nowruz combined led to Tehran being a ghost town in the morning of our arrival. I was in Tehran just a year ago, and the traffic was miserable. It's worse than LA. 15-minute drives are easily 2-hour journeys, so seeing it like this was eerie, especially given that the country is in the middle of a war. Our first stop in Tehran was Arq Square in Old Tehran, where the famous Grand Bazaar and Golestan Palace is located. This is normally a thriving and energetic environment, but it was a ghost town. Upon our arrival, the first thing we noticed was the massive destruction done to the judicial building. Whatever hit this building tore through at least 4 different floors and put the building completely out of service. But the damage, unfortunately, wasn't just done to this building. The shrapnel and shockwaves significantly damaged the Takhti Marmar marble throne room at Golestan Palace nearly 500 feet away. Golestan Palace is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and the Takhti Marmar is an epic marble throne built in 1805 by Fateh Ali Shah of the Qajar dynasty. It consists of 65 marble stone pieces carved into a throne and includes shapes of men, women, fairies, and demons. This takht, or throne, was modeled after Solomon the Prophet's takht, who was the king of the Jews and was in possession of great power. Thus, as Fateh Ali Shah was compared to him for his wealth and power, this throne was named
the cats in there
after the original throne of Solomon, which is said to have been carried in the sky and flown by genies.
Dogs and cats are bred like cows and chickens.
After the throne was put in the terrace was given the name Takhti Marmar. The throne
You think they were going to eat those dogs?
Persian mirror art, which is a kind of Iranian interior decoration.
What kind of dogs do you breed for meat? Why would you have a carnivore for a
calligraphic or foliage
Isn't that
forms?
so much more expensive?
A surface that reflects light and abstract patterns. Some of these mirrors are hundreds of years old. Unfortunately, because of the bombing of the Judiciary building a few hundred feet away, shrapnel pierced through the throne and destroyed much of the old glass and woodwork, and the shockwave knocked out the ceiling glass. It's unfortunately just one of many cultural heritage sites damaged during this war, as you will see throughout my trip. We were later joined by our host from the broadcasting company.
People have had pets since ancient times. Fucking, how do you think dogs and cats became domesticated to begin with?
Broadcasting site during the 12-day war.
This right here is my handler, my government propagandist. She doesn't let me film anything without her permission, right?
Ilham and the team handled our translations for us as we moved from site to site.
I don't know how much work these little fucking puppies were doing.
Sports club in the heart of Tehran that the U.S. completely leveled with 3 Tomahawk missiles. It was a massive facility. A
Maltese that were like shrunk so they fit in the emperor's sleeves.
Other sports used by both boys and girls. And now it's gone. Here you can see the crater from where one of the missiles directly hit the gym. This is where I filmed that selfie video that went viral, sarcastically thanking Donald Trump for liberating Iranian children.
You probably thought you were serious.
Donald Trump for liberating the people of Iran. Thank you. So kind of you. So generous of you. I mean, really, how selfless you are to spend $200+ billion.
Dude, they were recruiting terrorists there, narco-terrorists.
So much for liberating Iran. My goodness, look what you've done to the place. It's so much better already. How wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, President.
We then interviewed a young boy who used to play here. Instead of playing soccer, he now spends
He
his
now
time
deals
trying to stay
drugs.
occupied between bombings.
جیکی Iranian teenager حامد جان چند سالته؟
12.
I'm 12 years old. حامد قبلا اومدی اینجا؟ I asked, have you ever been here before? He says yes. اینجا چیکار میکردی؟
اینجا فوتبال بازی میکردیم. سانسون فوتبال.
We were playing football here. چه ورزشی اینجا انجام میدادی؟
I was going to be a football player, but now I've decided to become a narco-terrorist.
اینجا نیومدی. خونتون همین اطراف حامد. He says that we are living somewhere near this location. ممنونم حامد جان. جوانان، نوجوانان، کودکان تو این ورزشگاه میونن فعالیت می‌کردن. Some thousands of people, young people were active coming here to do sport. Missiles, 3 missiles hit this location. اولی کجا بود؟ خانه کشتی اولی. The first one hit that wrestling.
PDA's like looking for playgrounds to bomb.
Building,
Yeah, it's a pretty sick jersey.
Football for Southeastern Tehran. And the third one, سومی سالن چند منظور ورزشگاه پناهی. And the third one is this building, multifunctional building, sport building.
So this is the twisted metal of what he says is a leftover piece of a bomb. Is there anything else? Is there more? Just this? So this.
It says White Eagle right there.
This is really hard and heavy and sharp. Just imagine the missile completely intact, exploding, and this is what shreds your body. Like this flies in a million different directions. It will go through your head, it will go through your organs, just slice and dice you.
It raises a simple question. Why target a place like this? Well, in my previous video, I explained how the US targeted waste management sites to disrupt garbage collection. This is because their goal is to disrupt daily life. They want to break society down.
Oh, but looking at all the different dog breeds that we have today, very clearly not all of those dogs were working dogs.
No outlet, no structure, so that when things get worse, the expectation is that it pushes these kids onto the streets where they engage in acts of
a lot of those dogs' job was, you know,
that evening we attended one of the many rallies taking
emotional support dog. I guess that's a job too, though.
Instead of organizing
Cuddle buddy.
massive rally that blocks traffic and is difficult to get to, dozens of smaller ones are set up all over the city to make it easier for people to attend. So every night, men, women, and children gather at one of these many rallies. There are speeches, poetry, war songs, and free tea, snacks, and desserts. Some people walk, others drive around honking their horns in their cars. You'll also notice imagery across the city promoting the new supreme leader. In this image here, you see the first, the second, and now the third supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. I conducted street interviews with some of the participants of this rally. This young woman here doesn't speak perfect English, but she speaks 5 different languages, including Farsi, Turkish, English, Kurdish, and even Italian. And this woman here is a mother of 2. She came with her husband to show support for the country. These are the women that Trump and Netanyahu supposedly want to liberate with their bombings.
Hey, I'm Emma from Tehran. I'm 70. No, I'm not 70. I'm 20.
What message do you have for Donald Trump?
I think this was the last gamble we done in his life, his political life, because he didn't know the Iranian, he didn't know Shia people, and he went through a war just to cover his extra file. And I believe it's the last of his political life. America, look at us. Look how much are we? These are different. These people are not like you. We believe something. We believe to Allah. We came from Allah. We return to Him, and we don't afraid from you, your country, your stupid Bibi, Netanyahu. No, we don't afraid, and we will stand here by our leader, Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei. All the people of Iran support Iran, because even the people who are against the government, they may have some problems, but when they see their country is getting bombed, they should be idiots to support the bomber. And definitely, every single person in Iran he's right now supporting Iran.
There are many Americans who are against Trump and against Netanyahu. What do you have to say to them?
We have to be together. Right now is the war from truth and false. We have to choose which side we want to be in. We have be up together, be together, and think together to how can we destroy America and be easy. Iran, think about it, because Iran is leader. Because Iran
How come they're
is
not
leader
yelling
of
Allah
this war,
Akbar?
and we will together and we will be victorious.
They don't even have any machetes.
And I'm a mother. I come here with my child, my daughter, to say Israel never lose us and Israel never catch Iran. I'm a powerful
It doesn't look like
this
holy war.
world. I never allow to the foreign country to catch
Wait a
us.
minute. Actually, it does, but
The next day, we passed a
it looks
street
like they're the good
memorial
guys
where
in
a
the holy
woman was
war.
killed by shrapnel during one of the many rallies taking place in the country. She was there with her husband when a nearby building was bombed. The crowd defiantly turned toward the explosion and began chanting, "God is great." During this, her husband noticed something
God
terrible.
is like
The
mid at
back of
best.
his wife's head had been blown out by shrapnel, so she lay there in the street bleeding to death in his arms. This photo captures the moment her blood-stained flag was carried by supporters who continued the demonstration against the US and Israeli war of aggression. We continued driving through Tehran to our next destination, which I want to show you because we need to break the image that you've been given by Western media. In movies and TV, cities like this are always portrayed as dry, brown, underdeveloped
I'll
hubs
publish it.
of
I'll publish it.
extremism.
Thank you.
That is not the reality, however. Iran is a developed country with
Mergenitos.
beautiful cities.
They're praying
Tehran
for West
especially
Asia to
is a
be free,
massive, modern
inshallah.
metropolis with its own
They are
unique
praying.
character. From almost anywhere in the city,
Ya
you see
Allah,
high-rises
free West
set against
Asia from the
mountains.
empire.
Tehran is just as
Ameen,
beautiful
ameen,
as
ya Rabbal
Istanbul,
Alameen.
Paris, or any other European
What the
city.
fuck is
We
this
finally
guy doing?
arrived at Gandhi
What the fuck
Hospital,
is he
one of the
doing?
most important hospitals in the country. It was damaged when a U.S. strike hit a media facility directly next to it. This hospital is one of few in Iran that provides IVF treatment. After the bombing, patients, including the little embryos from the IVF treatment, had to be evacuated to other hospitals, which of
They
course
took
puts
out the
pressure
embryos.
on an already strained medical system, as hospital after hospital is forced to serve patients from a broader area. We interviewed the president of this hospital, who told us it would be at least 6 months before they could reopen their facilities due to the sanctions preventing them from adequately replacing certain medical equipment.
The night of the incident, because we are near the one of the main television station in the Tehran, it's a channel 2 IRIB channel. That place been hit, and the wave of the incident, and also the debris and all of the area around it been damaged. And our hospital was one of the main places that got damaged because of the wave and also the debris of
That Gandhi?
that building that came to our hospital.
Shout out to Eric
So
Adams.
right now the hospital is completely closed?
Yes, it's been closed from that day. We had on the night of the attack, we have around 20 critical patients, 40 total patients. We hope, good thing that we can
Oh, look at this
evacuate all of them.
content intended for certain audiences.
Emergency personnel and also
You kidding me?
the ambulances of the
Hey, would you get hard doing that? Would that how would that, or would you be like,
one of our
you know, like focused on your craft? You know, it's like
in another hospital, and luckily he got discharged 2 days ago. Besides that, everybody has a small injuries, not something very serious. We had 2 very critical patients, one child that was in the ICU under the ventilator, and one adult.
This is the
that
timeline where
carried
Trump
on with
converts to
ventilator as
Islam.
well.
That's what I'm
That
saying. I
was
mean,
the
they need to
whole
make
point of
Barron a
the
janissary.
And what kind of patients do you generally take here?
Usually we have, it's a general hospital. We have all
Trump
kinds
needs
of
to
hospitals.
swear
One of the
fealty to the
good-
prophet
one of the thing that the moving
and
patient
dedicate
was
his
is
son
ICU patient and an ICU patient.
to the
Those patients
janissaries.
under critical care. So that
Eunuch.
was very hard
Eunuch
part to move,
janissary.
but we have all kind of patients here. The damage was very very huge for our hospital. The financial part and also the medical equipment that we lost was a lot. We had some of the important part of in this hospital, but one of them was that we had a cell therapy clinic and cell therapy factory here. It is only 3 in the country, and that place totally damaged. That also we have a we are very famous for the IVF. IVF is a part for infertility problems, and we had around maybe a couple thousand donors, and we have tanks that's full of the babies that we made for the future of the country and people. So we save them as well.
How long do you think? It seems as though they're trying to restore the hospital.
Yes.
Will become fully functional. How long do you think it will be out of operation?
To be honest with you, one of the problem right now is getting the medical devices, getting the people to come work because of the war situation right now, and also financial problem that is not it's uncertain. But if we can work very well, we will open here in 3 to 6 months.
Jesus. Funny how been like hundreds and hundreds of hospitals hit, but none in Israel or any of the Gulf states for that matter.
We later visited Sadabad complex in northern Tehran, another cultural site that houses several former royal palaces, including some belonging to the Shah. Millions visit this site
Yeah, the
every
Shah got
year.
bombed.
A nearby bunker buster strike shook the entire complex, lifting parts of the roof and sending debris into the air. This green palace here belonged to the Shah's father and is now a museum. The bombing severely damaged its intricate mirror work.
Look up, my friend. Good to see you.
After that, we visited a nearby apartment complex that had been completely destroyed in a bombing. 12 civilians were killed here. The entire area was wiped out, even the parking lot filled with burned and twisted cars. Standing there, I couldn't stop but think about what it must have been like. The concrete collapsing, the metal tearing through bodies, the terror of being trapped in the stairways or the elevators, waiting, hoping that someone would just come pull them out of what essentially becomes a concrete coffin. The people who do come are first responders from the Iranian Red Crescent Society, which is part of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, funded by the
Did you see this article?
Henry Dunant in the 1880s to serve civilians and alleviate their suffering in response to war and natural disasters. We visited their headquarters in Tehran, where teams are on standby for the next rescue. These people are incredibly brave because both the US and Israel are engaging in what is known as a double tap strike.
They love double
A
taps.
double tap strike is a military tactic where an initial attack is followed by a second strike on the same target, which is aimed at maximizing casualties, including first responders. Many first responders, including civilians, have been killed in the process of trying to rescue people who were just bombed. We spoke with their deputy leader, who informed us of some of their operations.
My name is Razieh Ali Shavandi. I'm the deputy for Iran's Red Crescent Society, and I'm in charge of pursuing international issues and humanitarian issues of this Red Crescent Society of Iran. Over 18,000 civilian injured.
تعداد شهدای کمتر از 18 سال 208 نفر.
The number of
تعداد شهدای
the number of people killed that they are under the age of 18, it is 208. 208 people, they are younger than 18, they were killed.
تعداد شهدای کمتر از 18 سال 1430
Eve Barlow.
نفر بوده.
And the number of martyrs younger than 18.
They prioritize their own needs over the liberation of the people of Iran.
Now that it's abundantly clear that the US and Israel have completely failed to topple the government, defeat the military, or cripple its missile cities, it should be obvious that their strategy has been to disrupt and destroy
That's the problem.
society as a whole.
They're worried about gas
100,000
prices.
sites
Eve
have been
Farlow.
damaged or destroyed, from pharmacies, parks, universities, waste management facilities, sports complexes, and even headquarters belonging to the Red Crescent. The goal is obviously
This
to
is seen
set
as
the country
weakness.
back. If the people break, they'll turn on their government. If they don't, the country's still weakened. Either way, from their perspective, it's a win. Personally, I don't think they can flip the government. Even Trump's recent rhetoric suggests that he's backed off that idea. So the real question becomes, is destroying civilian infrastructure worth the consequences? Like disrupting the global energy markets, closing the Strait of Hormuz, threatening the petrodollar, dragging the Gulf states into retaliations that could potentially wipe out their economies. In my view, as long as Iran maintains its sovereignty and military capability, the rest can be rebuilt. Factories can be rebuilt. Cities can be rebuilt. That takes years. But regaining your sovereignty takes decades, sometimes centuries. And sovereignty comes from your ability to defend yourself and stand on your own 2 feet. As you will continue to see in my next few episodes, the people of Iran are dedicated to their nation and their sovereignty. They will not back down so easily and will fight for their nation's sovereignty. In my next video, I'll take you to Isfahan, the historical capital of Iran, the 3rd most populated city in the country, and the site of very heavy bombardment. It was here in this city where I witnessed my very first bombing. Now, I've been traveling non-stop with limited internet, so I appreciate your patience with these uploads. Now that I've settled, however, I will be releasing
Ceasefire is a very bad idea for the future of the Iranian people, or Israel and the U.S., basically the whole civilization. I don't like it at all. This is a weak move and a wrong move. Finish the job, terminate the regime. I don't give a fuck about the Strait of Hormuz. Uh-oh. Iran has not conceded anything. Trump instantly went from hero to zero. Uh-oh. Are you disappointed with the ceasefire? A fake ceasefire with terrorists. Oh my god. Taste of their own medicine. Oh, you're mad that they're still bombing you? Like literally every ceasefire they've ever done, they've had to get the last bomb in. Iran still has enriched uranium. Does this feel like defeat? Yeah, it is defeat. May Islam take Europe, the USA, and may the world burn already. God damn, these people are awful. Shoddy ceasefire with jihadists who kill us. Wow. The Iranian people control the Middle East through proxies, manipulation, and strangulation. Sure. Israel was not mentioned in the ceasefire between the US and Iran. In fact, Israel attacked Iran first shortly before and after the ceasefire was announced. Well. They can't admit the truth that they're there for, the relics. They got Gilgamesh in Iraq. There's countless Lamassu related treasures to be had. Democrats are going to end up making Trump renege on the possibility of ending the war because they can't resist calling him a pussy for allowing Iran to win favorable terms. I'd say I can't believe it, but I can.
Really stand out here. One, the safe passage that Trump is saying is going to be provided for 2 weeks as part of this, kind of the central part of it, through Hormuz. They're saying is possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces, which obviously implies that Iran controls the strait. And then from the National Security Council, they say this confers upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing in terms of them regulating passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So what do you hear in all this?
I mean, listen, who knows what's going on? Donald Trump lies every single day. Clearly, he's not telling the truth. But if you accept even part of the Iranian statement, Donald Trump has agreed to give Iran control of the Strait of Hormuz. That is extraordinary. If you go deeper into the statement from the Iranian National Security Council, they claim that Trump has also agreed to Iran's right to enrichment, to suspend all sanctions against Iran, and to allow Iran to keep their missile program, their drone program, and their nuclear program. Now, who knows if any of that is true, but if at the very least this agreement gives Iran the right to control the strait, that is cataclysmic for the world. And it is just stunning that that's where we have gotten to, that Donald Trump took a military action that has apparently, at least for the time being, given Iran control over a critical waterway that they did not have control over before the war began. So it just doesn't sound like there's actually an agreement, because what Trump is saying is totally different than what the Iranians are saying. But if Iran has the strait permanently now, what an error, what a miscalculation this entire endeavor was.
Yeah, they're gonna somehow make him. This is gonna become a victory for him. Democrats will think that they're like, because they're trying to impress the bulwark, you know? So like they're gonna take this incredibly unpopular stance that only appeals to like them and their loser friends, and antagonize everybody will hate them because it's such an unpopular war. And then Trump will still come out as plausibly being the less warmongering of them. Like I mean, it's like how he won. Definitely in Michigan, probably other places too. Like, it seems like it'd be so fucking easy to just be like, no, war's bad, I'm against all wars. Oh yeah, this shit is tight. Yeah, they didn't put a toll booth up.
We're gonna take two more questions. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia.
As a Jewish state.
Olivia, we're going to have to
I'd love to
move
take the
on.
question. I'd love to take the question. Actually, what do you mean by Jewish state?
I feel like
If you
it's a
can't define the
straightforward-
question, I'm not going to answer your question.
We're gonna move on to the next person. We're gonna take two more questions. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to move on to the next person. I'm sorry, Olivia.
So embarrassing,
Olivia.
Olivia.
We're going to have to move on.
Oh god. Oh god, they're not sending their best, folks.
Alright, man, so it looks like liberal streamer Destiny has called out a bunch of lefty YouTubers, streamers, etc. He went after the Majority Report, Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, Breaking Points, the Young Turks, and Hassan. Now, this is coming with the backdrop of what's been going on. Hassan Piker has been getting canceled by pretty much everyone. He's in the news daily with a bunch of like mainstream media outlets saying, oh, some Democrats don't want Hassan Piker to be in the party. There was that like a previous Republican weirdo who's selling a book, who's doing a whole dossier on Hassan Piker and everything like that. So basically what Destiny's going to do here is he's kind of going to give almost a response to that, and he's going to give his analysis as to like these content creators and how it relates to whether or not you should try to get their vote. So it's going to be really interesting. Go ahead and check it out.
when you go through and you look at how like the Majority Report, how Kyle Kalinske, how Crystal Ball and Breaking Points, the Young Turks, Hassan, when you look at their treatment of like the Democratic Party, oh my God, it is brutal. One of the examples that you brought up earlier was, you know, when I talk about my buckets of conversations, one of the biggest disasters is when you go on, you're going to have one convo and you have another. And you actually brought up an example that I listened to, which was Ted Cruz going on Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
He thought
Alyssa Slotkin going on Breaking Points.
Exactly.
Is that where you're going to go?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh
What
my
are you
God,
talking
these guys
about?
for the first time are like, I'm going to try to have this conversation, but they don't understand where the media environment is. Same thing with Ted Cruz. Either Tucker Carlson was
They
on
don't
Fox, I
understand that
guess, which
people are
must be
going to call
cool.
them on their
Meanwhile,
record.
Tucker Cruz just came back from Moscow showing how amazing it is they have bread in their grocery stores. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, but those, like, they're so openly hostile. And when you have people who weren't even supporting Kamala for president, like, I'm sorry, but regardless of your political beliefs, this was the easiest GED level question of like support Kamala or Trump. Even if you cared about Israel and Gaza as a single issue, Kamala would have been dramatically better. Biden was dramatically better than Trump on the Gaza issue. You know, Iran attacked Israel.
She should have
even
told
more Iran
people
when
that.
Biden was president.
She should have told people that then, if that was
The
true.
inability to support the candidate.
She shouldn't have
we've
kept that
played
to
this game
herself.
over and over and over again, where they don't get their Bernie Sanders, they don't get their ultra progressive candidate, and then they're like, oh, whatever. Or it'll be like the weakest, the most tepid kind of, you know, well, I don't think you should vote for Trump, and I'm not going to tell you who to vote for kind of thing. That's unacceptable in my eyes.
Yeah.
And when you're courting those people and you're trying to make overtures to those people, I think you're trying to court, one, a base that you'll never truly gather, because the extremism they want is so far away from what you can do. And then two, in trying to court those voters, you're going to have to move to such extreme positions. You're going to lose more. And all of the polling, at least that I've seen, is that Democrats generally want people who are more moderate in views.
Yeah,
It's
so
not
as
true
you guys
at
saw there,
all.
man, Destiny makes many different points, and so his first thing to say is basically to look at the treatment of the Democratic Party from these kinds of news hosts or channels or whatever you want to
Yeah,
call it.
Kyle's got a
The thing
whole
about the
fucking-
Democratic
yeah.
Party is the Democratic Party
He's
fucking
got-
sucks. Like, it's
yeah.
really, really awful. Even right now, the leadership that you have are Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
It's
That's
like
the leadership
in-
of the
it's
party
like
who's
Kingpin's,
we really need to lock in with
you know,
Israel. We're
it's
gonna
like
write
Red
a
Hook.
letter. I think Cory Booker's big thing was let me give like the speech that's going to do literally
Demon
nothing.
Rats.
And he got a bunch of liberal claps. The Democratic Party is like
Crystal's
really
Mansion.
underperforming even in the generic ballot polling we're
Yeah,
seeing.
dude, they
And I
still
just
have
saw this,
higher
like, clip
unfavorables
from
than the
Gary Ensign
Republicans.
About how I think the Republicans are somehow still leading in the favorability numbers by 5 points heading into the midterms, even after all of the Epstein stuff and all of that kind of stuff that's been going on. The tariffs, inflation, etc. Ground beef is super expensive. All of that stuff, they're still losing. So the Democratic Party is complete garbage.
Yeah, they have to be
And
forced
I
to
don't
do
think there's open
anything,
hostility,
like,
especially from someone like
with
Kyle
Epstein
Kalinske, for
especially,
example.
like,
Kyle was really
they
going
had to be
down the
forced.
rabbit hole of really like praising Biden a lot, loving him very much before
Yeah, it's
all
true.
of the stuff popped off with Palestine. The Majority Report is also an interesting
Yeah,
example. 'cause
dude,
usually
Kyle
they get
was
a lot
the
of
biggest
criticism for being
defender
too
during
milquetoast.
Afghanistan.
Like from
Everybody was
someone
going
like
after him. This guy, these two guys were probably ripping Biden to shreds.
in terms of that, they're like pretty kind of tepid in their criticisms of like the Democratic Party generally. Crystal Ball and
It
Breaking
was the only time, yeah, me and Kyle were fucking Biden's strongest defenders.
Points, you know, they kind of have maybe a little bit of a different perspective. Crystal Ball, I think, is like more consistent, but Breaking Points kind of ends up maybe having a different audience, and so different things happen. The Young Turks are just, they're kind of crazy, so I don't really consider them in this. The Young Turks
Yeah,
are
they're
just,
insane.
they've gone off the deep end, I think. I don't really respect them
I agree with
anymore after all of the pandering that they've done, all the selling out that they did, not monetarily.
They don't know what
but
they're
just
doing.
Kind of selling out their integrity for, you know, support and views and stuff like that. I definitely don't support that. And so what I think is interesting about what he's kind of saying about like, oh, like if you are to support the things that they're saying you're going to lose in 2024 because you're going to lose all these moderates, that was exactly the kind of idea in 2024. So what we know is like Gaza played a really, really big role in this. Who knows how many votes it lost just in Dearborn, Michigan alone. That issue might have lost to Michigan in and of itself. Even like the leaked memo that came out. So these are like internal analyses that are going on at the DNC. I don't know if it's out yet, or I don't think it's out yet. It'll probably get leaked if it doesn't come out. But it talked about how you know Gaza was this huge issue, and we know what happened in
It's so
Dearborn,
far
Michigan,
away.
etc. And so I think that would be the ultimate mistake you would end up making, especially with a much more like left wing.
This is what I mean about like
Democratic Party.
like
We know that like a bunch of like the Pod Save guys and stuff like that.
it's people. It's similar to like the bunkers, right? To like SETI, you know, he's sort of like Seth Shostak, right? It's like people think that like, oh, you must be excited about the UFOs, you know? It's like, no, they're not, because they've been heavily invested in the subject on the wrong side of it, you know, ignoring this huge body of evidence, just like these guys are doing with what, you know, the way that they criticize the left, you know, anybody to the left of them. They're heavily invested in like not being wrong, right? First and foremost, like even if you take them in good faith and you don't, you know, I think these bulwark people are fucking paid to like destroy the Democrats, right? Like they want to do this to them because they know that, you know, because they know that shit's not popular. Like they're trying to feed bad ideas to the Democrats. I don't know about Destiny though. I just think he's really invested in not being wrong, right? I don't know. I don't really listen to his content, but that's my vibe is that like he cares first and foremost about like, you know, being vindicated. I really feel like back in the day, his politics was like the anti-Kyle. Like he would be like, you know, the opposite of whatever Kyle said.
They've moved a lot further leftward.
Yeah.
And we know that being
Yeah, he just
pro-Palestine
hates
is
all
actually
of
the
his
most popular
opponents so
position now.
much.
It's the most popular position now on Israel-Palestine. More people
Like he wants them to
sympathize
suffer.
with Palestine than they do Israel. So these things are actually reflecting
Ethan
the general
too,
populace
right?
now. Even abolition of ICE.
Yeah,
is almost
that's
the
what he used to
majority
do with
opinion now.
Kyle. Now he
I
does
don't
it with
believe that was
Hassan.
the case before. So that would be an even bigger and dumber mistake now, given the numbers.
He's leaving a lot of money on the table though. He probably could have gotten paid for that.
I think Destiny just kind of generally does not like the left, just in general.
Yeah, see?
But I pulled up Kyle Kalinski's page.
Scumbag,
because
man.
This is like this kind of.
That's
a
what I mean.
question
I
is
think
something
that they
you
know
can
what they're
carefully
doing,
analyze.
though,
You
don't you
It's
think?
not really debatable. You just kind of look at the content. You could even feed it into
Right.
maybe Claude or ChatGPT or something. Be like, hey, using these. I don't know if it has access to these video titles or whatever and stuff like that.
Like the way that they tell them that's like, oh, you gotta distance yourself from Hassan because that'll make you lose the election. Like, there's no way they think that that's smart, right? There's no way that they think that that's like an effective strategy. You know, like maybe some of the people at home do. I'm sure a lot of people at home do. Like those bulwark people, they also too, like it's just the way that like the Democrats don't go on the offensive about anything either. Like if they were willing to introduce just a shred of honesty about any of the awful aspects of the empire, like just the military industrial complex or Israel or any of this shit, like censorship, right? Like that would be a great angle for them. Like, oh, look, Donald Trump told you that he was free speech or whatever, but like look at what, you know, look at what he's doing with blah blah blah. With the ADL.
You could just ask the AI kind of like, was this kind of coverage? Who is it positive towards? So this is back during the election. So very close to the election, you can see it's like Kyle's definitive case against Trump. CNN says signs are there for Trump win. You can see a major breaking comma leads in Iowa shock poll. Trump exposed in secret Epstein tapes. He was actually going really hard on the Epstein stuff right before the election. I do remember that.
Yeah, he
Just a
kept
bunch
saying
of
how
shit.
Trump
is
was
already labeling
exposed.
boycott facts.
Yeah.
Republicans have a serious problem. He promised RFK Jr.'s terrifying Trump comments. Nikki Haley flames Trump team for blowing election. Huge poll, Kamala surge is official heading to election day.
Yeah, I mean, originally, I
Reveals how
think,
Kamala
right?
fell apart.
But I think
what's funny about this is it's like something
now,
that I think is
8 years
ironic is
later,
Kyle actually like low-key glazes Destiny a lot. So I find it funny because basically an argument he makes is like this insatiation that happens where there's just no possible way to please like those people who he's talking about. But I think it's ironic because like Kyle nonstop, like he glazes Destiny pretty much nonstop, and Destiny just still fucking hates his guts. Like no matter what, he just hates him. I think even the guy Dan brought him up one time as like a positive, like, oh man,
Yeah,
like,
Kyle's
he's really like pro Kamala and stuff. Now he's like, no,
he's such a
he's
gentleman.
that Iraq War bad type of thinker, and it's just like, whoa, dude. So ironically, he's saying like that the left are like the insatiable people, but in reality, I think it's him. That's I think the funny part. Because you can see, I remember this video very vividly. I think. Damn.
I didn't think it was presidential. Someone should step up to something like this. The optics are very important, and you really can't say you're going to wipe out an entire civilization.
A lot of this is propaganda. A lot of this are things that we've seen before. The U.S. was already in a hole, and this makes it infinitely worse.
Don't always believe what he says.
When he's threatening genocide?
I think he's threatening genocide. I think he's threatening to remove the
He said
Iranian
to wipe out an entire civilization.
It's
a direct quote.
Triggered by Trump, and I think that's what happens when someone with a backbone comes in and says, no, you know what, we're going to stand up to evil.
Here we are on the precipice of a nuclear holocaust because this baboon is in office and he's like, oh, Bibi, how can I make you happy? Can you please give me more money? Am I going to be a hero, Bibi?
You know something? You're all taking the bait.
The US president had two enormous success
Taking the
stories
bait,
to celebrate
dude.
and give thanks for this weekend, besides Easter itself. First, there was Artemis 2, a US-led mission to send human beings further from the Earth than any living being has ever traveled. It's a precursor to returning to the moon and even reaching Mars. By any measure, it's a breathtaking triumph and a tribute to American ingenuity. Second, the daring and audacious mission to save a stricken US Air Force colonel who was forced to eject from his fighter jet in central Iran. More than 150 aircraft spent 50 hours in a race against Iranian forces deep inside enemy
150
territory.
aircraft.
The US military is probably the only military that could have pulled that off, and make no mistake, it was humiliating for Tehran. Instead, most of the world's attention
I don't
and
think
energy,
so,
however,
dude.
has been absorbed by Donald Trump's expletive-laden Easter morning statement and the carnage it foreshadowed. And as I'll come to shortly, today he's gone even further and made things even worse. In just 48 words, on Easter morning, the president managed to threaten Iran with war crimes while sounding, frankly,
Stricken.
utterly unhinged, contradicting his own strategic aims.
With thoughts
and offending
of
both
malice
Christians
on
and
his
Muslims.
mind.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think
You're tweeting
you
out
are?
the F word on Easter morning?
If he had just waited till Easter
You'll
afternoon,
be
it
living
would have been
in
better.
hell. Just watch. Praise
It's
be
just that
to
it was
Allah.
Easter morning at 8:03 a.m.
So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent
Yeah, well, they'd rather
person
have us doing
mocks
that than
other
going
people's
onto their
religion.
domain.
The president doubled down yesterday, reiterating that if no deal is
on the
reached with Iran by
surface.
tonight, there will be an all-out assault on civilian infrastructure in which, quote, very little is off limits. Well, some of this was delivered while standing alongside the Easter Bunny, but this is no
Yeah.
joke. This morning,
Very
Trump
strong,
issued a post
very
which
strong
does nothing
place to
less
be.
than threaten the Iranian people with genocide. A whole civilization will die tonight, he said, never to be brought back. I don't want that
Never to
happen,
be brought
but it
back.
probably
God.
will. Those words should be chilling.
It's like
not
a
only to
Bond
Iranian
villain
people,
wouldn't be
but to
that
everybody.
evil.
US presidents
Yeah.
don't threaten genocide because the US is not capable of
No,
genocide.
it's embarrassing for
That's the world
Tehran,
we all
is
grew up in.
what Pierce
If you break
says.
with that principle, you break it with it, any moral authority the US has, and the world becomes a very different place. I understand the argument that Trump is unique in politics, and that many in his core base enjoy the fact that he says and does what he feels like. But war isn't about appealing to a base. It's about building consensus for the most expensive and deadly gamble any leader can make, especially as the US now prepares to escalate hostilities to a level which will shock the world. Not so very long ago, we documented with precision the incoherent ramblings of President Biden. And not long before that, there were enormous scandals about the dignity of the office because President Obama saluted with a latte, wore a tan suit, and used a selfie stick. Are people now just being intellectually inconsistent or downright dishonest.
I don't know,
Or has
Piers.
America's
What do you
sense of
think,
right
bud?
and wrong really changed so much in such a short space of time? If the next wave of US attacks is anything like the president's warning, we'll soon have a definitive answer. Well, to debate all this, the host of System Update, Glenn Greenwald, the former US Deputy National Security Advisor, Katie McFarland, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, and the
He's
former
sweating
US
already,
Air Force
dude. He's
combat
already
pilot,
sweating.
Brian Bodenheimer, known to many
Low-level
attacks
Turkish
aftermath.
intelligence.
Well, welcome to all of you. Well, let me start with you, Glenn Greenwald. I've got to say,
Is this
you
the
know,
guy
there's
who had
this
the
whole thing
UFO
about, you
take?
shouldn't take everything Trump says literally, shouldn't
He
take
is,
it
isn't
overly
he?
seriously. But what else are we supposed to do when the President of the United States literally posts a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again? I don't want that to happen, but it probably will, about Iran and the 90 million people that live there. What else are we supposed to do with that and take it seriously and literally?
If you don't take that extremely seriously and literally, then you're acting with unbelievable recklessness. And this is not the first statement that Trump has made that has suggested this. He was talking to reporters over the weekend and essentially saying that there'd be nothing off the table in terms of what he would do to Iran, what he would destroy.
Low-level
We're talking
Turkish
about
sweat glands, more
civilizational
like.
annihilation.
Yeah.
That's not my interpretation. That's literally what Trump himself said. And even if it turns out that doesn't happen, he finds a way to get out of it this time. He postpones the deadline again. The fact that we have an American president in the middle of a war threatening to annihilate permanently a thousands-year-old civilization over a country that did not attack the United States, has never attacked the American homeland, has not tried, is one of the most disturbing and morally reprehensible things I've ever heard an American president say. And the last point I'll just make is that, you know, we're so inured as Americans, and even in Great Britain and parts of Europe, to war, where we fight wars so often, so frequently. It's kind of like a natural state of affairs that, oh, which country are we going to go to war with? There's a reason we say war is a last resort. It's not like a cliche. It's supposed to be the highest human moral mandate. And it's because things like this can spiral out of control very quickly in ways that people didn't predict and didn't plan. It does things to human beings, war does, that make them act in all sorts of extraordinarily destructive ways. And we are at a moment of grave danger simply by the fact that Trump issued this threat, let alone whether he follows through.
Yeah, I meant to. I'm sorry. Rob O'Neill has also joined us, former US Navy SEAL. Of course, he killed Osama bin Laden. For some reason, you
He
named
killed
him
no
here
one.
earlier, Rob, but probably because we elevated you to a VIP
This
level
scumbag,
of panel
man.
member, given your service to your country. So my apologies. Let me go to you, Rob, because both you and Ryan obviously have served in combat. In fact, only last night I was watching a riveting Netflix documentary about the raid to kill Osama bin Laden, and of course you were the man who finally pulled the trigger that killed him.
No, you
So
weren't, man. You
are the best
oh my
person
God.
imaginable to ask about several things that have happened in the last few
Dumped
days.
his body
Let's
in the
start
ocean,
with
consistent
a big
with Muslim
positive,
burial
which was the
practices.
incredible rescue mission to get this colonel who had obviously crash landed.
Night of the Comet.
And then there was a hunt to get him. The more detail I read about this, Rob, the more incredible it becomes. What did you make of this operation?
Yeah, this was a rescue of a downed aviator and or aircrew like we've never seen before. Just the amount of assets that we had. What was unique about this, though, is we're able to see exactly where they are pretty much all the time. There's other air assets, other intelligence assets in the air watching. When they're hit and they eject, obviously it must have been at high altitude. I don't know the exact details of the elevation, but they separated by a couple miles. And at that point, everything stops and we need to find them. So they ended up going in with the Tier 1 unit with SEAL Team 6, and they flew in some C-130s with a lot of people. The guerrilla package is what it is. And that, I mean, they can do pretty much stuff. They're at a forward operating base that they made there on an airfield. There's other stuff they could be doing there too, because it was a few days on the ground. I'm not sure what it was, but I know with that many people, that many assets, you know, they're in there. The pilot did a great job with the encryption and the survival radio that he did have, because it's sending encrypted stuff. I don't want to get too much into it. He evaded a lot of counterintelligence with the 3-letter agencies in there, and then the pilot getting to a spot and not moving. When people are in a major stress like that, distressed as well, they have a tendency to run away from things. It's best to find high ground and let the good guys come to you, which he did. Good on him, because he's hurt, he's wounded, he's bleeding, making it to the high ground and then not falling for any of the tricks. Hats off to everybody. So much going on, a lot more than the time we have today. But for the men and women involved with all of this, seeing what will I know I've seen it firsthand. The assets that we will use to get a single American back says a lot about our country. It also delivers a message that when we want to go anywhere in the world, the United States can do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought that was an astonishing rescue mission. I read the full New York Times account of it, and honestly, it was breathtaking. And I give great credit to Donald Trump for sending in literally the whole kitchen sink to rescue this guy, and they got him out with no loss of life on the American side. Incredible. But it begs the question, Rob, and I'd be very interested in what you feel about this. Trump could have taken a victory lap over that, and everyone would have applauded. You know, Trump could take a victory lap over Artemis, and everyone can applaud this astounding achievement we're watching of human beings going further than they've ever gone before in space. These are two great American achievements in the last few days. But what most of the world is talking about are
He also could have said that he
on
banged their
social
moms.
media by Donald
You know?
Trump. You know, one in which he says, "Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be
Open
living
the
in
straight,
hell.
you crazy
Just watch.
bastards."
Praise be to Allah." And the other one, a
Yeah.
whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want it to happen, but it probably will. And, you know, I've known Donald Trump 20 years. He's always shot from his mouth. He's always shot from the hip. He says, you know, he's a trash-talking New York real estate guy.
No.
Okay, but now
Yeah,
he's
did
the
he
leader of
had
the free
some-
world. He's the
I
president
think
of the
he had a
United States,
UFO
he's the
story,
commander-in-chief
didn't he?
Of the American military. Would you have felt comfortable if you were still serving with the commander-in-chief
Yeah,
posting like
the
like
rescue mission is bogus.
I have to
That
be
guy
honest,
knows
Bears,
it too.
I went
He's so
to
dishonest.
Truth Social to see if they were actually posted. I didn't think it was presidential, and I know that it's very difficult to be around President Trump and tell him something you disagree with. You know, I know the man. I've had dinner at the White House with him. But someone should step up to something like this. The optics are very important, and you really can't say you're going to wipe out an entire civilization. You're already teetering on what rules the Geneva Convention has, and you start talking about if you're hitting a vital infrastructure for civilian survival, that's against the Geneva Convention. You can't do it. Now, if it's dual purpose, which a lot of these people do,
dual purpose.
You know, that's for a lot of the higher ups to decide. But I don't think it's proper to get on social media and say you're going to wipe out an entire civilization like that. It's one of look. You know he's angry. He's mad at NATO. He's mad at our so-called allies for not helping, and he's yelling at his phone. You need to take a deep breath and realize you're the commander-in-chief of the military. You're the leader of the free world, the most powerful man in the free world. And there's something just shouldn't be said, even if you want to. For me, it's one of those things, and trust me, as someone on social media who, the next day wakes up and says maybe I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, there is a time to type something up, or even handwrite a letter, put it in a drawer.
Guy should be in a
If it doesn't
fucking
bother you in
hole.
24 hours, it shouldn't be put out to the world. I think as the top boss in the military, inappropriate.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Cenk,
Stay
get
with
his
me,
ass.
panel. We'll come to the other members for their response to
Cenk,
this
get 'em.
in a second. Just joining me now briefly is Ro Khanna, Democratic congressman.
Oh, look who it is,
from
my boy.
California. Ro Khanna, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, to even hear Robert Neal, a highly decorated U.S. Navy SEAL, obviously the man who killed Osama bin Laden, even he is very uncomfortable with the language being used here. I think that is a view shared by many.
I'm not sure I
in
would.
the American
I would describe it like that, but okay.
Why is Donald Trump doing this? Who is he appealing to with this kind of language?
Well, Donald Trump needs to be removed from office. Even if this is a threat and he doesn't plan on following through, it shows the utter contempt and inhumanity that Trump
it's like he
views
forgets
of people
sometimes
in
that he's
Iran,
not supposed to.
or in the Middle East, or in the developing
The
world.
mob boss
with.
is not
It's
for public
the American
consumption.
way of valuing the dignity and life of every individual. I mean, he's calling them animals. That's the same thing Gallant said
Crazy
about
bastards.
the Palestinians. He has a fuel blockade on Cuba, starving people there because he doesn't care about their life. And now he's talking about civilization annihilation. I am tired of the Democrats just using procedural language. We need to say this is a moral crime. We need to call for his removal, and we need to stand up for American principles,
There you
which
go,
is
Ro.
the equality and dignity of every human life. Those are Christian values. They're constitutional.
Part of the ceasefire, they told Reza Pahlavi that he won. It is won, and the people of Iran are ready to greet him as their savior. The Shah is currently on a plane to Tehran.
To commit what he's
Dude,
suggesting,
they're gonna-
a whole civilization being killed. In other words, presumably,
They're gonna greet him as the
every Iranian,
liberator.
90 million people. Even an American president signaling an intent to do that could be a war crime. It could already breach international law. Is that your understanding?
I do believe that. And this is what, of course, got Netanyahu's government into trouble with the ICJ and the UN. They had all of these ministers making statements of intent of treating people like animals, of starving them. And now you have Donald Trump echoing the same language. Look, Americans view ourselves as deeply good. We want to be a force for good in the world. We're the nation that defeated Nazism. We're the nation that defeated communism. We're the nation that goes in and rescues people when they have enemies attacking them. We're not a nation that is out there to destroy civilization.
We gotta keep giving them that lie, Pierre. Shut the fuck up.
Of America's self-conception as a nation dedicated to equality and liberty and enlightenment and ideals.
It's a big part of the scam.
And Trump is doing something so corrosive to who we are as an American nation. I hope other Republicans will start to call for his removal.
Well, you know, I was telling Rob O'Neill, I watched a documentary about the killing of Osama bin Laden and that incredible raid. You know, Al-Qaeda, his terrorist organization, this is the kind of language they would use about America. Right? Death to all Americans.
What?
Death to America.
This is come on, dude. This is not the same thing.
I'm just astonished that Donald Trump would post this publicly and expect there to be no legal fallout from that whatsoever. I just want to move generally. There's a big split going on the Republican side.
Oh, there's good ads come about Hassan.
Later in the show, from Tucker Carlson railing against Trump here.
There's a big split between the Democrats and
like you have the 25th Amendment to be implemented, so we cannot kill an entire civilization. This is evil and madness. One of the biggest cheerleaders for Trump has been Mark Levin, who has also taken time out to call you.
Is that what he said? Defeated communism?
Demagogue, and says the media continuing to give you airtime as if you're some kind of legitimate politician.
Damn it,
is
bro.
outrageous. I'm very happy to give you airtime. What is your response to Mark Levin?
Well, I had to Google who he was. I didn't know who he was. And then I looked up. I guess he's a blast from the past, someone who was cheerleading us into the Iraq War and this militarism. But he doesn't represent the new generation. And Pierce, it's really important, I think, that people who watch your show around the world understand there is a new generation of Americans. We're tired of these wars. We want to build a cohesive multiracial democracy. We want an America where everyone has an economic shot, and we're going to come to power in 26 and 28. So for those who think that Trump is America, they're just wrong. It's a dying gasp at a nostalgia and a past that many of the new generation reject. And Levin represents the worst of that tradition, but he's kind of irrelevant. I mean, it's I almost shouldn't have responded. I gave him probably now more people know him
Trump does
than
give
ever
him a
knew
shout
before.
out.
And I would pay attention to where the future of this country is.
Make sure you watch Mark Levin tonight. It's gonna be great.
You and Tucker Carlson are pretty well in total agreement about what is happening with the Republican president.
It's gonna be explosive.
I appreciate that Tucker has actually been speaking out against the war in Iran. I mean, he, as you know, interviewed Ted Cruz. Cruz didn't know there were 90 million people there. Tucker has said that these wars
condemning
of choice
socialism
in the Middle East
bill
are making America less safe.
That sounds like
China.
something you would do.
We should be focused on rebuilding our industry. We should be focused on our people, childcare, healthcare, and that this is not in America's interest. But he's gone further, as has Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is not who America is. If you believe in a nation that has been influenced by Christian teaching, how can you be for these kind of posts on Easter Sunday? If you believe in a nation that has been influenced by Locke and
He's
Rousseau
definitely gonna
and
run, man.
ideals,
Listen to
how
him.
can you believe that every human life doesn't have dignity? Of course, America first means we take care of our own people. It doesn't mean that you don't recognize the life and dignity of every human being. And so what Tucker is speaking about, or Marjorie Taylor Greene is speaking about, are basic understanding of American founding values. And Trump is making a mockery of everything that makes America exceptional. But fortunately, he's a chapter that is going to be soon in the past. I fundamentally believe we're going to become a cohesive multiracial democracy, and this will be seen as something that America overcame.
Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you very much for joining me.
Appreciate it.
Well, let's go back to the panel. Before we go to the
Oh,
panel,
Richard, that one guy's so
I'll play
mad.
this clip from Tucker Carlson, which has gone viral today.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? No, this is a
enough,
mockery
Pierce.
not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. We can't support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil.
Okay, well, let's go to Katie McFarland, former US Deputy National Security Advisor. What do you feel about this? I mean, as an American, do you feel comfortable about the President of the United States posting this kind of rhetoric?
You know something? You're all taking the bait. Donald Trump
Taking
is in
the
the
bait.
final hours of a negotiation that could prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Iran having
Oh
nuclear
my
weapons would
God.
be like Adolf Hitler having nuclear weapons in World War II.
Adolf
You
Hitler.
bet
Oh my God,
You
Katie.
bet he's not
Oh my
playing by the
God.
Marcus of Clean Spirits rules. He is in the middle of a negotiation, and he is threatening. He's threatening the IRGC. He's threatening
God.
the Iranian regime, or
irony.
what's left of it. With you
It's
come
so
to me, you make
overpowering.
a deal with me, and here's the deal: no nuclear weapons.
But he's not, though, is he? He's not. He's threatening the entire Iranian population. That is what he meant by a whole civilization.
You're taking the bait, Piers.
Will die tonight, never
Dude,
to be
stop
brought
taking
back
the
again.
bait.
He's not just threatening the regime or the IRGC. He is being very specific that this will involve the removal of the entire civilization.
That must be what they tell you to
Iran.
say when
That
you
is
have
genocide.
literally nothing
That is
else
a
to
war
say.
crime.
Like,
You know, I guess I would think that what President Trump is doing now, don't always believe what he says, because he says
When he's threatening
different things.
genocide?
I think he's threatening genocide. I think he's threatening to remove the Iranian regime.
He doesn't
And when you
say
talk
that.
about well, I think that's what he's
Glenn
talking about.
is
He's
laughing.
removing the Iranian
Why
regime.
doesn't he say
Now,
that?
If you look at the press conference that he gave yesterday, what did he say? We are now negotiating with new Iranians. We are now negotiating with new Iranians.
Who he's now threatening to kill, along with every other Iranian tonight at 1 o'clock in the morning, English time, 8 o'clock Eastern time. I mean, he couldn't be less ambiguous if he tried. It couldn't be more crystal clear.
I understand you don't like the words, but let me
You
just
should
ask
call them
you, in 24
omelette.
How
hours,
could
what
anybody
happened
like
to
the words? I
Iranian
mean, all
regime?
due respect, Katie McFarland, explain to me who would like these words and why you would like them.
Nazis?
Do you like them?
both kinds of
Of
Nazis.
course I don't like them, but the point is not whether I like them or not, it's whether the Iranian regime believes them. Do they believe it's a legitimate and
But
credible
they don't.
threat?
They've already
They
come
lose
out and
their jobs.
said they're now stopping all negotiation with the Americans over these posts. They want nothing to do with them. They're not negotiating, and in fact, they're coming out now saying we're more than happy to give our lives for our country and our cause. Which, of course, many people
Dude, Piers is
understand
going hard in
that
the
is what
paint
the
here, man.
Iranian
Look.
regime ideology is all about. Right?
Took my eyes off the
why
screen
would
for a
this
split
kind of
second
threat
and they scored.
ever work? And also, what happens if we get to 8 p.m. tonight Eastern and Trump doesn't follow through with his threat?
Yeah.
Then he's the
Yeah,
boy.
Piers.
Then he's the
Ding,
boy
ding,
that cried
ding, ding.
wolf. Then he's the emperor with no clothes. So I don't see how this works on any level. Either he commits a genocide and will be damned for eternity and probably start World War III, or he doesn't do it. The Iranians ignore his threats, and Trump is made to look impotent as a leader. How does this work as a victory for him? I don't get it.
I think you've just made your point. That Iran, you talked about the leadership of Iran, you talked about the martyrdom they want. How do you feel if Iran has nuclear weapons? You know, there's a cost to doing nothing. There's a cost to
I don't
being
want them to have it, but my understanding of that issue is that we were told last summer, after the 12-day war, that all threat of a nuclear weapon being developed by Iran had been taken out. Now, within 10 months, we're told we now have to threaten World War III to stop them getting a nuclear weapon that we were told only 10 months ago we had stopped them getting. All the enriched uranium is buried deep below the ground. Most military experts I've heard talk about this say there's no way to get it without committing ground troops, which could lead to catastrophic losses on the American side. So again, I ask, how does any of this stop Iran anyway from developing nuclear weapons? If we're not going to get the enriched uranium without blowing up the entire population, explain to me how we stop them developing a nuke.
Well, what you just said is that you're willing to live with a nuclear Iran. I am not willing to live with a nuclear Iran.
I didn't
For
say
the
that.
very reason that you just
It's
said.
not
Well, you
even
said
just
we can't find the enriched uranium. How do you know you can't
It's
find
like-
the enriched uranium? You know, one of the problems that President Trump saw is that when we thought we'd obliterated everything, and what did the Iranians do the very next day? They started rebuilding. I taught nuclear weapons at MIT in the 1980s. What do you need for a nuclear
what?
weapon? You need three things. You need highly enriched uranium, which we
God.
know they've got. We're not sure where it all is. We don't know if they've already destroyed it all. You need a
This
plan
person
to take that
shouldn't
highly
be able
enriched
to-
uranium and turn it into a bomb. And then you need a
You should
missile
be
to
in a
deliver that
conservatorship.
nuclear weapon. What is Iran? So they've got the missiles. We've just seen that they've demonstrated they have the reach to reach Europe from Iran. We know they've got highly
Teaching
enriched
kids at
uranium.
MIT.
And we're
Imagine
pretty sure
paying
they've got
60 grand a year
the
to get
blueprint
taught
that's
by
going
this
to pull it all
lady.
together. So they're close to a nuclear weapon.
They
If the
started
United States
rebuilding right
waits
away.
until after they have a nuclear
It's
weapon,
not true.
can you
They
imagine
moved
the
the ship
blackmail that
before the
Iran would
bombs
do,
came.
not just to the region, but to the world?
They saw it on satellite. This was documented, like before it even happened.
I was pretty
They knew
horrified
the
when
stuff
I
wasn't
saw
even there
the post
anymore when
today.
they
I was pretty
bombed it.
horrified when I saw the post on Easter Sunday, to be honest with you. I just thought it was so inappropriate. And, you know, I always have an allowance for Trump to do a bit
Completely
of trash talk. I don't
obliterated,
like it when
like
he
nothing's
trash
ever been
talks about people
obliterated.
who just died. I think that's inappropriate and wrong. I wish he wouldn't do it. This is a whole different level.
He died like a dog.
This is basically threatening
Ayatollah died like a
public
dog.
brazen genocide. That's what he's doing. There is no defense for this, but I just find it astonishing that there are any people prepared to defend it.
Yeah. That's what I feel. That's how I feel, Pierce.
So
I don't know how anybody's defending it.
Is absurd.
Like Katie is. She's
and listen to what
defending
she
it.
said. She said, well, "What if the Iranians get a nuke? First of all, preposterous. They don't have any ability to deliver that enriched uranium. She knows it. This is all about regime change. It's for Israel. We all know that. In fact, Israel has nukes, and they're a super dangerous country. Ben Gvir on TV just yesterday was joking around about nuking Iran and how he would like to do that. So, and she says, oh my God, can you imagine if the Iranians had nukes, they might want to wipe out our entire civilization. That's what Trump just said.
Yeah,
Trump
he
is,
just
like
said
you said
it.
earlier,
What an ass.
he's talking like a
what?
terrorist. So this is the Israelification of our policy. They're
That's what I said,
pro-genocide.
dude.
We're not pro-genocide. We're the good guys. And so this is unbearable. This is, look, I reach out to all voters, including Trump voters, all the time. I'm the last person to rub it in and go, ha ha, you made a mistake. I love it when people come to the right side. I'm the guy who said Marjorie Taylor Greene, Massey, and Tucker Carlson would do the right thing on war and Iran, and I'm relieved to see that they did, and I really appreciate it. But guys, this is why I was forced to vote for 3 corporate Democrats I can't stand, because the alternative was this madman, Donald Trump. He's always been a madman. He's always been a spoiled child. His father gave him $400 million and he blew it. And then his second daddy, Jeff Zucker, gave him $400 million through The Apprentice and he blew that. So when he gets into this quagmire, he just said yesterday, he didn't think that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. We all knew they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. How could you not know that?
Yeah, everybody
so
who ever fucking thought about it ever knew that. I knew that, and I haven't thought about it once.
And so he starts screaming into the abyss like a spoiled child. Give me what I want or I'll destroy you. And I'll take my ball and go home, except I'll nuke you first. This is disgusting talk. And look, I think there is a third alternative to what you just said. There's a possibility, Piers, that he's threatening to blow up the power plants and the bridges and to nuke them or do whatever he's
This is the most epic taco of ever.
And then he's instead going to put in ground troops and go, ha ha, I'm so clever.
Good.
You were expecting the bombing, but I put in ground troops instead. But we didn't want ground troops. None of these choices are good. We shouldn't be in this war in the first place. There's nothing but disastrous choices for us. And of course, meanwhile, Israel is laughing and laughing because number one, they want a mess and chaos in Iran so that it debilitates them and they can't fund Hamas and Hezbollah. And number two, they have the Leviathan pipeline now. It is a giant gas field. So if we bomb Iran's gas fields and they bomb the Gulf gas fields, the number one winner economically is Israel. So they can't wait for this kind of death and destruction. He should have, he fired Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi. He should have fired all the Israel First advisors that are surrounding him, which is literally everyone at the White House.
Okay.
Clean house, get Americans in there, not people serving a different country, and especially a genocidal
him and
country
Anna
like
both
Israel.
go so
That's why
hard
you get
now.
the kind of talk that you're
I
seeing
like
today.
it.
Okay, but the only big.
As long as they stick to
by the
that,
way,
they
one
can
more
fucking
thing.
write him on.
Yeah, just it's whether he does it or not, the mere fact of saying that America would destroy an entire civilization and commit genocide or a Holocaust like this puts a moral stain on us. We cannot bear that moral stain.
Dude,
We're supposed to be the
we'll
good
wait
guys.
for that, bro.
This kind of language, even if he doesn't follow through on it, is a terrible mark on America, and we shouldn't.
Literally our
tolerate it.
origin story.
I'm a bit concerned about you, Cenk. You're losing your voice. I'm not sure the American people could suffer that blow at this particular time.
Don't worry, if Katie says one more thing, I'll show you what voice I have
I'm just
left.
worried if you do one of your regular blow-ups, this could be it. We could have the silencing of Cenk Uygur in real time. Let me come to Ryan, Max Afterburner. Max, what do you feel about this? So you served in combat. You're a U.S. Air Force combat pilot. I presume you would share Rob's view and my view that the rescue mission was unbelievable and incredible heroism, both by the pilot and by the teams that went to get him. It was remarkable. But rather than talking about that, we're all talking about this threat from Donald Trump. And what do you feel about that?
Yeah, good to see your peers. Good to see everybody else as well. So I think Rob would agree with this. There's never a good time in the middle of the night to come face to face with a Navy SEAL unless you're the weapons systems officer getting rescued. So overall, just a great operation. I'm so proud of all the rescue forces and the Wizzo himself. And again, what a great day for America, getting that aviator back safe. But the thing I want to talk about that I want to highlight and add some context to everybody talking about a whole civilization will die tonight. If we just go to the bottom of that truth post, it says 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So as you can see right there, he's not saying he's going to have a genocide on the people of Iran. What he's saying is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that took over 47 years ago is who he's focused on eradicating. And remember, he's dealing with terrorists. This is a terrorist regime. So for 10 years, I studied the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in back bolts for the U.S. Air Force. And we always knew this is what they were going to throw at the end game of this war, which are terrorist proxy tactics. So that's going to be the first brief that President Trump got from General Raisin Kane is, hey, look, at the end of this, when their military is decimated, their navy's decimated, they're going to rely on proxy tactics to cause pain on the global economy in the Straits of Hormuz. And so we're seeing that play out. Now, could the president have used some different choice words instead of a whole civilization? Maybe that can be taken out of context. So yeah, he could have changed that.
I mean, seriously, Max, look, I appreciate you translating the president's words into a far more benign wording. But the reality is, had he started by saying, I want to get rid of this IRGC regime, okay, that's one thing. Right? But he didn't.
Oh my God.
The whole civilization will die tonight.
Right, that can be taken out of context.
You might have wanted him to say what you've just articulated, and if he'd said that, there wouldn't be the outrage there is. But he didn't say that.
Well, he did at the end. He brings it home.
No, he says at the end something that is completely contradictory to what he said at the start. Which is
oh God, I hope he sees this, bro.
You know, one of the things. You know, sure. I mean, I would say to you, Max. I would say to you, but should I call you Max or Ryan, by the way?
Ryan's fine.
Ryan, you know, when you were serving, right? To have a commander-in-chief sending such mixed messages all the time, in real time.
You had to think about that for a second.
Right? I mean, this is not good for anyone serving in the United States.
And I can understand why it's confusing. But the art of war, so that's one of the tactics that has been used in military
That's what I'm
operations.
saying, dude. Ro's the guy. If you were serious about doing that shit.
You keep them guessing. You don't want to tell the Iranian
Ro's the guy.
when this
AOC's got too much baggage already. She's Hillary Clinton already.
You don't want to tell them what you will or won't strike. So deception is a huge part of warfare, and that's something that's hard for the civilian population to understand. But at the end of the day, you're dealing with a terrorist regime, so you have to sometimes fight fire with fire.
Okay, just before I come back to Glenn, I wanted to ask Rob O'Neill something that Tucker Carlson also said. He publicly urged United States military and Pentagon officials to actively defy Trump and refuse orders if he attempts to launch nuclear weapons against Iran.
Terrorist regime? Yeah, what the fuck?
The U.S. military. Now it's time to say no. Absolutely not. And say directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say no.
What do you feel about that, Rob? I mean, the idea that people serving at high level in the military or at the Pentagon would defy an instruction from the commander-in-chief to launch a nuclear weapon.
Well, I mean, that's not going to happen. Those are, they're going to have to be, they'll need to be lawful orders, and the whole thing with deciding order is lawful is completely against the uniform code of military justice. Never happened. Plus, if you notice, he didn't say nuclear weapons. We do have weapons more powerful than nuclear weapons.
What?
People are going to get wrapped up in that 80s style of Russia versus the United States. But we have stuff there, and just
Dude,
other
he's
things you got to
using
consider.
Hutch
Yes, the true
weapons?
socialist
Hutchison
social media
beam?
is using it sort of as a bargaining chip.
Dude,
You got to
he
figure,
does,
look
doesn't
at the
he?
amount of time we had tier 1 operators on the ground. Who's to say we
Tier
didn't get
1
the uranium
operators,
already?
more powerful than a
There's a
nuke.
lot of stuff that we do. It's not just shoot from the hip. We have very talented people doing a lot of talented stuff.
Dude,
Yes, he's doing
this
stuff with the
psycho.
negotiations. I mean, I don't think when
Wow.
you're banking on the entire population to rise up to get rid of the Islamists is the way to say you're going to wipe out an entire civilization. But different words. Yes, he always goes a little bit further, saying, okay, we're going to take Greenland. We're going to take Greenland. It's okay. Maybe we'll have a few bases in Greenland. He's going to take the long shot, but then back off. I just saying you're going to wipe out a civilization. Bad choice of words, I think.
But I was really struck. I was really struck. For example, the biggest mission in modern American history post Second World War is the mission that you were on, to kill Osama bin Laden, in terms of the importance, I think, to Americans and to the country and to the people, to finally see him get justice for what he did on 9/11. It was an incredible mission. But what was the theme of that mission? Utter secrecy. Absolutely everybody involved. Tiny number of people at the White House knew about it. Very small number of people in the military knew about it, even though
Kurt was going to switch to
all you
base.
top-level guys were all being brought together. Highly
would've been
unusual for
sick.
that to happen. But there was a wall of secrecy because people understood that careless words cost lives, the famous World War II thing. Here with Trump, we have the complete opposite. He just spews out all this stuff like a machine gun, a verbal machine gun, all
That's
day
just
long.
his style, Pierce.
And I don't understand how any of that helps. I don't think it's duping the enemy. I don't think the Iranians take any of it that seriously. I just don't understand why he feels the need to do this.
Well, I mean, I don't think he's giving away any secrets. Everything is extremely close held. It's hard for me to find out any information about who's involved in anything, and that's talking with
Because
sources in
you're
Washington
fucking
D.C. in Congress. A lot of
podcast
they're
loser.
keeping it very compartmentalized. And the Bin Laden raid's one thing. We can't tell anybody because if we even tell the host nation, because Pakistan was involved with that, they're going to run him to safety. Stuff like this, we knew they were shot down. Now we didn't know there were two pilots there until someone in the Pentagon leaked it.
Yeah,
someone
the
close by.
Pakistani
So
intelligence
they're not
hid that
giving
from
away
the
stuff they're doing
CIA
now.
the
I mean,
whole
even,
time.
Even with Carg Island, who's to say if we're going to take it completely? Which I mean, who knows now? We could. The United States could. We could take all the oil and keep it. So
Could
I
you?
don't think he's giving away secrets.
What do you mean?
I mean, appropriately having fun with it. Inappropriately having fun with it, I guess is what I'd say.
Glenn Greenwald, I mean, it
How are you
seems to
gonna
me
take
that
their oil, you fuck?
if you look
What
at
are you
what
talking
Putin's
about?
done in Ukraine, if you look at
What
what
could you
China
possibly
believes
do?
or want to do in Taiwan, for example, the moral authority that Cenk Uygur talked about is incredibly important here. If America sees any moral high ground whatsoever by openly threatening genocide as Trump has done today, whether he meant it or not, the fact he's gone on record as saying it, how can America, when another nation commits an act which they view as
Dude,
morally
I
reprehensible,
can't believe they found
how can
3
they
people to
play the
defend
moral
this
card
shit.
going forward?
Well, we can, and it wasn't just before this, just today. It was long before this. There have been American hawks who've gone to Europe and warned
They
people in
got
Europe
the 3
that
people.
the reason China is
like-
rising so greatly and in displacing Americans in all the regions where we used to be dominant, like Africa and Latin America, is because the world perceives that the Americans and the United States government is a bully. It just uses military force and war and weapons anytime it feels like, whereas China was able to rise to a world power even though they haven't
All
fought
right,
a war
that's
in
enough.
48 years. The last war they fought was 1979. That was a 1-month border.
This is Giorgio Diacenza, who's very kindly offered to help us out here in Lima. And the thing I love about being 1 year on from our trip to Egypt is here we are, slap bang in the middle of Lima. And Giorgio, one of the sacred places that you've brought me to is, I'll let you say it.
Huaca Pucllana.
Huaca Pucllana?
Right there.
And it's a pyramid. So 1 year on from Egypt, and we're back with the pyramids. So Giorgio, you say that you used to ride your mountain bike over there.
Oh yeah. Back in the 60s and 70s, this was a hill. It was all covered with sand.
And did they know it was there?
It was open to the public. There was nobody protecting it.
But did they know that there was actually a step pyramid there?
Some archaeologists knew, some educated people knew.
Because the resonances with Egypt are fascinating to me. Well, we could be standing beside the Great Pyramid here.
Yeah, it is a very special place. It was built in different stages. It doesn't look like a regular pyramid, but it was built in stages with vertical bricks. It's a different way of building, but yet very, very sacred. It's a ceremonial site for the ancient Lima culture.
And do we know for sure that it had anything to do with the civilization that's here now in Peru?
Well, it's 1,800 years old at least. The Lima culture was very old.
But the thing that intrigues me about so much of the megalithic ruins of Peru, and that's why we've come here, is there's so little we know about it. I mean, there are these incredible ruins and beautiful buildings, constructed buildings made of gorgeous stone, solid stone, and yet we know so little about who was responsible for building them.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we don't have the entire history. That's why archaeological science has to reconstruct this carefully. But there are very good, let's say, ideas about what happened, because we did not find enough, too many weapons. Not much weaponry related with this culture.
Right.
So it's good to assume that they were not as bellicose as other cultures.
Sure, but I guess, is it possible that buildings like this were constructed by a civilization that we just don't know about yet?
Yeah, I have a contactee friend. We came here last month.
You know what I love about what Giorgio was telling me is that he used to ride his bike over this when it was covered with sand as a young boy. And the people here were largely oblivious to what was underneath.
Yeah, it's an incredible structure. I last came here in 2012, and I think the renovation works have progressed quite a lot since I came here.
So our friends from the Egypt trip last year will recall my friend JP Haig, who escorted me around Egypt and knew a hell of a lot more about the megalithic ancient ruins of Egypt than I did. And he's been here to Peru before as well, lucky fella. And one of the things we've come to today, of course, is this incredible mud brick pyramid slap bang in the middle of Lima. What do we adduce from this, JP? Is this some pre-Incan civilization?
It could be. I mean, the official or the main archaeological explanation is that this was the work product of what was called the Lima culture, which goes back up to some 2,000 years, something like 700 to 1400 Common Era. And this, what we know to
Giorgio's Ross's Coke hookup in Lima,
culture have somehow
100%.
managed to tax, organize, produce all the labor materials, and create this incredibly vast site that lasted for, well, over 1,000 to 2,000 years.
They took around 40 years, more or less, and that's why they kind of started with the excavations in 1981.
So what's the takeaway from what that lovely guide is telling us? That they're trying to explain whatever the culture was that created this place as a Lima culture, which was pre-Inca civilization, which I guess to my amateur ears sounds like they really have no idea. And it's like a lot of stuff here in Peru that they have no idea really who was responsible for a lot of these incredible.
Yeah, it's a good take, Ross.
There was clearly some kind of civilization that existed here, but we know so little about it. And that's going to be very much the purpose of this trip. We're going to be looking at a lot of these megalithic ruins all over Peru, Bolivia and Easter Island, and trying to answer the question, who was responsible for a lot of these megalithic ruins, what civilization accounts for these incredible places. This is just one of them. These are the mud brick pyramids of Lima. But right across Peru, right across Bolivia, right across Easter Island, Chile, there are these incredible megalithic ruins, the provenance of which is largely unexplained. So, Giorgio, what I hear from that guide is, unlike Egypt, there's no tombs, there's no burial chambers, there's nothing underneath this pyramid. Is that the case?
No, I understand that they found some human remnants as well. A few human sacrifices.
Oh, really?
But very few compared with other cultures.
But are there tombs? Are there holes, tunnels underneath this object?
Yes, there are tombs on the top of the pyramid, for
Ross
example.
is so skeptical.
We will see. Yeah.
Okay.
Look at his face. He's so skeptical of everything he says.
Tunnels.
And do we know why this place was built?
We have to ask about the mythic and philosophical thinking, the cosmovision of these people. We have to find that out. But ancient peoples in these areas of the world, they chose places that seem to be energetic and powerful for them. Waka means power.
What do you mean by energetic?
Yeah. I guess the thing that intrigues me, and this is no criticism of the Peruvian culture or anything like that, but the thing that intrigues me is, even coming here as a preliminary observation, how little we know. We don't know a huge amount, do we, about who built these, the origins, the purposes for which they were built?
No, there's 90-something% of facts to be discovered about this place. We only know about the external remnants, the artifacts, and we can deduce how they thought, why they did things.
It's quite delicious, though. It's a great mystery. I mean, it's just like Egypt. The thing that fascinated me about Egypt was you had this evidence of a megalithic civilization, thousands of years old, and the evidence was overwhelming that it was a lot older than conventional Egyptology suggested.
Yes.
Is it possible that that's the case here in Peru as well?
Yes, it could be that the ancient Lima people here detected a powerful site underground. According to a contactee friend that was here with me last month, he could actually
contactee friend?
The ground and he saw this chamber with a spacecraft. Very ancient, more than 2,000 years ago, when the local Lima culture people recognized the power of this site, they probably also sensed that craft. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but I kind of trust him.
Rather than the local guide.
You trust them?
For these issues, yes.
Oh, well, let's keep on going. I'm intrigued.
So Ross, what's interesting about this site is, much like the sites we went to in Egypt this time last year, is that this site too is astronomically aligned to the movement of the sun and the moon. And it's even aligned perfectly to the ocean, the movement of the sun. There's another point that is curious, is that there have been subterranean radar scans that have been done, and there are these chambers and cavities beneath the structure.
I thought she just said, the guide just said there's nothing underneath the pyramid.
Well, there are cavities, but they haven't explained them.
Okay.
If we look at the size and the scale, we're talking about, cavities a bit like the Serapeum, the subterranean complex in Egypt, outside of Giza, that we went to last year.
Why do people build anything?
And there's another thing is that, how can you possibly say that this is a primitive culture when it takes huge amounts of organization and resources to actually get this job done?
But also to get it astronomically aligned.
And to align it requires knowledge. From where?
Big question.
Big question.
Into the Andean mountains. You can see why Machu Picchu stayed hidden for so long. They say the Spanish never found Machu Picchu during their colonization of Peru, and you can see why. To get there, you crawl for many, many miles through what is precipitous mountainous country deep into the Andes. It's an amazing journey. So I'm doing it in the lap of luxury by train and then by bus. We're on the bus now, rattling our way along a dirt road up to Machu Picchu. But I take my hat off to Hiram Bingham and all the other adventurous explorers that hacked their way through this deep Andean jungle, probably walking for days or sitting on the back of a donkey, making their way to this lost temple on the top of a hill, Machu Picchu. Very exciting to be on my way there. So finally, we're here in the lost temple of Machu Picchu, incredibly high up in the hills of the Andes. It's quite breathtaking here. Have a look at this.
That's an aqueduct. Been found about 5 years ago. So 50% of the construction of Machu Picchu was underground. It's all water, all for water movement. The Inca were not great builders, but they were the masters at moving water.
So these are the Inca outside ring of Machu Picchu. This isn't the sexy stuff. The really good stuff's yet to come.
That's right.
Compared to the stonework on the interior, this is actually pretty mediocre.
Yeah, it's a case of the foundations being non-Inca, preceding the Inca.
Is there some crank shit in the tunnels?
Aspects of relics that we can see within the complex, but the majority of this is Inca, including the
Note to editor, I would step backwards, but there's a 1,000-foot fall right here. So.
Oh, I think you should. Let's see what happens. You're rustic.
Where on earth did they get all the stone for this? Where was it quarried from?
From the mountains.
But lugging all of that stone must have been a hell of a job.
Well, there's a lot of it higher up to move down.
Gosh, you can feel how thin the air is here. It's
yeah,
pretty puffing.
Yeah. Wait till you get to Lake Titicaca. 12,500 feet.
Unfortunately, to get to Machu Picchu, ultimately...
April, are you seriously? You're not going to reply?
In the bus ride.
No?
Believe it or not.
What?
There's lots and lots of steps.
What?
When we go to Ollantaytambo,
There's definitely crank shit in the tunnels.
The climb, which the Inca built, they built that at much of an angle. So how the hell these 65-ton blocks of granite were brought up there? It's, completely unknown. Obviously, anti-gravity or something was employed by whoever the ancient builders were. And everything here...
Anti-gravity. My man, let's fucking go.
Labeled and named by Hiram Bingham, who's the American map maker. He wasn't an archaeologist, he was a map maker. He came in 1911, and he named this the caretaker's hut. He named one of the buildings the Royal Palace. And nobody's ever challenged his, his descriptions for more than 100 years. So again, that's Machu Picchu Mountain. It's where the source of the water comes. And the other official entry is around the manhole. There's a wooden drawbridge that the Inca built, which is very clever because it's a series of logs, but they're not too big. So if they wanted to seal the city off, all they had to do is pull the logs out, and that would stop any invasion from coming from that direction.
We're walking down into the area of the megalithic site that sits slap bang in the middle of Machu Picchu. And yet again, more steps. So this is the entrance to the city. We're now inside the ancient city of Machu Picchu. The air is actually quite thin up here. So in between composing a sentence, I'm gasping for breath.
it's 5,000 feet. There are 5 times as many visitors as live here. That's why UNESCO is very strict on how this place is maintained. Because, otherwise, all that foot pounding every day. They have a full crew working on it every single day, like 100 people to maintain it. And that's why they cut off the hitching post of the sun of the Intihuatana at 10 in the morning, to restrict the number of people going through. The site's very sensitive.
Wow, tell you what, it's pretty exciting walking down into this ancient place, treading where for thousands of years people have walked.
This would take hundreds, if not thousands, of years to build, because you see the scale of it. The cathedral in Cusco took 100 years to build. And that's one building. This is like a huge complex.
So you're talking about thousands of years. When do you think it was really built, right? When do you think it was really built?
Well, we have the thing called the Younger Dryas, which occurred between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. That was a series of global cataclysms that happened. So it wasn't like one event. It was 1,200 years of disturbances of different parts of the planet, including solar
I didn't realize how.
ejections
I
from
think
the
this guy's
sun,
pretty based.
earthquakes, rising of sea level.
His videos are kind of
According to
boring,
Dr. Robert Schoch,
but he's got good
geologist,
takes.
Sea level rose 100 feet in 2 weeks, and then totally
He knows his shit.
about 400 feet. So I think that all the megalithic stuff here and in Egypt and in other places, at least 13,000 years old.
Which of course predates known human civilization.
Right. Well, Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is the interesting one that they've now carbon dated at about 11,500. But that's twice the age of standard archaeology that says civilization began 6,000 years ago. So that place proves, and it wasn't done, but you go to the museum there, it's just both made by hunter-gatherers. You had to have engineers to design it and stuff. So obviously they had a huge crew, and they had also agriculture too, twice as old as what standard history tells us. Roofs were made.
What if that was like humanity's last stand? Like,
hammered in, and then hot water.
what if it was like a fight to the death with the Anunnaki?
Cracks the stone.
And it's been erased from history. That's why they lie about ancient history.
By Russians in the 1990s.
Because they don't want us to figure out that.
But it is theoretical.
Right?
But you say theoretically, you're skeptical.
Always.
Because when you see the accuracy of how much that megalithic stone's cut to.
Oh, the megalithic.
I thought he did the mummies. Is there no mummies in this?
Beyond our capability.
Or is it the next episode?
And
this is only 17 minutes. There's another hour plus, an hour and 10 minutes left in this.
Especially in Egypt. Dude. Because everything in Egypt is linear and logical. I would think that would be an alien mindset. And here, they talk about ancient advanced civilizations, but there's no...
He's really milking his nation for some fucking airfare miles.
They built,
He's been going all over the place.
They took the tools and they buggered off back to Sirius or wherever they came from. I won't name names.
Wait a minute, where's that? I think that's what I think too.
You're skeptical.
Always.
Because when you see the accuracy of how much that megalithic stone's cut to.
Oh, the megalithic was done using very advanced technology, beyond our capability, just like in Egypt. And I'm completely open to the concept of alien construction.
Wow, really?
Especially in Egypt, because everything in Egypt is linear and logical. I would think that would be an alien mindset. And here they talk
that
about
alien grind.
Ancient advanced civilizations, but there's no actual solid evidence for that.
Yeah,
so I
exactly.
Think they came,
the vampires
they
came out and they erased it from history. They didn't want us to know how powerful we were.
Sirius or wherever they came from.
He talked over it again. Shit, what did he say?
But they say it had to have been an advanced human civilization. And they took the tools and they buggered off back before that. So I think they came, they built, alien mindset. And here they talk about ancient advanced civilizations, but there's no actual solid evidence for that. So I think they came, they built, the cataclysms began, they took the tools and they buggered off back to Sirius or wherever they came from.
Yeah.
I won't name names.
I mean...
But They say it had to have been an advanced human civilization. Based on what? What solid evidence do you have?
What's the official explanation for Machu Picchu? What do they say to explain it? But the Incas didn't do it.
The Atlanteans.
Even the Incas.
It's either aliens or the
Didn't
Atlanteans.
do it, you
Yeah,
know.
even the Incas said that. When the Spanish arrived and they saw Sacsayhuaman, the Spanish said, "Did you build that?" And they said,
Those
"No, no, no,
fucking
that was
walls
here
of
when we got here."
Sacsayhuaman.
So that proves it. Same with Ollantaytambo, same with here.
It was here when we
This is
got
the
here.
Obvious evidence I'm going to show you right now. So you look at the wall right in front of us. That's obviously Inca.
Why do you say it's obviously Inca, Brian?
Because it's human
because it's
scale. It's
really-
little
I don't
tiny
wanna be
blocks.
Nasty to the Inca, but it's relatively crude. You see there's a lot of plain
It's like
mortar in
what a person could pick up and carry.
And then you see that
Yeah.
protrusion on top on the right? That's a piece that was put into place. But then when we go beyond that, then day or night becomes day.
They have like mortar and shit too, right?
So
Like
night
it's
becomes
just
day.
nowhere.
Now we get to see the real stuff.
It's so.
This is the megalithic here.
The megalithic
Wow, the
stuff is
difference is
just
amazing.
so incredible.
So you see there's a protrusion, but that's part of the stone.
They're all
There's
just
the-
so big and so tightly packed in. It's like,
I mean, how did they cut stone that accurate?
how do they cut it that they're all bespoke? Like,
Well, it's very, very advanced technology. It's beyond our capability. This is beyond our capability right here.
I mean, to cut that today as humans, we'd need diamond-tipped saws.
Oh yeah, yes. Also, another major series of events that happened is there were massive earthquakes that happened before the time of the Inca that pulled all of the east and west walls apart. So
Yeah.
that's why you see the gap. It's quite even between those three stones. The north and south walls didn't move, but east and west they did. Here at Lake Titicaca, in Cusco, at Ollantaytambo, at Sacsayhuaman. So if that had happened during Inca times, the Inca would have recorded it. There's no record of it happening. So this would have been probably just after the construction by the megalithic builders. And then you see these giant stones, and then you see the little ones on top. That's Inca repair. And we'll see that one. We're going to go around the back way inside this complex, and you'll see that on this back wall as well. The Inca found the megalithic lower section and then fixed it on top.
Are there any glyphs, Brian? Any rock art? Or?
No. No, it's like in Egypt. There's almost no symbolism. We'll see when we walk through Cusco. There are some characters carved into the stone. You see a snake, a puma, and a condor.
So, viewers of News Nation, this is my Aussie mate Clark. What do you reckon, Clark?
my Aussie mate
Breathtaking.
Clark.
Incredible. You come here for this, let alone that.
Beautiful plants, trees, colourful palm trees almost.
I've never seen anything like this.
One of my colleagues was just saying he wished he had a time machine so he could go back in time and see what this place really was, what it was used for. It really is just a mystery. But you can see the incredible difference between the megalithic stone, the pre-Inca civilization stone, and the Inca work. Have a look at this. So how heavy would that block be there, Brian, the big one? How heavy would that big block be there?
At least 40 to 50 tons. The biggest ones that we're going to see at Ollantaytambo. I went there twice with David Hatcher Childress, if you've ever heard of him. And we went there and David looked at the big wall and he said, "This stone is at least 300 tons. And I said, "David, how do you know that?" "Oh, I don't know." "Well, let's measure it." So we did. So granite is 175 pounds per cubic foot. So we measured it this way, that way, depth, about 68. Still big. And as I'm going to show you when we get there tomorrow where the quarry is. The quarry is the very top of the mountain on the other side of the valley. There's only one small area where you have high quality granite.
Dude,
like that.
fucking throwing
So they had to move it.
Hatcher Childress
And
under the
There's a
bus.
trail that goes 2/3 of the way to the quarry, not all the way. It goes from 20 feet wide to 2 feet wide to disappearing. So somehow that stone had to be moved down, all the way down the valley floor, across the river, and then back up the mountain again.
Okay, but explain that to me. How do you move thousands of years ago a lump of rock like that?
40 to 50 tons. There's also the
Look
issue
at the
of the
size of
fact
it.
that some of the rock may not necessarily come from the quarry above, but from down below, because the
I like this
patterning
guy.
is different.
This guy's serious. I like him.
Quality of the work.
Don't tease him. He's too serious for that, man.
You're in the darkness.
Maybe I like it.
Okay, so after you've done your filming and photographs,
Is that
here,
Ross's
then we'll go to
buddy?
the Temple of the Three Windows, which is there.
He said 68 is basically
And then we're
400.
going to leave the site.
Man,
Because otherwise it would take like an hour and a half to go around the backside. This is the most interesting part by far. The rest of it gets very repetitive when you look at Inca stonework.
Do we know what this was used for, Brian?
No clue. The other weird thing about it is it only ever had 3 sides. It wasn't a 4-sided building.
So were people living here, do you think, or was it more possibly a temple of some kind?
Yeah, I think it had a function. Temple maybe, but temple is used too much. Like the Temple of the Moon, the Temple of the Sun, everything's either Temple of the Moon or Temple of the Sun. There had to be other functions to it. But we're going to see that this, what's called the Temple of the Three Windows, was at one point solid, like 4 walls. But
what is that
again,
hat? I thought it was
a
an
cataclysm
Expos
hit,
hat.
Earthquake of massive scale and basically blew part of
That
it
was a weird hat.
down onto the ground. That's why you see there should be cross beams above going from one side to the other, but they're missing.
Is that like some fucking...
That's the 50-ton block. So JP,
Oh, this guy. Oh, yeah.
There's a problem.
I forgot about him already.
That haven't been resolved, but one of them is how did they move blocks such as this that are 40 to 50 tons in size? And the kind of official story is that it came from a quarry up above. But the problem there is that the blocks are different. There are different qualities to the patterns of the stone and the way they've been worked, which suggests that there were megalithic blocks brought from below. And of course, we're some 2,400 meters or so in altitude here. And how are these primitive societies able to do that?
Well, I don't think
Oh
they
my
did.
God,
did
they lugged it up.
And then if you look at this wall, there is something interesting about that, isn't there?
It is. There's scooping. There's a signature similar to the blocks that we saw in Egypt, including the unfinished obelisk of Aswan. But I think there's going to be better examples in Cusco, and we'll be able to get into that when we get down.
It's so frustrating because we really don't know what this was used for.
We don't. But there's the issue of the misnomer of calling Machu Picchu a lost city, because it's not really a city. It's a location that is quite compact. We don't even know that there were roofs put in place with the pre-Inca structures. The Inca used roofs, but it may be that this was more of a ceremonial site. And what's really sad is the Inti stone at the top used to be open for everyone to access. Recently, access was limited to 10 a.m.
What's that called, sorry?
The Inti Putana stone. Ooh. Eludes me for the moment. Sure. And you can't go up and see it. And this stone is incredible. First of all, it's huge. It's been smooth. It's been carved. It looks like something out of megalithic India. It's aligned with the Huayna Picchu mountain opposite. It's aligned with the cardinal points. And again, we can look at this through a pragmatic scope. But this is all part of what I think to be a spiritual or even religious type technology that's inducing experiences for the priests or for the initiates.
I know it's a conceit to assert that Hiram Bingham discovered this place, but I have to say, it must have been pretty swell to be the explorer chopping your way through the Andean jungle.
That's right, and
you stumble across this ancient place.
There's a lesson in that, because he wasn't looking for Machu Picchu, he was looking for another lost city. And he came here in 1903. He was sponsored by Kodak, the famous photograph company, and it was state-of-the-art panoramic technology that weighed a ton. And there were
Ross is such a goofball.
Local guys that were having to lift it up.
Sure.
But yeah, it was a great find, and it was of course thanks to the native locals that he found it. But you know, credit to Hiram Bingham. He is the modern discoverer of Machu Picchu.
That's pretty special.
Very.
It's amazing, even more amazing to me, that we still have no idea who built it or what it was for.
You keep saying that.
And doesn't everything have a different light to it when we think of the potential reality and discovery of the tridactyl bodies?
Yeah, absolutely. Was it aliens? I know, some will giggle, some will scoff.
Or beings.
I don't care if you scoff. I mean, it's a serious proposition.
Yeah,
it's
that's how I
that's
feel.
ventured by Brian
I don't care if you
Forster
scoff.
And it's one that's been mentioned even by some of the Incas that I've spoken to.
And what if they were indigenous to the Earth and we just don't know about them?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not from other places.
Maybe.
Can you imagine?
Somewhere.
I told you, they're your ancestors.
You're a tridactyl.
Mitochondrial Eve
This
was a
side
tridactyl.
got destroyed probably by an earthquake. So as I said, you see that notch there?
It's our Earth Mama. It's actually a fucking bug thing.
Hitting halfway there and then going through that way. So that was destroyed. And Hiram Bingham, as I said, he named everything. He was not an archaeologist, he was a map maker. So how the hell he thought he knew what he was talking about? Just like he called that the caretaker's hut. It's like, what? The importance of that building is that the two major roads that come to Machu Picchu are, as I said, over there, which is the Inti Punku, the Sun Gate, and then around the backside that way. So that would be the point where anybody who came from either of those two directions would be detected. And then the guard would say, "What are you doing here?" I was just curious about what's... No, bye.
So this is so-called the Temple of the Three Windows.
Yeah. And it's interesting that certain of them are blocked, others are not. And my suspicion is that this is for, again, it has an energetic purpose.
Something tells me, JP, that Hiram Bingham, way back in the 19th century, had the better view. I get the feeling that thousands of people, there's apparently 6,000 people a day who come here to Machu Picchu, and you can understand why, but
it doesn't help the fact that they've cordoned off so many areas now that everyone is in a concentrated space, whereas the last time I came here, you could climb up to the top of the sunstone at the top here. You could access Huayna Picchu in the background and climb up without any ticketing or permission needed. And it was just a comfortable experience. And I just feel that the site is being more and more controlled, and it gives scope for sort of more inequitable decisions and limits the experience of the visitor, especially to those of us that have been in a different time when there was more liberty.
Wow.
So here we are.
Good big archaeology, cracking down, preventing truth seekers from uncovering
Inca ruins.
The answers we've been searching for.
And it's quite funny, you go from those beautifully cut megalithic blocks, and you've got the Inca blocks out there in front of it.
Look at those.
And so, of course, you can't come to Peru.
It's windy, huh?
A llama, and they're all over here at Machu Picchu.
I respond by simply fact-mogging them into submission. Yeah.
Just the scale of this place is mind-blowing.
Yeah, you're still going,
you can see
huh?
why.
It's really big, huh?
The Incans valued it as a natural fortress position, but whoever built the megalithic ruins here obviously recognized it as well. You could hide here.
Just been wandering around this whole
Nobody would know you
time.
were here. And funnily enough, the Spanish had no idea, absolutely no idea the Incans had hid out here. Well, the takeaway I have most of all from Machu Picchu is just how little we know about its origins. Just like Egypt, I mean, there are these gigantic blocks of stone, 50, 100, 150 tons, that have been pulled up these magnificent hills by someone. Thousands, possibly tens of thousands of years ago. And we have absolutely no explanation for how these buildings were built, what they were built for. And the official explanation, of course, is that they were built by the Incans, and yet even many of the Incans say that's an extremely implausible explanation. Well, all I can say, it's a privilege to be here, and what an exciting day. Machu Picchu, what a splendid place. So this is Ollantay Tambo, which is one of the great sites from the Inca
Where are the
history,
penis
but of course,
sculptures?
like just about everything else in Peru,
scriptures.
it's built on top of megalithic ruins, the provenance of which nobody has any idea when they were built, what they were built for, and much of this is Inca apparently, but
I mean, they're definitely
way
there
up the top
somewhere.
We're going to go and have a look at some rocks right at the top of the hill, which are perfectly bonded and inexplicably gigantically large blocks of andesite granite, which have been cut very, very precisely to the extent that you can't even insert a playing card between the faces of the granite. I mean, it's a
Look at that.
it's an architectural mystery sitting in plain sight. A little bit hypoxic coming up the hill there. There's so little oxygen up here. We're nearly 3 kilometers above sea level. And yeah, this is a little bit lightheaded today. So one of the joys about being in Peru is you chew on a coca leaf or some of the coca sweets that they provide that have tiny amounts of, believe it or not, cocaine in them, and they do help. So as best as Brian Foster, our guide, is able to tell us, this is Inca, because they worked with the local rock. But their predecessors, whoever they were, the megalith builders, they built those
he's looking to
beautiful
party
rocks
back
up the
at the
top there.
hotel.
That when we get closer, there's absolutely no seams between them. They're built, each rock was prefabricated and shaped to fit with the other rock. And when you consider that they're cutting into andesite granite and moving those blocks, some of which are 50, 100, 150 tons, how on earth did they do it? But at the same time, the Incas were pretty clever too, because what we're standing on here, these terraces, were part of a sophisticated planting and irrigation system. They'd apparently divert a river way up at 18,000 feet, and then they'd trickle the water down from the top terrace, and it would slowly percolate down all the terraces, down the hill, and then out to sea. So the Incas were pretty clever too. In this block of granite right here, there's a drill hole, and it's the only one that Brian's ever found, but it's a megalithic drill hole which proves pretty conclusively that whoever these builders were, they had tools that were strong enough to cut through andesite granite, one of the hardest rocks on this planet. I mean, in order to do that these days, we need a diamond saw. That's how significant this is. It's just like what we saw in Egypt. And there's just no explanation for how whoever the megalithic builders were, how they put a hole through a lump of granite. Or indeed, how they lifted that lump of granite from the quarry over the river to this point. I mean, it's just crazy. Some of these rocks have got 8 sides, and here is where the mystery begins. How did anyone, I don't know how anybody could do this today, how did anyone cut this type of granite, which is incredibly hard, with sides, some of them are 8-sided, and then slot them in like a Lego set with such accuracy?
Yeah, can we percolate? Yeah, anybody trying to
What our guides are
percolate?
telling us, they believe these megalithic ruins
Percolators,
are possibly up to 25,000 years old.
No percolators.
This rock is mind-blowing. You count the sides, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sides. It's slotted in so perfectly. There's no gap at all between the other rocks. Whoever did this, presumably tens of thousands of years ago, really knew what they were doing. So JP, I have overtones of Egypt here, a mystery in plain sight, no explanation for how it was built.
DumDums.
The more I go to places like Peru and Egypt, the more I realise how little we humans know.
That's right, there's similarities. They may not be the same people or
It's been forsaken.
artificers that built the structures in Egypt and Peru, but they are very curious. We saw them, Ross, in the Assyrian, the private access area at the Abydos Temple in Egypt. We saw them, I believe, around the Menkaure Pyramid temple complex. And there's an example or two around the base of the Sphinx.
But they don't really know what these nubs were for, do they?
They don't. It's interesting. Some say they were injection molded kind of relics, which would have assumed that the stone would have been molten or soft at some point, like a concrete. But my suspicion is like much of Egypt, and as Brian mentioned about the more modern kind of cathedrals that are built across
programmable matter.
Is that we're looking at disruptors or interrupters of sound, the use of frequency to achieve some kind of effect, possibly to help
levitation.
grow the crops on these
I don't know about anti-gravity, but
that we see around us.
I think they could maybe like nullify its weight somehow.
In a way that meant that they could produce more food. We don't know, but sound and resonance seem
like
to
if they
me
had it fucking vibrating at the right pitch, you know.
Well, I guess when the Incans came, thousands of
Something
years
like
later,
that.
it made sense to build on these ruins.
That's right.
They could just kind of like
break what is, already working for you and just adapt to it, build around
kind
it.
of like
And you
shoe
can
it
see the
up the
difference
hill.
in the stonework.
I don't know, man. It's an
Well, there's something
insane
crazy
task
about the fact that
otherwise.
the
Look at the size of those
megalithic
rocks. Like, can you
13,000+ years
imagine?
old ruins are vastly superior to what you see over
They didn't
here
even have
with
like
the,
good
the
ropes
Inca.
or anything.
That's right. This is
You know,
another
like,
level. I think that this may also be this part of the site at Orente Tambo has a sacred function, and we'll see that a little bit later when we get to the top. But yes, for me, this is the epicenter of the mystery of this incredible place.
You can just get a piece of paper in between the two blocks.
But the question is, does money come out?
That's quite something.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
The resonance.
That's amazing. That's quite something.
That surprised me.
Yeah.
He looks pretty
It actually
good, huh?
resonates. He's right. It resonates. It's just like the one we went to in Egypt. It's the same thing. So two separate civilizations discovered the ability to use stone to tune into frequencies in different parts of the world. I love it. Okay, JP, come on in. It's just like the Saqqara temple in Egypt that we visited a year ago, isn't it, JP?
It's very similar in that there's a space for, to put your head in and experience some sort of resonance. But in Egypt, you can actually hear the tones.
You could feel the energy, yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about the so-called sound temple outside of Saqqara, right next to the step pyramid of Djoser, as it's so-called, probably a misnomer.
It's lovely watching. It's lovely watching everybody's reaction.
Set a trend, Ross.
I mean, it gives you quite a buzz tapping into this because it feels quite mystical doing it.
Me at the Wailing Wall.
What is it about the surface of those stones, the granite stones, that you found especially interesting?
Well, the way the granite decomposes is like it crumbles like a sugar cube does, because it's a three-dimensional matrix, whereas limestone and sandstone are deposited in layers, so the top layer can peel off. So it's not supposed to do that, and that's evidence that massive heat, like a blast of heat, struck some of the walls here and caused the surface to destabilize and peel off.
So there's some kind of ablation, heat ablation that's being caused.
Yeah. We'll see even more of it around the corner when we get there.
And then, before we get there, these gigantic lumps of granite. Do we know how heavy they are?
We measured them. The heaviest one is on the right-hand side. It's about 68 tons. people love to boast and say, well, these are 400 tons. It's like, you have to measure. It's 175 pounds per cubic foot. So you do the width, the height, and the depth, multiply it by 175, and you wind up with poundage, reduce that to tonnage.
Okay, but even if it's 68 tons, how the hell does anyone
it's at the top of a mountain, though.
10, 20, 1,000 years ago move an object that large up this hill?
Exactly. The quarry is the top of that mountain across the valley.
So they had to get it down the other side and back up.
Where the peak is, that's the only high quality.
Have a look at that.
Granite is located.
Between the two, the sort of dip.
No, well, the actual peak on the right.
Are we meant to believe that it was Incans lugging these on their backs, or, I mean...
Well, actually, when you weren't here, I did tell a story that one of the High Inca wanted to replicate what they found here. So he had something like 1,000 men go up to the quarry. There's still some giant blocks which have been roughed out that are up there, and so he had them wrap ropes around it. The trail, which is there, that goes to the quarry, only goes 2/3 of the way and then disappears.
So there are still blocks that were left on the way by the Incans because they couldn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. So he told them, bring that block down through the trail to this location. They moved it down, then they got close to the edge, then the stone went too far over, the balance point was lost, and it came down, crashed in the valley floor, pulling probably hundreds of Inca men with it.
Oh, what a tragedy.
So at that point he said, okay, let's forget about that.
So we know that that mountain right up there is the only source of this granite.
Yeah.
And nobody can explain where that granite, how it was carried from there to here.
I mean, this is all granite, but that's low grade crumbling granite, but that's really high quality.
5-hour stream.
And I don't,
can you all subscribe?
You can get up to the
please?
lower part of the quarry, but you need a helicopter to get to the very top.
Yeah.
It'll make you feel better.
No, it's mind blowing.
It'll make me feel better.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my God, look at that. Perfectly level. That's amazing. Perfectly level. So Taryn, one of our friends here, pointed out to me something about this lump of granite, that if you feel underneath, you can see the curvature here. There's actually been a drill hole that's actually a T-shape, and if you put the camera underneath, you'll see it. It's almost like the ancient machining to make sure that this rock was designed to lock in with some kind of T-shape with another. This isn't just megalithic production, it's ancient engineering, isn't it?
Yeah, it's too precise, too difficult to do by hand. And in fact, Ross, there's a smaller block that we've just walked past, and we can maybe show us a look. So as we're walking into this sort of core area,
Hey, Stremzel, what's going on?
a relatively smaller, reminiscent of a massive large granite block that we saw at the back of the Egyptian Museum in Cairo on a smaller scale.
Oh, I can see what you're pointing out.
I mean, this is diorite, but you can see this kind of surface is, well, there is some wearing or something.
But something's cut through that.
Yeah, there's a clear...
It's
Yeah,
like
look,
it's like what
this
we
shit.
saw in the Egyptian museum.
Yeah.
Whoever cut this lump of granite had a saw.
Exactly. It's so similar, it's just on a smaller scale.
But I'm sorry, we didn't have saws 13,000 years ago. In fact, human civilization
Speed
didn't
it up.
exist 13,000 years ago, JP. Sorry.
I don't see how chisels or adzes can even begin.
No, you can't do that with an adze.
Possible.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Mysteries in plain sight. So we saw the T shape cut into the other piece of granite earlier. Have a look at this. Now Brian suggests that these might have been connected with bits of copper, and this is something that was seen in Egypt. They put copper in between the lumps of granite.
It's all over the
Something
world.
that, a
They
technology
did
we still
that.
don't understand today, that helped conduct the energy between the granite. It also suggests that what this is, what they call the Temple of the Sun, might indeed have been some kind of energy device. I mean, frankly, we have no idea. That's the curious thing about this, because the Incan civilization was built on top of this. And clearly there's been some kind of cataclysm that has thrown these huge lumps of granite around on the ground. And as we could see earlier, there was the heat ablation on the rocks. It really is quite profound, though, to see another one of these T's. Think about this. We know that the only source of the kind of granite that's used in this site came from that peak right up there, which is probably another 1,000 metres up in the sky. We're already at 3 kilometres. But have a look at the size of these blocks. Imagine lugging those down that hill, across that valley, and logging them into position here with such accuracy, and then cutting them with such precision.
They've been shaped but not set.
Yeah. I mean, there's no mortar, there's no use of mortar at all.
Exactly. They've been partly lifted and then left in place, cracked and then discarded. You could see blocks behind this.
And clearly these nubs, I mean, we saw these nubs in Egypt too.
Yeah.
They serve a purpose, we just don't know what it was.
These ones are much smaller than the ones we saw along the entrance wall, which Brian says is probably the best example of these megalithic blocks across Peru. I just think that they're possibly symbolic, but they appear to me more about being a tuning frequency, and the project was abandoned. But we can even see some shaping here.
Yeah, it's like it was stopped mid-process.
Abandoned. After all the effort of extracting from a quarry on a peak of a mountain that would need to be accessed by a helicopter today.
Let's infuriate the debunkers, mate. Let's say a big alien spaceship came down and zapped the whole place with a laser beam. Just as plausible as anything else, frankly. Where hopefully we'll be able to see some of the tridactyl carvings into the desert floor that are only visible from an aircraft. And while we're travelling through the desert, it's worth noting that the tridactyl beings themselves, whatever they are, were recovered from somewhere in this area, somewhere in this quite desolate desert. It really does make believe how the grave robbers, the yaqueros, found them somewhere in these hills. But whatever the objects are, let's call them objects for the moment, quite baffling to think how for 1,800 years they lay hidden in a hillside, only to be discovered by a bunch of grave robbers. It's pretty desolate out there. We're just about to get on the plane to the Nazca lines, the rock carvings into the desert floor that illustrate all manner of things. I don't know, when were they first carved, Georgia? Do you know? When were they put into the rock? Do we know when they were made, these?
Oh. In the year 100 or less?
So over nearly 2,000 years old. Okay. So we're very excited to be able to see today the rock carvings, the carvings into the desert floor, the so-called Nazca carvings. And it's interesting because JP's just pointed something out to me that I think is fascinating, a bit of UFO inside knowledge. Fire away, JP.
Well, I've already flown over the Nazca lines over a decade ago, and when you look at certain shows that can't be named, they mention these trapezoids being potential runways, which I never really accepted. And it's only now, looking at this map before we board an aircraft, to see these incredible geoglyphs that have been weathered for nearly up to 2,000 years. And I look at these two, and suddenly I thought of a UFO incident, or what purports to be a UFO incident in medieval Germany in Nuremberg in 1561.
Show us the comparison.
And I brought the image up, and this is what it was. You can see the similarities between both of these trapezoids and how they relate to the incident of Nuremberg in medieval Germany. And if you also look, you've got this rather unusual sort of astronaut character that has been drawn on the etched into the side of a hill, and it's just adjacent to these trapezoids.
But of course, nothing to do with UFOs at all. Not suggesting UFOs, nobody said anything about UFOs, but just an interesting symmetry.
Another coincidence.
Okay, Christian, we're here in the Nazca airport, and I find it fascinating. You're a pilot?
Yes, I was a pilot here in the Nazca circuit too many years ago, maybe 14 or 15 years ago.
And you've written this book, The Gatekeepers of Nazca, by Christian Yong.
Sure.
So tell me, why did you write this book? What prompted you to write that book, Christian?
Because I had too many experience with the energy here. Too many people don't know there is a special energy here. I try to find what kind of energy or what kind of relationship there is between this energy and the Nazca, and the figures and the view of life in the desert.
And what's your theory?
No, definitely we have a very, very strong energy here. Positive energy and negative energy as well.
Right. And do you think that's why there are so many sightings in this area?
Yeah. I had too many sightings here at night, in the day as well.
So when you say you've had them, what do you see?
For example, the small spheres, white spheres, so many brilliant, with a like a kind of light in the sky. But I'm sure there weren't planes, there weren't drones. Because I'm a pilot, I know very well. I know the difference between this kind of aircraft.
And did you ever see anything that resembled a structured craft or just lights?
No, I think they are simple lights, but huge lights. Huge lights.
How huge?
Maybe like 10 meters of height and 10 meters of wide.
Wow.
Yeah.
And self-illuminated. There's...
Yes, I think, for example, the last time I saw one of them over a mountain close to here in distal areas, the history.
And are you still flying?
I'm still flying in Canada.
In Canada?
In Canada.
So you've just come back here for a holiday, or?
No, I used to go here once a year.
Ah, okay, right.
Yeah.
Did you ever feel there was a threat to your safety of your aircraft, or was it just something you observed at a distance but felt okay about?
No, yes. And for example, the last time when I had the experience to have a sighting, I was flying in Palpa, and I had a sighting with a very small sphere over valley, and even I remember I was with French visitors, and they were asking me what kind of light is this. I didn't know to explain, but I knew it was a sphere.
Do you pilots talk about it? There's a bit of a stigma, isn't there, with the whole subject of UFOs? Do you get worried about talking about the fact that you've seen a UFO because you're worried about losing your license?
Yeah, no, not exactly.
But why do so many pilots not talk about their sightings? Because I very rarely find a pilot.
I think there's a very special connection between some pilots with this energy. Not every pilot used to have this experience.
So it's more accepted here in NASCAR because of its special energy, because of the small community of pilots.
Yeah.
So it's easier to talk about it.
Yeah, I know other pilots that had the same experience, but not everybody. Not every pilot.
So what's your theory? What are they? What do you think they are? You describe them as lights?
They are dimensional beings. I'm sure about this. They are dimensional beings. They have a mission here, and I think they are like guardians, gatekeepers, and that's why I choose the title, the gatekeepers of NASCAR. Yeah.
And so the lines themselves, the drawings in the Nazca Desert, what do you think they illustrate?
They are a kind of expression in this earth.
The secret behind-the-scenes videos shot at the hidden place around
We don't
back.
have monkeys in this area, for example, just only in the jungle, but not here.
Yeah,
Here
exclusive
we have another
temple
kind of animal.
temple footage.
Fox, for example, is one of them. But I think they are like expressions for us and for...
You know about the tridactyls that have been found?
Oh yeah, I know about
What's your take on those? I mean, there's obviously a tridactyl that's depicted in the rock art here.
Yeah, definitely they are dimensional beings. I'm sure about this.
And you think they once lived here? They came here?
Sure. But no in this dimension, because we are in another kind of dimension. They came from other dimension, and they appeared here, and maybe they were lost. That's what I think.
Because it's quite sad. We were looking yesterday in Ica at the
Really? Another
remains of a
dimension?
reptilian-looking creature, and Maria, who's a slightly
I don't think that at
humanoid-looking
all.
creature.
I think they
I'm
were-
no expert, and obviously it'll take science to figure out what they really are.
I think they
and
were
whether they are
experimented
indeed something
on.
non-human.
I think they
But
were.
it does suggest the possibility that these are non-human beings from somewhere else.
Yeah, well, I know Maria knew something about this, but I think she was so careful about this because...
So who was this, sorry?
Oh, you're talking about Maria Wright.
Maria
We're
Wright.
talking about a tridactyl body, or purported body, or specimen that's at the University of Ica being studied because it's so unusual.
And they've called it Maria.
Oh, okay.
I understand
okay.
what happened here. You're referring to Maria Wright, but tell us about Maria Wright. What did she know?
Well, no, I think she knew something about this.
Why do you say that?
Because she lived in the desert, and I'm sure she saw many strange things in the desert.
And Maria Wright was the German archaeologist that lived here for something like 50 years.
50 years,
And lived
exactly.
next to the Nazca lines to discover them and protect them.
Yeah, exactly. Even she passed all her life here in Nazca.
So where have you seen most of your UFOs? Here or in Canada?
No, more here. Even in this area, in Lima as well, in Ica as well. In Canada, I saw
So hard.
because
So
I
hard.
was living in a farm area in Canada. My first days.
West Coast or East Coast?
No, it's East Coast.
East Coast.
East Coast. Yes.
Nova Scotia?
No, it's in Ontario. It's more for the east, by the West Coast.
West Coast.
West Coast.
Vancouver, British Columbia.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's the east. This is the east. The East Coast. Ontario. Yes.
Okay.
Ontario. Yes.
And so you've seen more here when you were flying here than you have anywhere else?
Yeah. No, well, I have too many stories about all this. For example, I had experience with sightings about strange beings in Palpa. Even I was researching about this strange being. It was like a bull, but with six legs. And I was checking all the information about
Dude, that's what
what
Bledsoe
kind of being is
said.
it. And I found out similar
Yeah,
bull
Bledsoe
in
had
Japan.
a six-legged bull
So why did you
encounter.
set out to write the book? What was the motivation?
Yeah, because I write
it's-
stories all the life. Even my first novel was when I was in the high school.
Your
but I didn't
plasmoid?
publish it.
Yeah.
I didn't post it. Never.
What the
never.
fuck are
But your
they?
theory is basically you wrote the book
Yeah.
to push this idea that these are interdimensional beings, that the gatekeepers.
This is my first book about this.
Can I ask you a question? Are you a contactee? Have you had any?
But like, do they run this planet, or they?
Tell us about that.
Once. Well,
Do they manipulate the
one
planet
night I
to
was smoking in
encourage
my room. Well, in the
different,
room. And I was checking
events?
one of them,
Like,
these spheres. Close to
you're
some
millions of years old
Yes.
plasma being.
Yes.
What are you
And
doing
I
up
saw
there?
a very, very brilliant sphere.
Is there like a?
And I was smoking on it. In
Are
seconds,
they logged
I
right
got
into
sick.
the Akashic Records? Are
But
they the
I was
Akashic
standing.
Records?
And I feel I was standing up.
So you knew you were not in a normal state.
Yes. Well,
Sort of like
all the
self,
communication was like telepathy.
like
I will
self-assembling,
say we are
mega
treating
conscious.
you now because you have a disease. You have
Like
a
if they could like
disease.
combine their brains directly,
did you?
like
No. After
like
that,
if a
I saw
plasmoid
the-
being is like a,
he said, I don't have
you know, it's like
anything.
straight neuron
According to them,
package,
I
just
had
link
this.
up with
So
the
then
other
you believe
ones.
they cured you.
Yes.
Did they say what it was?
Well, they said so. I got something like a special energy to inside me. And
Really?
But I was sleeping. But maybe in minutes, I woke up and I saw my cigarette consumed, all the cigarette. But I was standing up.
You were sleeping and you were standing up.
Yes.
They paralyzed you or something.
Six-legged
Yes,
bull's
yes,
good.
but I-
Trance, hypnosis.
A kind of hypnosis.
Right.
So here we go. We're on our way to the Nazca lines.
Back to
It's a very, very hot
407.
day here in Nazca, and we're about to get on board
Tony,
our
they're
white
out to
plane
get me.
with two pilots because we're doing the extended tour to Pulpa, where you can see the tridactyl images. Very exciting.
I don't see. Dude, they're gonna tease that for the next video, I guess. Oh, no, that's not it. Fuck. I gotta go. It's so late. Please subscribe. It's a good idea. You'll see. You'll all see one day.
Well, that was quite something. It really does beg the question.
This
How
one looks
were
like
those
runways,
lines
though. Look at
constructed
those long, straight
hundreds,
ones.
thousands of years ago?
Dude, those look like.
And why? Why? Why would any civilization build beautiful art like that, which could only be seen from the air? Like just about everything else
For
here
the plasmoids.
It's an intriguing mystery, an exciting one.
Hanging out,
I'm looking
anything that
forward to
lives
the
on
rest of our
Earth,
journey,
about
because
as
what
smart
we're
as a
seeing
smart
here
parrot or whale.
Evidence of quite an advanced civilization, most of which we know very little about.
Yeah, but
One of the
collectively,
great
though,
excitements of this trip was to see the tridactyl images. Clearly, there was something in the cultural memory of this area that meant that the locals wanted to
yeah, if only they'd asked the
an image
indigenous instead
of
of
a
killing
tridactyl.
them.
The big question is why? Well, that was a very exciting trip. I guess the one takeaway for me, most of all, is why would any earthbound civilization, which presumably didn't have the ability to fly, want to build lines that could only be seen from the air? Why? Why did they record tridactyl images? Was that just a weird artifice or
I
artistic
still listen to all
giggle?
this.
Or was it something more significant?
My kids, all they listen to is 90s shit. Told you, I'm gonna do a podcast with Eloise where we can talk about like alt rock, fucking Riot Girl. Whoa. Look at those. That's the scale of them? Holy shit. don't think I realized how big they were. Wow. That's incredible. How do they do that? Those giant gullies? I figured they were like a wall, you know, they were like the size of a wall. They're like the size of a giant gully, like a
hell of a climb.
Like it's like bigger than a road. It's like maybe they had like floodwaters they were able to redirect or something. That's kind of what it looked like, actually.
The lack of oxygen. Yeah. You can barely talk. So the real purpose of this place is lost in history. It's, according to Brian Foster, it's pre-Inca. In fact, he believes it dates back to the time of the Younger Dryas, which is 12,500.
I keep wanting to sign off, and then
before any
Ross is so
human civilization was known.
so charismatic.
And if you look at this astonishing art rockwork here, it's cutting into the granite in ways that defies explanation. You would have needed diamond-tipped saws to cut that kind of incredibly dense granite. Nobody really has any explanation for how it was cut the way it is, such precise 90-degree angles. And also nobody has any idea what it was for, but the speculation is it's some kind of portal. We'll talk to JP later because he says he can feel energy, pulsing, and his explanation is as good as any, frankly. Just like so many of these beautiful megalithic ruins in Peru, they're an eternal mystery.
I'll stand up. Face the other way.
Masculino, femenino. Necesitamos una dualidad. Always needed duality.
It's a cheap manufacturer.
La cruz del sur exactamente va a estar posicionado en la cima y va a entrar una luz y a través de la otra mano va a entrar ahí con la chakra de la corona.
I wonder if it's like certain times a day or something, or like, what if it's like certain star conjunctions or whatever.
Esa es quizás una de las formas de poder recibir la llave.
She's nutty in relation to my station. I had it sealed. That's the deal. Secrets were revealed because they knew each other from before.
Thanks, dude. Life dementia averted, dude. Look, I felt bad because I was criticizing Trump for his Easter Sunday tweet, and I didn't want to threaten any chatters with life dementia.
And it's also quite beautiful. It's a loving feeling.
Like I turned over a new leaf.
So,
but
they call this place
Stash brings up a really good point.
Which in Spanish, I think the Spanish also
The
call it
hitchhiker effect. Is looking for a new soul to
It's a
claim.
reference, of course, to the church because it has the shape.
You may be visited by knife
of a
demons
church.
in your dreams.
But I can tell you,
but they're not.
whatever this place is,
There's sort of like a multi-phasic enemy
whatever
that
the energy behind
exists
it,
both within and
real.
without
What
your
I was feeling
dreams.
during that ceremony just before was utterly overwhelming. I felt
You can't escape
kind
them.
of they call it a
What I mean.
kundalini, an energy that comes from your groin up to the top of your head. I felt
You
a
see?
huge energy, a rush through me, joyous sense of energy. And a lot of people here, without breaching their confidence, have had quite emotional moments, bringing to fore memories of dead family members, And I don't think it's.
Yeah, I think that's why they built it the shape that they built it in with all those walls. Like,
I know it sounds mystical, and you can be.
I think it's like directing currents and stuff. It's like trying to like do those vortex things.
It's very loving. Kind.
There's Toroids.
I don't think I'll ever forget that feeling that I just had now. The terrible tragedy.
So I think that. What else could that be? It's so fucking weirdly shaped and like it's, but it looks like so specific.
The Spanish, when they came, whatever this beautiful object was,
it's like something specific. Like it's built into the ground. It's like
Wilco, the local
they were doing something with it, you know.
He told me that the work here was done probably, they think, 25,000 years ago, which of course is long before the Younger Dryas, long before the end of the last ice age, and long before known human civilization, which of course only came about 5,000–6,000 years ago. And if you look over here, I mean, that's andesite granite. It's one of the toughest stones known to humankind. Something tens of thousands of years ago cut into that stone with 90-degree accuracy. It's quite astonishing. I'm going to bring in my my mystical mate JP Haig, who I know has a bit of a feeling for the unseen. What did you feel, JP?
Well, Ross, I came in without expectations, and what can I say? Intuitively, I was invited to touch the rock. I put my two palms where you see the two little ledges there, and I just faced the mountain. And somebody that does meditation will be kind of more open to this, perhaps. But I started to feel a rhythmical throbbing in my head that was so strong. It was incredibly powerful.
Yeah, it's some sort of energy vortex, isn't it?
My vision, my inner vision, if you will, started to enter a tunnel which, you know, you might associate with psychedelics, and it was like my awareness was starting to travel down this tunnel, but then I stopped it because I think it would have taken too long. I didn't really want to go somewhere else. I was very happy here.
It's like a communication terminal.
It's thought of as a portal.
Wow.
And I can see why, because the experience I had was almost like the beginning of an experience that absolutely was entering I don't know, another dimensional space. Yeah, it's an experiential thing. It's not an imagined or intellectual idea. It's an experience that begins.
But if those spiritual ideas are just too much for you,
so you like sit there and log into it, and then your consciousness
before their civilization
dials out.
The guide was telling us 25,000 years old is the date that the local Incas give to the sacred place. What humans were around 25,000 years ago? I mean, who built this?
It's pre-Inca civilization, to my mind, and to the minds of many others that come here far more frequently than I do. What's just interesting is how the story of the Spanish, seeking treasure inside is one explanation, but it could be that they were, intentionally destroying sacred technology or indigenous technology for altered states of consciousness that ultimately lead to our betterment, to doing better in the world, and to become more connected and more loving as a society, as a species, as a race.
But on more practical engineering terms, how did any civilization beyond, I think the first time we actually had something other than rocks to shape rock with, especially rock as hard as andesite granite, was around about 5,000 years ago when bronze adzes first started appearing. But bronze is too soft to cut into andesite granite. We learned that last year in Egypt.
Absolutely.
In fact, I'm seeing a whole lot of parallels here.
Of course, look at the 90-degree angles of these spaces. They are perfect. You could put a right-angled set square in there and there would be no space whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, you could be in the Serapeum here. It's amazing.
I wonder where the tunnel is. If this is a tunnel system, is it? Is it a cave? Where does it lead?
But it's quite precious. I mean, I feel quite privileged to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, every now and then in this line of work, you come across something that really does take the wind out of you and inspires you with awe. This humble place inspires me with awe. Okay, so I thought it was hard.
Oh my god, Kairos' 9-minute countdown.
Going down is even worse. These steps, there was somebody telling us that some of the locals were a bit upset that the gringos were coming to their sacred site. And so they started sabotaging the path. And before I came here, I thought, how could they possibly sabotage a staircase? Now I know what they mean. You only have to move a couple of these rocks. You wouldn't be able to get up.
Everybody thinks they're immune to knife dementia.
Quite an introduction.
But you're not immune to knife dementia.
Maybe it's the lack of oxygen. Maybe it's the altitude. But I just have a hunch. Something magical happened for a lot of us up in that beautiful place. What are we looking
Space boner.
we are looking at the end of the Chilca beach, which is called Las Salinas.
And this is a huge hotspot for UFOs in Peru.
Yes, all of this area is a huge hotspot. UFOs did land here in the 80s, especially in 1983. There were many witnesses in all of this area.
is that the
and some of them are still living.
whatchamacallit?
I saw UFO back in '75 here with a contactee group and family members.
Yeah, I always forget to get their names. They're like the Galactic.
So what's your suspicion? I mean, I'm inviting you to speculate. I appreciate that we don't have scientific evidence, but what's your suspicion about what we're talking about here with the intriguing tridactyl beings that we're going to see here in Ica today and the UFO phenomenon? Do you think there's a connection?
Yes, I think that there is a connection between the tridactyls and the UFO phenomenon. The UFO phenomenon presence has been with us for eons and eons. There's probably because one of the things is that there is this clash of the tectonic plates, the Pacific Ocean tectonic plate and the South American tectonic plate clashing and creating an energy vortex in this area. The UFO base is supposed to be only inside the ocean, a few kilometers, and also in the crust of the earth below, over there. Also, if I may, there's a weird geophysical phenomenon in the atmosphere, which is called the F layer. In the ionosphere, there's a weird form of the ionospheric layer, the F layer. It's called F dispersa, the dispersed F layer. That is researched by scientists regularly, and it seems to be more active in the evenings and wee hours of the morning. And that might be why many UFOs appear in the wee hours of the morning in this area, over this area.
So how recently has there been a UFO sighting in this area?
It's almost, well, I haven't asked the locals for quite some time, but I was speaking with people that live here. I came here about 3 years ago because there were claims that the UFO was appearing over that hill that I mentioned. And fishermen see them all the time. I have interviewed some fishermen that see them all the time. And contactee groups come here, they go camping, they go inland camping, and they continuously have experiences.
And what's the Peruvian government's position on claims about a UFO presence here in Peru?
Well, there's a strange satellite control base from the work by the Air Force together with other scientists, maybe NASA sometimes comes here. We control our satellites from here, and there's also in this area, in the beginning of Chilca, a little bit earlier, we already passed it, there's a rocket launch place. It all coincides in this little area over here.
Tell me about these elongated skulls.
So Ross, we're here at the Ica Cultural Museum in Ica, surprisingly, and we have what I'm told to be the largest collection of elongated skulls in the world, as an original non-human or Homo sapiens sapiens skulls. And what I mean by that is that these skulls, and you can see three of them here, which are the largest,
look at the size of those skulls.
They don't have a sagittal suture like
That's your ancestor.
which is the plating of the skull, which you can see in the back where they meet, like plates. And the second thing to note, which you won't be able to see so clearly here, is the entrance point for the spinal column, which is further set back, and I forget the name of that part of the skull. So these skulls
how do you knife dimension
of interest.
So what's the official story about to explain their provenance? What are we told? Because they seem to be...
What happened? Knife demons got me. Oh, help me. Oh, I'm being knife demented. Oh. No, I'm sorry.